coastline with some of the much-needed humanitarian aid. About 200 metric tons of supplies, including flour and rice and water, are about to arrive. It's on a ship from Cyprus. It's called the Open Arms ship. It's a Spanish charity that's operating it. So they're expecting it to land sometime later today.
And safe is real. That's the aid. I don't know why they're not. They can't inspect everything coming in. The argument is Hamas is controlling the aid coming in. They're providing the security. They're keeping the aid. People are starving. Hamas leaders, the military are protected underground, and they take the humanitarian aid, the food, the medicines, etc. It is a mess. It is a mess. Now we'll take a break and come back and do plenty more people on the news. ABK live in the KFI News.
A judge in Georgia has ruled that Fulton County DA Fani Willis will not be disqualified from prosecuting the racketeering case against former President Trump and several co-defendants, but said that because of the appearance of impropriety, either she or the special prosecutor she had a relationship with will have to step down from the case. It's pretty much a lock that Nathan Wade is the one who's going to step down. A homeless man accused of punching a 6-year-old girl in the face in Santa Monica has been arrested. He was picked up yesterday during what police are calling another incident in Venice. The was punched as she and her family left an ice cream shop on Sunday. Residents in the Tenderloin area of San Francisco sued the city, saying they're scared to leave their homes. They filed a complaint in federal court claiming city officials are allowing drug users and other criminals to just set up shop where they live. They say it's so bad they're afraid to go outside. Got a chance of showers and thunderstorms this morning and again this evening. Otherwise partly cloudy with highs in the upper 50s to about 70. This report brought to you by Caltrans in California. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going back to the crash in Temecula on 15. It's bad.
After the 215, it definitely is. This crash is a head-on collision. It's blocking all lanes. Only the shoulder is getting by. Now traffic is jammed from California Oaks. Southbound side of the 215 is slow as you approach the 15 freeway. In Ontario, now on the 60 eastbound Avenue Vineyard, a slow big rig that's blocking the 2 middle lanes. Traffic is jammed from Central. Heading from West Covina to 10 westbound at Azusa, you've got a crash on the right shoulder of the on-ramp. And in Sun Valley, the 5 northbound before leadership is stalled is blocking the left lane. KFI in the sky helps make you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
Hey, it's Kaylee Cuoco from Priceline. Ready to go to your happy place for a happy price? Well, why didn't you say so? Just download the Priceline app right now and save up to 60% on hotels. So whether it's Cousin Kevin's kazoo concert in Kansas City, go Kevin, or Becky's bachelorette bash in Bermuda, you never have to miss a trip ever again. So download the Priceline app today. Your savings are waiting.
Go to your happy place for a happy price. Go to your happy price, Priceline.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tiny Cats simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Peach, you hurt me. Try Tiny Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tiny Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
LA Dodgers fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum season ticket sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024sweepsLA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Cards will vary by location. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 scores instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, take as prescribed, can help you break healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 fabric with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Hi there, I'm Joel Luxgard. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters.
How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Sundays at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 Bill Hammond here. It is a Foodie Friday, and instead, we're not pushing that. It's the Ides of March are upon us. Okay. Beware the Ides of March. I'm going to do a lot of that. Oh, am I going to do a whole lot of that today? Well, there you go. Now, a stabbing by who does? All right, let's do more. Yeah, you're going to get sick of this, guys. I'm telling you. And we work together, are going to get so sick of this that I guarantee you today will be the least listened day in terms of our ratings of the year. More handle on the news, Amy, Neil, and me.
All right. So Russians head to the polls to vote, set to extend Putin's rule by 6 years. Conveniently, all his foes are in jail, in exile, or dead. So it should be a pretty solid vote for Putin.
Yeah, he's going to win overwhelmingly. Now, the irony of this and the shame of this is if it were a free democratic election, he would win. He would win by a long shot. Through most of the country, he is actually revered because he is a nationalist. Now, the economy is wonderful, and I think he's going to get nailed in the long run for the Ukraine war. But the propaganda that he is able to manufacture, the convinces the country that Russia's doing this as a defensive move. So he's going to win, of course.
Do we know the numbers, Bill, of support from Russians for this war?
But I would guess it's over 50%. And look that way up. Okay, I would have gone to Syria, but I'm told that Syria is not a good thing to do anymore.
Really?
Yeah. You told me that, Neil. It's too much.
No, I just said spread it out.
Hey, Siri. Percentage of Russian support for the war in Ukraine. 2/3. The Russians are in favor of the war.
I still think we got to get Syria show.
Yeah, because of propaganda. Well, I did say over 50%. I should have said over 60%.
A SpaceX rocket has disintegrated, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. So the Starship blasted off, launched yesterday from Texas, and it nearly completed its entire test flight. This was the third attempt. The first two, the rocket blew up on when it launched, but it went around the Earth, and then when it came back, it disintegrated. Eventually, SpaceX wants the spacecraft to be able to splash down back on Earth. Not there yet.
Well, they were hoping for it, but they considered this a huge success. This is where Elon Musk is a visionary, in both in the space race, the spaceship manufacturing world, as well as the Tesla, the first consumer viable electric car, mass market electric car. So they consider this a success. Well, let's talk about a little history of SpaceX. Elon Musk ran out of money. He had 3 goes at creating the Falcon rocket to make it work so the company became viable. He ran out of money on the third one. He was able to cobble together, and no one thought he would do it, for a 4th go-round. And that was successful. And the spaceship was able to land successfully back to Earth. And you saw that it was the little fins, the feet came out, and it lands, and the boosters were usable, and they're working on that. So the model still works, and this is the most powerful rocket, the biggest, most powerful rocket, easily go to the moon and set up flights to Mars. If anybody can do it, it's going to be Elon Musk. NASA isn't going to be able to pull it off. It did in 1969, I think July of 69, when the U.S. finally made it to the moon. And that was extraordinary because the moon race, and it was balls to the wall, an unbelievable amount of money that was spent. It was delayed by 18 months. When in 1967, the capsule blew up. Remember, the oxygen was, they used to go full, they used to breathe full oxygen, and it ignited, and the spark ignited, and all 3 astronauts were burned. Grissom, Chafee, and White were the 3 astronauts. Okay, a little gerbil there. And so when you watch, he's able to pull it off. They're going to do it again. The Falcon, the Starship, the heaviest rocket ever, he's going to do it. And he's probably the only one in the world who can pull it off. Anyways, consider this success.
Wait till they make him fuel it with battery power. That all rockets by the year 2035 are going to have to be electric.
Yes, but battery power, because batteries aren't too heavy at all.
Not at all. Yeah. Okay, so, both parents, first-time parents in the nation have been criminally accountable for a child's actions in the school shooting. So James Crumbley, father of that school shooter in Michigan, was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter as well. Second conviction against the teenager's parents, and they were accused of failing, to secure a gun at home and doing nothing really to address his science and mental journal.
Same charges, same defense used in both of them. The difference is that she testified, he didn't, but jury said no. They did know, or they had enough evidence that they should have known. And so they can get 15 years on this Yeah, and it wasn't secure.
Yeah, so
The defense is the gun was hidden and not secure. That doesn't work.
no.
That doesn't work. All right, let's do one more.
Okay, Biden's pushing made in the USA. President Biden says he believes it is vital that U.S. Steel remain American-owned and operated. Now, that's a big blow to U.S. Steel's plans to sell the company to Japan's Nippon Steel. It's the strongest opposition yet from the White House to a deal that has drawn some bipartisan criticism. Biden said, "I told our steel workers I have their backs, and I meant it."
U.S. Steel created by Carnegie and J.P. Morgan, John Morgan, bought it from Carnegie. They want to sell the bought it, created U.S. Steel. Carnegie became the biggest shareholder of U.S. Steel because it was bought with shares. And Carnegie at that time, we're talking about late 1800s, became the wealthiest man in America. And this is where all of the Carnegie libraries are, and Carnegie Hall was put in by Carnegie. You just watched it.
Wow, that little gerbil is really on the wheel this morning.
Yes, it is. For some reason, it's spinning like crazy.
I'll take it. I love it.
All right, Baby K, live in the K5 24-hour newsroom.
A judge in Georgia has ruled the DA prosecuting former President Trump will not be disqualified from the racketeering case against the former president and several others. But Fonnie Willis, or the special prosecutor she had a relationship with, Nathan Wade, has to step down from the case because of the appearance of impropriety. Eric Kaczynski says Willis has denied any wrongdoing.
Willis said her romance with Wade did not begin until after she hired him. Defense attorneys accused her of lying.
If Willis were to remove herself, the case would stop, but having Wade leave the case will make sure it continues without delay. Trump and the others are facing charges related to efforts to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia. Sheriff's deputies in Riverside County have made a big gun bust during a traffic stop.
Deputies searched the driver's car in San Jacinto and recovered 8 guns, a suppressor, ammo, 5 pounds of explosive material, and high-capacity magazines. Even more ammo and explosive material was later found during a search at the guy's home. Deputies initially pulled the guy over for an equipment violation on his car. The deputies discovered the guy had several arrest warrants and was in possession of meth. Like trolling KFI News.
The LAPD says 12 people have been arrested for illegally selling alcohol from coolers in front of LA Live. On Wednesday afternoon, officers did an Operation Safe Step where they monitored people selling alcohol without a license or vendors with a license who don't check IDs. The department says 6 street vendors arrested had been selling alcohol to minors. A United Airlines plane experiencing a hydraulic leak on a flight from Dallas has landed safely in San Francisco. Alex Stone says the problem was noticed yesterday as the Airbus 320 approached SFO.
Emergency vehicles were standing by. They saw a little bit of smoke around the landing gear. That happens when hydraulic fluid comes in contact with a hot brakes. The plane taxied to the gate.
The plane had 150 passengers and 5 crew on board. There was another hydraulic issue on a United A320 that landed in LA last week. Target is opening express lanes for self-checkout. The new DIY lanes will be for customers with 10 or fewer items. The company says the express self-checkout lanes will be open during the busiest shopping times starting on Sunday. We'll check some problems in the Topanga Canyon with the KFI in the Sky next.
For well over 10 years, I have owned and I've recommended you a light source full house water filtration system. As you know, I've moved, bought another house because I've downsized. Kids have left finally in their 40s. And of course, I'm not going into a house without one of these life source systems. I mean, it's just that simple. The life source system delivers highly filtered, obviously insanely safe, delicious water from every tap in the house. Effectively, it is bottled water. It's that good. You're bathing, you're cleaning, you're drinking, dishes, clothes, in water that's as good as bottled water. And as part of their 40th anniversary, they're giving new customers a free AquaPure worth over $900 purchase of the ultimate package. Call for details on that. You'll see what they're doing. The offer ends March 31st. Warranty and offer restrictions apply. That's 2 weeks from the Ides of March. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSourceWater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny with gusty winds this morning in the valleys, the coast, and mountain areas. Slight chance of thunderstorms this morning, then again tonight. Highs around 70 at the beaches, Metro LA, Inland OC, and the valleys. Mid-upper 60s for the Inland Empire, 50s in the high desert. Mostly sunny tomorrow with highs around 70, warming into the low to mid-70s on Sunday. It's 60 in Irvine, 57 in Costa Mesa. We've got a closure in Topeka Canyon.
Not exactly breaking news, unfortunately. This has been with us for quite some time. I wanted to have better Friday morning news, trying to get from the valley to the other side of the middle there, but unfortunately, they're still cleaning this mess up on Topeka Canyon. Both sides shut down between Topeka Village and Pacific Coast Highway, and no change there. And what that is doing is putting extra pressure, even on a Friday morning, putting extra pressure on the southbound side of the 405. 405 slow from north all the way down through this Pomona Pass. You finally get to release there once you get to the Sunset Boulevard. A lot of people get off at Sunset and then head west there into Santa Monica and Pacific Palisades, which then you use to make a game to get to. Northbound side of the 110 pretty slow. You go away from the 105 on up into downtown Los Angeles, and southbound side of the 605. Some ramps closed right there at the 5 freeway. Go check that out. Definitely slowing on the southbound side of the 605, getting away from Whittier Boulevard. Will Goldschreiber, KFI in the sky.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/b-ball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. The keys are always missing. I'm not great with names. And my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. They're skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
KFI AM 640 has your chance to visit the Disneyland Resort. Save the day. Happy Adventures Camp is doing perfect playful day. Happy Adventures Toontown. Disney's a new kind of happy every time you visit the happiest place on earth. Both a park reservation required, offering subject to restrictions and change afterwards. Listen for your chance to win one-day, one-car tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park. For more information, go to KFIAM640.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Off the air, we do a lot of talking off the air. We've been going through the cast of the Julius Caesar stage play movies, 1953, 1970s. That's all we've been doing. And it's just one little snippet of this. I was just interested. Now we got 200 pages to look at. And I've conflated the stage play with the movies, and all right, fair enough. Hey, why don't we go back to the news? What do you think, guys?
Let's do it.
Yeah, a little bit of divergence there. I already did the Carnegie story. J. Pierpont Morgan, created U.S. Steel.
money and your income.
So, men's sports teams have been getting public subsidies for decades. Many of them are like on their second, third go round. Well, women's teams, meanwhile, haven't been a part of the conversation at all. They're in line. They're saying, take a look at us. You've got the National Women's Sports League kicking off its 12th season Saturday, and the WNBA deep into its third decade, and they believe it's high time women's teams get a place in that line as well.
And the whole issue is the reason that stadiums are built big money is paid because the audience is so huge. And so that's why NFL doesn't allow women's, and that's why the NBA put in there, because they're just different. They're built differently. However, in terms of world sports, our women's soccer teams are world class. I mean, winning world championships. I mean, a big deal. Men's soccer sucks. Professional soccer with men just sucks. And the women's soccer team doesn't get anywhere near the kind of reverence, the kind of support, the kind of money that it deserves.
But it's not drawing the crowds, right?
No, that's what you said. No, women's are applying the crowds. Oh, you bet.
But the National Women's Basketball League and stuff like that don't.
Yeah, well, aren't too many 7'8" women.
No, they do great basketball, but they don't draw a crowd.
No, basketball, that's true. But what's the guy's name who just broke every record, men's and women's college basketball point? Yeah, King, whatever. He's just a phenomenal player. I mean, three-pointer after three-pointer after three-pointer. I mean, looking at her shoot those baskets is, wow. Yeah, it's as good as any NBA player.
Yeah, but you got to get butts in the seat, and if women have to be willing to go to these events as well.
Yeah, and they do. How tall is she? Do we know? 9'2".
She's over 6.
Oh, God, yeah, of course she is.
She's about like 6'1".
No, she's tall.
6'1 and 3/4.
No, I say 6'2".
No, she's just 6 foot.
Okay, that's right. And wrong. And you too. Let's move on.
Wow.
The former Treasury Secretary wants to tick-tock. Steve Mnuchin said he is going to put together an investor group to buy TikTok. His announcement was on CNBC. He said it after the House passed the bill that would ban TikTok in the U.S. if it didn't sell in 6 months.
Yeah, the story here is the former Treasury Secretary. And if you look at Treasury Secretaries who have left their cabinet positions, both Republican and Democrat, they went on to create this enormous venture capital groups, and they came from huge money in many cases, and then went on to create more money. Yeah, it's a big deal. And these guys know what they're doing.
All right, so about 6 months ago, they opened the impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. House Republicans are now in a dilemma, and it's basically their own making. They lack the votes, and they're divided with their majority to impeach the president, but it's an election year, so if they end the investigation, it basically absolves Biden, and that's bad.
They won't. I mean, they never had a chance. Of course, the conviction. I mean, that was impossible. But the argument that this was a political witch hunt, you can argue that it wasn't with Trump because it looks like there was real wrongdoing. With Biden, there is not a shred of evidence that there was wrongdoing. The one witness that the Republicans had that they based their entire case on against Biden recanted and was proven to be a liar. The case fell apart. And yet you've got Comer and you've got Jordan who are still going balls to the wall, saying, we're going to go with the inquiry. Jordan saying, we have plenty of evidence. We didn't need this guy, even though he was the guy. And they just don't want to let it go. This is going to go the inquiry, and nothing will happen. There will be no absolution. It will end with, if Biden is reelected, or even if he isn't, it will end quietly with Jordan and Comer saying he is still guilty. We have evidence, just like the election. We have evidence that it was stolen. Show it to us. We have evidence. What is it? We have evidence. And in the case of Trump, they got past 63 judges. Somehow, 63 judges, including all the appeals court, somehow bought the fact that it was a fair election. I don't know how they bought it, because everybody knows it was rigged.
Also, here's, I guess, the conclusion. They both are political witch hunts. One just happens to be a witch.
Yeah, well said. You know what? Well said. So they're not going to give it up. It'll be all allegations, no evidence, but it doesn't matter. It's political attack. It's exactly like bipartisan bill for the border, which was going to pass. Trump shut it down. Look what he's doing. He's attacking Biden on the border. You're not doing it. You're not doing it. Even though I stopped the bipartisan bill from being passed, it's all political. Today, the highest offices of the land, the highest office of the land, much less the cabinet, much less Congress particularly, it's all political. And it's really depressing. I'm depressed out of my mind across the board. We've got a president who is running, and if he wins, he won't even know he's president with Biden, who have forgotten he's president. Then we have Trump. Where do you win on this one? All right, let's take a break. Amy, live in the KFI 24-hour news.
The judge in the Georgia election interference case against Donald Trump and others has ruled that the case can move forward, but that either Fulton County District Attorney Connie Willis or the special prosecutor she had a relationship with must step aside first. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to be in Oakland for a big announcement about his run for the presidency. He's planning to reveal his running mate on March 26th. Kennedy has told the New York Times that New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers and former Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura are among his top choices. The humpback whale population in Alaska has declined 20% in the last decade. The National Park Service says there are almost 7,000 fewer North Pacific humpbacks in the waters. Something's up at Dodger Stadium. We'll find out what with the KFI in the Sky next.
If you're looking to sell your house and maybe even inherited it, downsizing like I'm doing, just moving, a lot of people are doing that out in Southern California. Usually, typically, this is what I would advise always do, is you list the house, and you paint, and clean, and repair, and you got to do this, and you bring prospective buyers, and you can't be there, and the house has to be spotless, and we all live somewhat like a spot. It's a tough way to go. Offers, counter offers, long escrows, contingencies, none of that happens with directbuyers.com. None of it. They're going to give you a fair offer right there, and no one's even going to walk through the house. And it goes really quick, 10 days or less, and they come up with the cash. That's directbuyers.com. There is nothing easier that I know of. And they'll never, ever will even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Directbuyers.com. Directbuyers.com. You can call 844-242-SELL. 844-242-SELL. Visit directbuyers.com.
Partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers, windy in the valleys this morning. Highs in the 60s to about 70. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh Grocery Store. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're heading out to Dodger Stadium.
And you know what? Got off the ground, looked over at Dodger Stadium, the lights were on, and here's why. Several hundred people are there picking up their bibs and equipment for the marathon on Sunday. That's going to be going on all day today. So you might find a little extra traffic around Dodger Stadium with the marathoners picking up their stuff there. That's what's up there. Meanwhile, look outside of the 110 freeway, you're going to find it pretty slow from the 105 on into downtown Hey, still see quite a bit of slowing on that southbound 45 from Nordoff all the way down to Sunset. A little extra today, probably because of the Topanga Canyon closure. We're keeping an eye on that. We'll let you know the second that reopens. Things are pretty good in Orange County, not seeing major problems there, although the westbound side of the 91 doing its normal thing from downtown Corona all the way out through the 241, just slow traffic. Locals right on KFI in the Sky.
At my Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details and clip them can get the look you love at any great clip salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut. That's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a great clip salon stylist.
Join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR. So, I'm celebrating with a banana bonanza smoothie.
Hey, you can't keep celebrating when you create affordable pricing just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm personal price plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundle. Just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm was there.
Prices and risk and rating plans vary by state. Company offers are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
A man convicted of first-degree murder will no longer face a death sentence after an appeals court ruled the state of Oklahoma can't prosecute him.
This isn't a story about who Patrick Murphy killed. It's about where he did it. Patrick Murphy says the state can't prosecute him because the murder happened on his tribe's reservation. Oklahoma argues that reservation no longer exists.
Every tribe has sovereignty. This is not given to us. It's within us.
My name is Rebecca Nagel, and I'm a citizen of Cherokee Nation. In this podcast, we're going to go way back to the Trail of Tears, the story of how my people came to Oklahoma, to the story of my family, the treaty they signed, and why they were killed for our land. This case has involved mistakes.
And the agent that was in charge of it somehow just got the location wrong by about a mile and a half or so. There was pressure from oil and gas interests in Oklahoma that encouraged them to intervene quickly.
But for the people of my tribe and the 4 other tribes in Oklahoma, this case has never been about any of that. It's about our survival. We're still here.
It's very important to us as a people that we, have our reservation boundaries. That ties us to who we are. Are they going to stick with their principles?
Subscribe to This Land wherever you listen to podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. All the good stuff, yeah. Keeps you on top of pop culture. Long-running NCIS franchise getting another entry. Joining from Mothership, NCIS Hawaii, NCIS Sydney, and the upcoming prequel NCIS Origins, Michael Weatherly and Conan Pablo are reuniting for their own spin-off on Paramount Plus. Tentatively titled NCIS Europe, the new show will focus on the Tony and Ziva characters who are on the run across the continent and dealing with understandable trust issues between the couple. Weatherly was part of the original cast of the NCIS Mothership before departing in 2016 after 13 seasons, while DePablo was a regular between 2005 and 2013, and both will serve as executive producers on the new show. The Tony and Ziva NCIS spin-off is set to go into production later this year and will likely show up on Paramount Plus in 2025. Alright, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
How about we make a deal and everybody teach their kids this? You gotta get up every day and have a purpose, earn some money, and most of it for yourself, and the little bit goes to keep the city running. And then that's it. Get off the drugs and the booze, and you have to go to work. Period. John Cowell. Mine is Sympathy Bucket is empty. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, 640 here. It is a Friday. Beware the Ides of March. Okay. It's very tough. Very tough.
twice. They're not going to hand over any hypersonic missile technology. So I think they're just blowing smoke. Personally, obviously I don't have any particular insight other than this is the way I think, but I don't think so.
Hope not.
They should come out saying we have a super duper hypersonic to make it sound even worse.
Yeah.
It's even bigger than your missile. All right, what's more sustainable than meat when you want to grill? How about a 13-foot python steak? I need that. It's delicious.
I've had rattlesnake before. Of course. It's really good. It tastes like chicken. Have you ever noticed that everything tastes like chicken except chicken?
It doesn't taste like chicken. It's actually different.
It's not gamey. It's all muscle. There's no fat.
It's muscle, but I find it to be denser, but more like the palatine.
But it makes a lot of sense in terms of the resources that it takes to raise these snakes, and just it could be just another cog in the wheel to make the future more sustainable when it comes to food.
Well, the crickets, rodents, and stuff, and they don't take up as much space, and they grow a lot in the first year of life.
Yeah, and actually, according to the story, and it's from Yahoo.com, they are more sustainable and more effective at these sustainably without the crickets. Certainly meat is like out of this world. It makes sense. Except it tastes so great.
Okay, but don't they already have like a huge population of pythons that they could use in Florida?
They're eating everything.
Yeah.
Including kids.
It's actually even more sustainable than Floridians.
The Ferris wheel may be getting a facelift. The operator of Pacific Park, Santa Monica Pier, has announced that it has been sold to an investment firm, SC Holdings, which specializes in sports and stuff. The private equity firm says it plans to invest more than $10 million into the park over the next 5 years, primarily in food and entertainment programs. This is kind of interesting. David Swinghammer, who was the former CEO of Shake Shack, is going to be on the advisory board.
And it's very famous Ferris wheel. Remember the Sting? Paul Newman, that character, he lived in that Ferris wheel on Santa Monica Pier.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Now I want to see that movie.
I saw it the other day. It's really cool.
It's like some of those days you feel like watching an old movie. So if they were judge, just rejected one gun midway drug out his classified documents. In a case, the U.S. District Judge issued a 2-page order saying, Trump he raised various arguments and more serious consideration, but this charge was
Yeah, no surprise there. Okay, guys, we are done with news. Coming up, this is not so much fun. We're racing for new electric in California. And there are two, and Coastal Ridge, two big problems with that. Philosophy and definition of who is rich. California is just crazy. KFI AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI is literally the KFI I'm talking about.
KFI and KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Busted for a beating. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A high school student's been arrested for the beating of a security guard at a private lake in Yorba Linda.
Deputies arrested the 18-year-old at Yorba Linda High School. Neighbors say a group of teenagers attacked a security guard earlier this month when the guard asked them to stop fishing at the lake because it was dark. This neighbor says a lot of kids fish at the lake quite often. Usually in the mornings or late in the day. Neighbors say a group attacked the guard from behind and that one of the teenagers choked the guard unconscious. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The judge has ruled a man convicted of bludgeoning his his estranged wife's two teen nephews to death in Arcadia, was sane when he did it. Defense lawyers had wanted a jury to decide whether the man was sane. The boys were killed in 2016. Prosecutors said it was an act of revenge against the family of the wife who had filed for divorce. An economic forecast from UCLA has shown increases in employment and personal income for California.
The state's unemployment rate is expected to average 4.7% for the first quarter this year, then drop below 4% next year. Anderson School of Management forecast director Jerry Nicholasberg says even when layoffs happen in sectors like tech, workers are bouncing back quickly. Personal income is also forecasted to grow this year and the next 2 years, which shrinkingly says his family size.
Educated people are moving in, and they have smaller families, and so the absolute size is the decrease in California.
Michael Waltz, KFI News.
The LAPD says it has arrested a dozen people for selling alcohol on the streets.
Officers from Central Bureau conducted Operation Safe Sipper undercover to catch people selling alcohol without a license or vendors with a license who don't check IDs. On Wednesday, police said they booked 12 people in front of LA Live for illegally selling booze, 6 of whom were selling to minors. And often patrols happen near sporting and concert events. The vendors usually pack coolers with both beer and hard liquor and cover it up with a tarp and hide it behind a food cart. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
A federal judge in Florida has denied former President Trump's request to dismiss charges in his classified documents case. She made her decision based on unconstitutional vagueness. Judge Aileen Cannon spent the day yesterday hearing arguments on the matter. Trump's lawyers claimed the materials he took to Mar-a-Lago were personal records while he was still in office. Special counsel Jack Smith's team argued the documents were never personal. Officials in Ukraine say a Russian missile strike has killed at least 14 people in Odessa in southern Ukraine. Dozens of others were hurt. Officials say the first missiles hit houses, and when emergency crews arrived at the scene, a second missile hit. People rescued from a deflating rubber raft in the Mediterranean Sea say about 60 other people who left Libya with them died during the journey. The European Charities ship spotted the rubber boat with 25 people on board yesterday. 2 people were unconscious. The others were in serious condition, exhausted and dehydrated. The refugees were from Senegal, Mali, and the Gambia. The actor who played Captain Nita in Empire Strikes Back has died. That movie came out in 1980. British actor Michael Culver's character was telekinetically strangled by Darth Vader when he lost track of Han Solo's Millennium Falcon. Culver worked as an actor for over 50 years. He gave it up in the early 2000s to focus on his political activism. Michael Culver was 85. We'll check some trouble on the 60 with the KFI in the Sky next.
Yeah, bad breath is no fun. It's, you have bad breath, people around you, they have bad breath, it's even worse when you have to smell it. So let me introduce to you Zelman's Minty Mouth Mints. Tiny little capsule you actually swallow. Mint on the outside, parsley seed oil on the inside. And so what you get to do is suck on the mint, and that freshens your mouth, and then you swallow it, and you're going to really gets to work. Because so much of the food you eat causes bad breath. Tested against the toughest offenders, garlic, onions, 2 or 3 in your mouth, and they go to work, and then you swallow them, bite it in, and also works. Free should be if you order 3 packs or more, you're going to want more. And money back guarantee. Go to Zelmans.com, Zelmins.com. 15% off when you use the code KFI. That's Zelmans.com. Use the code KFI, ZLMINS, Zelmans.com.
Satellite weather from KFI. Sunny with some gusty winds this morning in the valleys, coast, and mountain areas. Slight chance of thunderstorms this morning and then again tonight. Otherwise, partly cloudy skies. Highs around 70 at the beaches, Ventura, LA, Inland OC, and the valleys. Mid to upper 60s in the Inland Empire, 50s for the high desert. Mostly sunny with highs around 70 tomorrow. And then for Sunday, we're going to warm up a little bit with highs topping out in the low to mid 70s. It's 55 in Orange, 54 Manhattan Beach, 54 in Cerritos, 48 in Canyon Country. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading down 140 points. The NASDAQ is down 144. And the S&P 500 is down 33.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home Big Rig taking up 2 lanes. Eastbound's out of the 16, just past Vineyard Avenue. That Salt Big Rig was also dropping some fuel. They're cleaning that up as well. They're waiting for a mechanic and possibly a Big Rig tow truck. But traffic in the eastbound lanes just messed up all the way out of Chino there, starting about Central Avenue. So that's a major problem there, and it's in an unusual place. On the westbound side, not affected at all. In fact, traffic looks great on the westbound 60, westbound 10. Not so much on the westbound 91. If you're headed out of Corona there, you'll find some bright lights getting past the 71 out to the 241. And then the 210 freeway, it's pretty good. It's just past the 57. It's a bit slow into Azusa. We don't have a lot of incidents going on. That's the good news. Both directions of the 110 freeway. Still pretty slow between the 105 and downtown LA. We still, of course, have Topanga Canyon closed from there at top of the hill there down to PCH, making for a little extra rough driving there on the 405 southbound out of the valley. Will Coltschreiber, KFI in the sky.
Tax Act can think of a million things more fun than filing taxes. Tax Act is going to name some now. Sitting in traffic, folding a fitted bedsheet, listening to your coworker talk about his fantasy team, digging a hole, digging an even larger hole next to that original hole. Unfortunately, Tax Act's filing software can't make taxes fun, but Tax Act can help you get them done. Tax Act, let's get them over with.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Handel Show. KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is a Friday morning, March 15th. Beware the Ides of March. Yeah, you're going to get sick of this. Not only are you going to get sick of this, I'm going to be doing an entire segment on the Ides of March. I know, I'm obsessed with this, and don't even tell me why. I really don't. Mainly because I stab people in the back, they a lot, and talk behind their backs. There's that possibility. There's a lot of stuff going on with that. Anyway, 7:30, we have a rip-roaring good time. Now, California has a new election plan, and there's 2 problems with it. Number 1 is who it affects, and number 2, it's the definition of who it affects. So here is what's going on. Changes are coming to your electric bill. It's going to cost more money, of course it is. And so here's the question also: how green can we go without going broke? Here is, we are the alternative energy center of the country. And here we are in California, and Democrats are proposing a tax to take the rich and make them pay more for energy. Okay, why would they do that? Because, poor people have a hard time with energy costs. Energy costs in California are the most expensive. You have the big 3, PG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric, Edison, insanely expensive energy. So what they want to do is charge people based on their income rather than the amount of energy they use. And the problem is affordability. I'll tell you what. Let's talk about the definition of rich people. Households earning $28,000 to $69,000 would be charged an extra $20 to $34 a month. $69,000 to $180,000 would pay $51 to $73 per month. If you earn more than $180,000, you would pay $85 to $128 monthly charge. All right. So let's make it equitable, and per the usual philosophy and formula used in California, anybody who has money, you get to pay for everything. Now, even if you're assuming that's true, and you're okay with that, and a lot of people are okay because they don't make $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, but households make $100,000. And if you have 5 kids or 4 kids, and you deal with child care, and you deal with the other expensive, including energy, you know what that means, $100,000 a year? That means you get a new tent instead of a used tent to put up on the sidewalk. If you're living in Tennessee, if you're living in Appalachia,
Then $100,000. You know how many squirrels $100,000 buys you? That's cheap. Here, the costs are astronomical. And so, just to give you an idea, we pay per kilowatt hour. We pay 32 cents per kilowatt hour. The national average is 18 cents, half. The average California resident pays $273 per month on the average. $3,200 a year. That's for electricity. And electricity used to be just a minor charge. It's not a big deal for the rest of the country. Water is not a big deal for the rest of the country. Gas is not a big deal for the rest of the country. Here in California, all three are insane. You put together your water bill and your electricity bill and your gas bill, so you're running air conditioning during the summer. Put those three together. I will tell you that during the summer at my home, one of the reasons I'm leaving is my energy and water costs were in the thousands of dollars per month. Now, not many thousands, but well north of $1,000 a month. Now, granted, it's a pretty big house, but let me put it this way. Let's say you have an average size home. You are paying at least several $100 a month, maybe close to $1,000. Neil, you have air conditioning in your house, and you have a small house. You have a small house.
Oh, yeah, so our house is under 15,000 square feet.
My house?
No, my house is
Under 1,500.
1,500.
Okay, so what do you pay during the summer?
I like how you corrected that. You mean my house, 15,000. Oh, under 1,500.
Yes. So what do you pay for the air conditioning and
oh man, you know what? I don't handle electricity things too. I handle mortgages and stuff like that. So, but I ask you this: how is that legal to charge somebody for the exact same thing or even more because of the money?
Oh, you can do that all day long. The PUC, the legislature, because that's considered an administrative law that was passed. Well, it was, the legislature has the ability to do that. Absolutely. There's no issue. It's, how is it legal for PG&E to charge, not Pacific Gas, San Diego Gas and Electric to charge twice as much as the Department of Water and Power? Twice as much. Same energy. And you could be across the street. Why? Because the cost of energy, because they're allowed to do this, the PUC says yes. So it's allowed. And they do it. And it depends on the utility. Department of Water and Power, half the price. Edison, twice as much. San Diego, add another 30% on top of that. It's crazy making. And here's the other thing that I want to point out. And that is both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have said when they're opening up power plants and lines to solar plants. Joe Biden came and opened up one in California, and Harris opened up something else dealing with solar power. They both said on the record, we've now reached the point where solar energy, alternative forms of energy, are cheaper than the way we get power right now, usually through fossil fuels power plants. We use natural gas here. None of that is true. None of it. And we have to reach, because Gavin Newsom wants to hit the neutral or alternative energies replacing fossil fuels by 2035. It's a sneeze. It is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So, welcome to California. It's crazy. It's a tough place to live in California unless you have money, and I mean lots of money. I have often said that the United States is a tough place to be poor. California, particularly, unless you get lots and lots of subsidies. And we're a state you are poor. If you make less than $60,000, you are poor. Once you hit that magical figure and you just approach middle class and then just a little bit over the edge, your toe goes over that line, you are now made. And that's the problem. All right, coming up, what happens to the CEO of Boeing, Dave Calhoun? Is still there, but wait a minute, he was brought in to fix all the problems a few years ago. Let me tell you that story. And then at 7:30, yes, beware the eyes of March. Doesn't get better, does it? Well, at least for me. For the rest of you, you're sick and tired of this. Amy, live from KFI, told you where I would move.
People have been moving out of California in droves. Economists say the high cost of housing is driving the exodus. Census data shows LA, Orange, San Diego, and Santa Clara counties are among the top 10 counties in the country with the highest levels of out-migration. More than 56,000 people left LA County in 2023. A ship carrying 200 tons of aid has approached the coast of Gaza to open up a sea route and get humanitarian supplies into the war-ravaged Palestinian territory. A system outage has affected McDonald's around the world. McDonald's restaurants are on a global network. Some say kiosks are not available, which has forced restaurants to close. Others say they can't order on the mobile app. McDonald's says it's not a cybersecurity issue and they're working to resolve it. Got a chance of showers and thunderstorms this morning and then again this evening. Otherwise, partly cloudy, highs in the upper 50s to about 70. Let's check now with the KFI in the sky. We've got slowing in Corona on the 91.
I know, it's Friday morning, so it's a little lighter than normal. The 94 freeway to west, now past in there, you're going to find slowing, making your way past the 71, all the way to almost the 241, and then it gets a lot better for you. I'll tell you what is not getting better. Eastbound side of the 60, and maybe we've got a stack of paper. Looking at the tow truck, right now, it's going to get it out of there, but it's in the number 2 lane coming from the left. Chino on that. Watch out for that. Will driver came alive in Scott.
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot. Managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot. Managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/meanwhile. Gamble problem. Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Time of year, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV. There are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.org.
juicygjuice.com.
This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help you conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Exit. Glimab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from pain. But you can see how your Pixel can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about your Pixel. Visit yourpixel.com or call 1-844-PIXEL.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or enhance your reproductive odds. That's why I'm talking about science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, Sunday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Friday, March 15th. Yeah, it's March. Okay, and that's coming up next. And then it's done. All right? Because I know everybody gets sick of the odds. Of course, I know. I love it. Neil, you're going to go.
No, please keep going. Please.
Okay, and I will.
Please.
My pleasure.
No, please.
Okay, that's coming
He
up.
sounds like he's in pain.
That's all right. Now, here's a story that's not so much fun, especially if you're about to fly or have flown in the wrong airplane. Wrong airplane being a Boeing airliner. Boeing, having been the premier airplane manufacturer on the planet, that's gone just south. When Airbus first started, Airbus is the European consortium. And there's no problem at all with it having been that little line, because the engineering was phenomenal. Because they cared about how safe the planes were, because it was safety first, it was engineering first, and then it was a company after that it made profits. That's what it was concerned. Now, McDonnell Douglas buys Boeing, that's in 1997, and guess what happens? It turns out that the wing cutters come in. By the way, the CEO, Dave Calhoun, who was brought in to fix the problems of Boeing 3 years ago, is not an engineer. He's not one day of engineering background. McDonnell Douglas, having bought Boeing, doesn't care about engineering or so it seems. Now, they say they do. In the meantime, look what's been happening with Boeing airplanes. Okay, that door blew out. Okay, now a lot of it is being blamed on maintenance. But was this maintenance? Was this manufacturing? At this point, the investigators are going crazy. So, okay, let's do a full investigation. FAA gets involved, National Transportation Safety Board gets involved, and they're asking for all the information from Boeing. Boeing is slow tracking the information. Now we really don't have it. We lost a lot of it, and now you've got the FAA getting really pissed off. So, last week, the investigators called the company out for dragging its heels in response to the request
it's working closely with regulators, investigations, and has planned in place to improve safety measures in its production lines. So it is working closely with regulators. Well, there's some disagreement, like from regulators who say, "What planet are you on?" That's not what they say, but listen. This is a quote from Boeing. "We will continue supporting this investigation in a transparent and proactive fashion. We have supported all regulatory inquiries into this accident," according to Boeing. Except the regulators say, "No, you're not." So Boeing said, "Who are you going to blame? The FAA or us?" I mean, it's crazy. And then the 737 MAX problems, remember that? Two of them were two crashed because of that MCAS system, the bad, the software that was put into place. That pilots were trained on it. That's the little thing. They put it in. Pilots are trained on iPads. When something new comes out from Boeing, literally, Boeing's defense to the pilots not knowing about the MCAS system, which caused two crashes, and they grounded the MAX. Literally, their defense was, "We had it. Look at that. We had it on the iPad. Where pilots are supposed to look at it. Not in the simulator. No, on the iPad." That is Boeing. That is how crazy it has become. And the shame of it is, William Boeing, who created Boeing aircraft in the turn of last century, was an engineering nutcase. He believed in engineering. He believed in safety. He was one of the pioneers. And out of that came the premier big airplane manufacturer on the planet. And it has all gone to hell. Beat cutters have taken over. Why did they do that? Because look at the potential that they had. I mean, airlines they make a fortune. They can make tons of money. And the public wants to obviously fly. It is the way we travel today. Boeing created the travel for the average citizen. That was Boeing who did that. Brought travel into the public domain with the 747. Boeing bet the entire company on the 747. They literally rolled the dice with the 747 and created probably the most successful, certainly jumbo airliner in the world. That's all gone to hell over the hand. And here's what the analysts are saying. What is Dave Calhoun doing? What's he doing to straighten this out? They don't understand why he's there. You got a board. Oh, by the way, just to let you know, while this was going crazy, Calhoun got a raise to $22.5 million last year. $22.5 million for running a company that so far this year has already dropped 25% in value. That's the other problem with big business here in the United States. It seems like if you're the CEO, the more you fail, the more money you get. It's like our business, Neil. The more you fail as a talk show host, the more offers you get to work.
Yeah, we used to call that effing upwards.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's just weird. All right, coming up. Oh, yes, we're going to do it. Yes, we're going to do it. And we'll be back, and I'm going to repeat some of the really stupid stuff I did when we opened the show, just to harass my coworkers. All right, we'll come back with that.
Hostile work environment.
It is a hostile work environment.
Where's HR when you need it?
Dick, we don't have an HR anymore. It's too expensive. No, that's not true. There's not, someone in New York at headquarters, a janitor who mops up the floor of the senior suite every day. He is our HR person. We'll be back. We'll be back. ABK live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A man's been arrested for allegedly attacking two children in public, including a young girl in Santa Monica.
The second attack happened on the Village
Dallas boardwalk where a 7-year-old boy was punched in the head while walking with his family. An LAPD source says police responded yesterday morning and arrested the man, also believed to be responsible for hitting a 6-year-old girl on Main Street in Santa Monica Sunday. He was described by witnesses in Santa Monica as possibly homeless and suffering from a psychotic episode. The man is charged with child abuse. Michael Monks, KFI News.
News brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Lawyers for Alec Baldwin have asked a judge in New Mexico to dismiss charges against the actor for a deadly shooting on the set of the movie Rust. The lawyers allege misconduct by prosecutors. Baldwin is accused of involuntary manslaughter for firing the shot that killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins in 2021. Baldwin claims he never pulled the trigger. The armorer on the set was convicted last week of involuntary manslaughter. At least 3 people have been killed in a tornado that hit central Ohio. ABC's Alex Freisha says Logan County was hit hard yesterday.
Homes and structures torn apart. People searching through the night for anyone who may still be trapped.
Tornadoes also hit parts of Kentucky, Arkansas, and Indiana. State police in Indiana say there are a lot of significant injuries from a tornado that tore through the community of Winchester, and they are investigating reports that some people may have been killed. Robo-taxi service Waymo has expanded driverless car rides in LA. Spokesman Nick Rose says the cars are capable of driving on freeways, but won't be taking riders on freeways in LA just yet.
We like to say that we're a little bit newer to LA, but we are not new to autonomous driving. We've been doing it for many years now. We've collected, millions of totally autonomous miles to date.
He says passengers have to be 18 to use the service, but minors are allowed to ride with an adult. Driverless cars headed down surface streets yesterday from Santa Monica and Venice to downtown LA. County officials say the self-driving cars are dangerous. We'll check the 16 with the KFI in the Sky next.
10 years ago, I put in a life source whole house water filtration system in my house. And for 10 years, I've been telling you about it. Obviously, I like this system. I love this system. And it provides highly filtered, obviously insanely safe, delicious, absolutely delicious water from every single tap in the house. That makes sense. And it's as good as bottled water, certainly in my opinion. And so you're cooking, you're cleaning, you're drinking, doing dishes, clothes, and what is effectively bottled water. It's that kind of quality. No maintenance at all, no salt, no filters, no monthly servicing, and they're celebrating 40 years in business and giving new customers a free AquaPure worth over $900 with the purchase of the ultimate package. Please call for details on that one. And this offer ends March 31. Warranty and offer restrictions do apply. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99, and visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSourceWater.com. You can taste and feel the difference.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny with some gusty winds still this morning in the valley's coast and mountain areas. Slight chance of thunderstorms this morning, then again this evening. Highs around 70 at the beaches, Metro LA, Inland OC in the valleys. Mid-upper 60s for the Inland Empire, 50s in the Antelope Valley. It's going to be mostly sunny tomorrow with highs right around 70, warming into the low to mid-70s Sunday. It's 52 in Mission Viejo, 53 in Westminster. We've got a crash in Diamond Bar on the 60.
Going on the 60. Good morning. If you're headed westbound, you're going to find a wreck involving several vehicles off on the right shoulder, right around Grand as you get westbound. The slowing starts at about Chino Hills Parkway. And once you get past that, it's not a bad drive through the San Gabriel Valley. You aren't going to really see any serious brake lights until right before the East LA interchange. Now, the eastbound side of the 60. Let's talk about this mess. Right around Vineyard, we had a stalled big rig in the 2 left lanes. That looks like that has been cleared. But in that backup right on Central in Chino, looks like a bunch of cars maybe didn't see that stop traffic up ahead, and we had several vehicles involved in a wreck there in the carpool and left lane, causing some more snow on the eastbound side, starting at about Woodboney. So, people would like some time for that. Topanga Canyon still shut down in the hills there, up the very top of the hill, all the way down to PCH. That's adding to traffic on the 405 as you head southbound. It's pretty slow. Getting away now from about Sherman Way all the way down through Sunset Boulevard. Will Cole's record, KFI in the Sky.
Not everyone can upload an entire image very well. while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
There's something about a fresh haircut from the friendly, skilled stylists at Great Clips that just makes life, well, greater. The sun shines brighter. Your step feels springier. Even your jokes are funnier. And the best part, when you use Great Clips online check-in, you can get in for a haircut without having to rearrange your day or your budget. Download the app today and start feeling that much greater in just a few taps. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
In this week's Marketers Report, David Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. The daily calendar.
March 15th.
Today, try to be struck dumb because it's Doomstroke Day. Or you can be dumbfounded or flabbergasted or gobsmacked, whatever those will do. It's everything you think is wrong. Day everywhere because it's the Ides of March. Julius Caesar was assassinated on this day in ancient Rome. Spoiler alert, it was Brutus. Happy birthday today to rappers Will Dickey, Will.i.am, musicians Mark Hoppus from Blank, and Brett Michaels of Poison.
And that's your daily calendar.
From KFI AM 640. And this is KFI AM 640. Bill Campbell here on a Friday morning, March 15th. The Ides of March are upon us. Beware of the Ides of March. Julius Caesar in the back, March 15th, 44 BC. And I'm going to get into it in a minute, but first, the Ides of March. Neil, our Foodie Friday expert, the man who is our expert on all things food, he has knowledge, I eat it. And so, Neil, you created a menu for the Ides of March.
I know a lot of people will be celebrating getting the family together, friends together for this very important holiday, and I thought maybe putting together a very simple menu to celebrate would be good. So, starter course, Caesar salad, entree, Little Caesar's pizza, beverage, Orange Julius, and finally for the protein, baby stabbed in the back ribs.
Very good. Very smart.
Want to celebrate? Those are just some ideas. Enjoy the day. Don't worry about the commercialization. Just focus on family and the true meaning of the season.
Yes. The true meaning is getting stabbed in the back. People, of course, telling you that you're wonderful to your face. behind to everybody else. And so out of that came the phrase being stabbed in the back. Et tu, Brute, stabbed Julius Caesar, who was a Roman senator, and because Caesar decided to become the emperor, declared himself emperor, and had way too much power over the Roman senators, but he did it. Brutus did it. And the famous line, is it too, Brute? And when I opened the show, various international versions of this. First of all, it's major movies, 1953 and 70s, silent film in 1914, thousands upon thousands of stage plays. This is William Shakespeare who wrote it, and there isn't a drama class or school in the country that hasn't done this, and they do it all the way from set in medieval times, it was written, to modern times, to in areas that are socioeconomically deprived. I mean, it goes on and on to do it on Mars, what would it look like? So it's been around for a while, to say the least. And now we go to the various versions, the international versions. And Neil, this is where you got some. Et tu, Brute, was the line that Caesar uttered as he was being stabbed in the back by his best friend and Senator Brutus. Et tu, Brute, Spanish language. Et tu, Jose. The French language. Et tu, Beret. Or Et tu, Brute. You have your choice. It goes.
And if it was Julius Caesar Burke, it'd be Me Too, you boy.
It almost worked.
Okay.
And then, as I said earlier this morning, that Brutus literally was hiding in a closet when he came out. And this is where Julius Caesar said, Brute, you're gay. You know what? There's a lot to be said with this one. There really is. And the Ides actually goes back to Roman times, and it's actually a pagan holiday. It's a lunar holiday because the Romans, their calendar was based on the lunar year, and this was when the moon was in full force. It was a full moon, and it was, let me put it this way. It became I won't say holiday, for me it's a holiday. And 1939, Hitler moves into Czechoslovakia on the Ides of March. Britain declares war on Germany in September. March 2003, World Health Organization declares the Ides of March SARS, a worldwide health threat. So we go on and on. A lot of Ides, a lot of fun with the Ides of March. And if you've seen some of the great plays, here's some of the big players in films, names that you might recognize. Marlon Brando, Charlton Heston, Laurence Olivier, and I think is it Denzel Washington, who is just announced that he was doing Shakespeare. He's putting on Broadway a Shakespeare production. And I think it's either Hamlet or it is.
I thought he did Shakespeare before.
I think he's bringing on. He's producing I think it's either Julius Caesar or Hamlet, right? And then you've got some of the great phrases, right? To be or not to be. That is the question.
There is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune.
Yes.
Or to stand in arms against it. No. Okay.
Well, that's good. And York. That's all I need. Is I'm looking at a skull and you're looking it up. Anyway, the Ides of March. Okay. Guys, you get a reprieve until next year. Just saying.
Actually, we get it for like 3 years.
Oh, so if it's going to fall on a Saturday?
But you still do the Ides. I mean, you still 15 yards. It doesn't matter if it doesn't actually fall on the Ides. Because no one cares. No one gives a damn about that gnomes and Kalins and Ides. It's all crazy. It's 15th of March. Julius Caesar being stabbed in the back. stay out in the back. Just walk into a restaurant, eat some food, and you will collapse and die. And I'll share that story with you when we come back. Amy, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Powerful Santa Ana winds have battered Southern California, uprooting trees and knocking down power lines. A tree crashed into a home in La Crescenta. Cars and homes were damaged in Lake Balboa, Pasadena, and Pico Rivera. Wind gusts up to 71 miles per hour recorded yesterday. A judge in Georgia has ruled Fulton County DA Fani Willis can remain on former President Trump's election interference case if the special counsel is removed. She could also remove herself, but one of them has to go. Trump's legal team had tried to have Willis removed from the case because of her romantic relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. A swarm of bees has interrupted play at the BNP Paribas Open tennis tournament in India's Indian Wells. Play was halted after the umpire said there was a bee invasion on the court and ran into the locker room. He and two of the players got stung. Partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers this morning and then again this evening. Windy in the valleys this morning, highs in the 60s to about 70. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We got a crash in Norwalk on the 605.
We are heading that way. It's the southbound side of the 605 at Telegraph right there before the 5. Crash possibly involving a truck versus a motorcycle. So it sounds bad. Last report, all lanes were blocked temporarily on the southbound 605 at Telegraph. It does appear to be slow out of Rose Hills on the southbound side. If you spot something out there and you want to let us know about it, it's pound 250 on your cell phone, keyword KFI traffic, and we'll not only head there, we'll spread the word. Just a reminder, all weekend we're going to have events leading up to the big LA Marathon on Sunday with numerous surface street closures. Not really going to affect the freeways per se, but you can expect busier traffic and some diversions. But a lot of streets are going to be closed. We'll keep you updated here, of course, on KFI. And don't forget, Jamaica Canyon still shut down over the hill there from the top of the village all the way down to PCH. Will Colschreiber, KFI in his town.
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
There's something about a fresh haircut from the friendly, skilled stylists at Great Clips that just makes life, well, greater. The sun shines brighter. Your step feels springier. Even your jokes are funnier. And the best part, when you use Great Clips online check-in, you can get in for a haircut without having to feeling that much greater in just a few taps. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
The annual Record Store Day, which celebrates the culture of the independently owned record store, is back for its 17th year with lots of big name support. Paramore were named its 2024 ambassadors and are dropping the vinyl version of their remix album, Read This Is Why, to mark the occasion. Icons including the Rolling Stones, Fleetwood Mac, and Roger Waters are also releasing special editions and compilation LPs. Acts including the 1975, Death Cab for Cutie, Def Leppard, Elton John, Motley Crue, Talking Heads, and U2 are also bringing out new material. The 17th annual Record Store Day is Saturday, April 20th, with more info on many other releases at recordstoreday.com. And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
typically procrastinate with everything. Last second. I don't need to rush and get bad news. No, Kelly. If there's no actual reward, yes, we're going to procrastinate. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. 23. Yeah, hi. AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is Friday morning, March 15th. The Ides of March are upon us. Beware, the Ides of March. Never stop. You know, it's got a milking for everything it's worth. I always do every single year. Now, if you live and eat in Orange County or in LA County, and you happen to go out to restaurants a lot, which I do. Well, I used to. Prices have gone completely crazy, but we still go out to restaurants a lot. You notice those ratings on the window, A, B, C, or occasionally the real fun one, those red notices that the restaurant's been shut down, pending and straightening out and getting rid of the wraps. Well, the LA inspectors that come out there, and they are supposed to come out to every restaurant 3 times a year to check. And they're at a breaking point. They can't. There is so much attrition, and there's no money to replace them. And they're going around and saying, we can't do it anymore. So as it becomes more important, and it's harder for a restaurant to deal with just the expenses, because keeping restaurants clean and meeting standards, federal standards on manufacturing, and certainly county standards, state standards, when you're providing food to the public, is very difficult. Neil, we go to a lot of restaurants, and you do, and I do, and so let's talk about that for a moment. Have you noticed how many more, or how fewer signs that are up there, and the quality of the food has dropped because inspections have dropped?
It's hard to tell unless you get sick. I mean, as far as plating and the things that you're going to observe when you go out to eat, you may not notice, but what you can notice is not necessarily in the front of the house where you're sitting down to eat. I mean, you can look and see if things seem disheveled. You can look and see if the bathrooms are clean. If you're
still there, but wait a minute, he was from.
If you're parking near the restaurant, you can look and see if near the back, if the door is open to the back of the restaurant, if you see buckets of grease and things like that, used grease, these are signs you see rodents. Obviously, on the inside, if you see cockroaches or anything, those can be signs. But what you're dealing with, you said that they are supposed to be, restaurants are supposed to be inspected 3 times a year. That's not necessarily true. That's specific to what they refer to as high risk. Yeah, and there's about 18,000 of those in the LA area.
What is a high risk restaurant?
That's a restaurant that's going to be dealing with a lot of raw meat and different things like that. So if you're a bakery, it's going to be a different situation than you are if you have a full service kitchen having raw meat and those types of things. Then they're going to want to be there 3 times a year. What they're finding, Bill, is fewer than 2%. So a little over 5,000 out of those 18,000 were inspected at all. Not 20 times, were inspected at all. This all started back in August when seeing that more than 30 people that were at a 3D event at the West Venture Hotel, which we all know downtown, they got sick with Shigella. And that can spread through infected food. And now you have this breaking point you talked about with the LA County health inspectors, where I think it was a month or so ago, you had the workplace suicide of a 55-year-old health inspector. Already this broken workforce reeling. They're not being replaced with enough people. And
that was terrible. It was terrible. Although on the other hand, let me point something out. Mom and pop Chinese restaurants, which I love to go to. They're great. Family runs them, family owns them. And, they don't do as well as other restaurants. If we're talking about using, the big chains always do A, because they're fanatic about cleanliness. Your McDonald's, your Burger Kings, you don't see rats running around those. But mom and pop restaurants, I have been to mom and poppers that were B and C, and I just absolutely
absolutely loved it because it's authentic food and it's a family-owned restaurant. Now, granted, when it's sweet and sour question mark on the menu, I get it. That's
sour or but you know what? The thing here is, Bill, sometimes you get dinged for things that really aren't going to hit the quality of the food or the safety of the food. Yeah. It could be not potable water, or it could be something that is something that may not. You're looking for investigations. As a matter of fact, even though the inspection that took place in the West in Bonaventura, and it is a high-risk food facility, even though they did find some things like cockroaches and the like, the reality is it most likely came from something that was not controlled, like an asymptomatic employee who had Shigella or something, who brought something, maybe doing the chicken curry, the tuna salad wrap or something like that, and it got that way. So it's not that an investigator necessarily would have found something. It's more speaking to the fact that if we don't have a robust system of inspection, then things can fall through the cracks because it's hard to find through back of the house people, front of the house people these days, and the people that they're hiring often quit very quickly, or it's just post-pandemic is just different.
A lot of technical violations, but technical violations lead to more serious violations, and you literally want to just grab them and catch them in the butt. And then lastly, if you're applying to a restaurant, of course I say this because this is good advice, and that if, let's say your first name is Mary, don't precede it with the word typhoid. You are not going to get the job. That's a little historical reference. I just thought I'd
nice one. Nice one. You look it up. It's a fun read.
Yeah, it really it is. It's a ridiculous reach.
Yeah, and she didn't think she had a thing.
Yeah, that's why I don't get paid to do something. I don't get paid to do that. All right, coming up, Neil joins us because it's Friday, and as always at 8 o'clock, we do a couple of segments of Foodie Friday. And it's, because Neil is our foodie. My daughter also did foodie. My daughter, Pamela, she was great. She's going to have her back on the show. That's right. She was on your show as a guest. And she wants to come back. She wants to be your reporter. She was the real big reporter. Yeah, the rogue food reporter is what she asked me.
You and your freaking Nepo babies.
That's so true. That's so true. Anyway, coming up, Foodie Friday with Neil Saavedra and me, host of the Fort Report tomorrow from 2 to 5 p.m. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
There's a lot of misinformation out there, and none of it is allowed here.
KSI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Teenage takedown. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A high school student has been arrested in connection with the beating of a security guard at a private lake in Yorba Linda.
Deputies arrested the 18-year-old at Yorba Linda High School. Neighbors at East Lake Village say a group of teenagers attacked a security guard earlier this month when the guard asked them to stop fishing at the lake because it was dark. This neighbor says he's angered by the attack.
There's no reason for that. That was who he's doing his job.
Neighbors say the group attacked the guard from behind and that one of the teenagers choked the guard unconscious. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
News brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Federal agents with the Immigration and Customs Enforcement will soon be wearing body cameras.
Has two parts: Homeland Security Investigations, which handles transnational crime, and Enforcement Removal Operations, which deports illegal immigrants. Officials say eventually all agents in the field will wear body cams as a way to promote transparency and rebuild public trust. An official in LA tells me their PRO's team is on the list to get the cameras, as well as agents along the California-New Mexico border. The feds are still working on policies and procedures, including discussions with labor unions. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
A stalled $14 million sand replenishment project for shrinking beaches in San Clemente could resume by the end of next month.
The delay started in December because rocky sand was delivered to the beach. San Clemente Mayor Chris Duncan says the concern was the dredging equipment would return to the Northwest and stall the project for years.
And you're thinking, oh, well, another project used sand from there. Can't you just sort of piggyback? No, you have to go back and get another permit from the State Lands Commission, Coastal Commission, and everybody all over again.
Duncan says the project will provide 400,000 tons of sand to prevent coastal erosion while protecting tourism and the OC Rail corridor.
in Orange County. More Ben Carson, KFI News.
The hospital in Pomona is preparing for its yearly 30% spike in DUI trauma and deaths during St. Patrick's Day weekend. Pomona Valley Hospital Trauma Medical Director Dr. Michael Jimenez says telling someone a drunk driver killed their child is the absolute worst. But so is when the drunk driver sobers up.
Sometimes the person that was responsible may have bad injuries as well. A week later, when they wake up and they see a police officer ready to cuff them, then it hits them. And the tears, the psychological distress that causes is truly immense.
Jimenez says the spike means up to 60% of all trauma and deaths during St. Patrick's Day weekend are DUI related. He says calling for a rideshare home instead of driving drunk is a very easy solution. Hamas has handed over its official written response to the deal brokered by the U.S. that would seek a 6-week ceasefire and hostage releases. ABC's Jordana Miller says it's the first positive development in weeks.
Hamas reportedly agreeing to delay discussions on the end of the war and the Israeli army's withdrawal until after it frees the women, sick, and elderly hostages in exchange for hundreds of jailed Palestinians.
Israel's prime minister has convened his war cabinet to study the proposal. It comes during Ramadan, the Muslim holy month. Former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin is putting together a bid to buy TikTok. He says he's building an investor group to acquire the app from ByteDance. The House approved a bill this week that would force the company based in China to sell the app or have the app be banned in the U.S. Mnuchin says he thinks the legislation should pass in the Senate and that TikTok should be owned by a business in the U.S. McDonald's restaurants around the world have been hit by what the company has called a system outage. ABC's Tom Rivers says some stores had to close because of it.
Customers here in the UK and elsewhere, like in Germany, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan, have been complaining about issues trying to buy from the fast food giant. Some say they've encountered cash-only payments being accepted.
McDonald's says the issue is not related to a cybersecurity incident. We'll check the 605 with the KFI in the sky next.
Years now, I've had a life source whole house water filtration system. Now, going back as a kid, you know what? Bottled water didn't exist, and filter systems really didn't exist. I mean, we drank right from the tap, unless you were in an expensive home. Well, obviously, it's changed a lot, and now we use bottled water, and now, of course, filters are rampant. And let me tell you about a filter that I've had for 10 years, as I said, a whole house water filtration system by Life Source, and I'm putting a new one into my new house. The Life Source system. It's effectively bottled water. It is that good. Highly filtered, delicious water from every tap in the house. No maintenance. And as part of their 40th, they've been in business for 40 years, they're giving new customers a free Acapure worth over $900 with the purchase of the ultimate package. You have to call for details on that one, how that works. The offer ends March 31. Warranty and offer restrictions do apply. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSourceWater.com. You can taste and feel the difference.
Southland weather from KFI. Slight chance of showers in the valleys and IE this morning. Wind advisories up until 11 a.m. in the valleys, coastal, and mountain areas. Then partly cloudy this afternoon with highs in the upper 60s at the beaches, around 70 for Metro LA and Inland OC, 70 in the valleys, mid to upper 60s for the IE, and 50s in the Antelope Valley. We have another chance of showers and thunderstorms tonight. Then tomorrow, sunny skies, highs in the 60s to about 70, going into the low to mid 70s for Sunday, and then it's going to still be sunny as we head into next week. It's 54 in Anaheim, 55 in Palm Beach, 52 in West Covina, and 56 in Sherman Oaks. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading down 53 points. The NASDAQ is off 117. And the S&P 500 is down 20.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Been a nasty crash in Norwalk on the 605.
This was outside of the 605 Telegraph, right on the edge of Santa Fe Springs. We have what appears to be a big rig, maybe two big rigs, versus two northbound side, Green. Second again, you have to pass the 60 get over to the 710. That is your way to head south or maybe the east, because the 605 is a no-go zone right now. In the Topeka Canyon area, not looking great. We still have mud cleanup there on Topeka Canyon. That's causing a closure from PCH up to Topeka Village. Both sides are shut down, and it's making for a rough drive over on the 405 southbound, getting out of Van Nuys, actually from Panorama City, right around slow all the way down through the Sepulveda Pass. It's better once you get to Sunset Boulevard, also westbound side of the 10, pretty slow from western on out to the mid-city. Will Colesreimer, KFI in the sky.
Hey, are you having a hard time dealing with high-interest credit card debt? It's normal, and a SoFi personal loan could help you save thousands by consolidating your DEBT to one low fixed monthly payment. You could get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required. It only takes 60 seconds to give your rate, and it won't affect your credit score. Do your rate at SoFi.com. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/radar. NMLS is 96891.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and the candle that back includes all the
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot or managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
After spending 45 years in the field of psychology, I've learned one thing, and that is that there are predators among us. And I've learned that these evil predators move in darkness, they move in the shadows. The night I'm telling you about is no exception, because on this night, a monster is stealthily stalking the streets of a really innocent sleeping town. If you're fascinated with true crime stories, don't miss my upcoming new podcast series called Analysis of Murder by Dr. Phil. I'll take you inside the minds of some of the world's most notorious killers, analyzing them from both a psychological and behavioral perspective. The season premiere series is called The Killer Thorn of Gypsy Rose. People look at me and
Daddy, don't start.
how do we spot this?
Don't start.
There are predators among us, and I'm going to be talking about those people. So watch for more of my True Crime podcast with Dr. Phil Monroe. Analysis of Murder by Dr. Phil.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. All the good stuff, yeah. Gibbs keeps you on top of pop culture. Over a year after its first season finale, Interview with the Vampire has a return date. Gothic sci-fi horror drama starring Jim Anderson, Sam Reid, and Eric Bogosian was named the best-reviewed horror series of 2022 by Rotten Tomatoes, where it has a strong 98% certified fresh rating. Season 2 picks up where events left off, with spoilers, and promises a trip to 1940s Europe, which introduces fresh blood in the form of world vampires and the mysterious Armand, played by Assad Zaman. Trailers and first look scenes are posted on AMC Plus's YouTube channel. The second season of Interview with the Vampire debuts May 12th on AMC, while first season episodes are streaming on AMC Plus. Alright, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Was the basketball court open? Because the players kept dribbling on it.
The dad joke, corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the Buffalo say when he dropped his son?
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. So if I get jealous. You are listening to The Bill Handel Show. KFI AM
bagels and they steps building on the back.
Okay, I would love to see the day when someone stabs Bill Ham from the back. Just spend the day with me, with my co-workers, okay? You will see Bill Handel being stabbed in the back probably every half hour.
Oh boy. Yeah, I just thought that was kind of
verbally to be true, not a physical stab in the back.
Well, yeah.
Because no one is, I'm not with him. It's like my dad. He was scared to death of dying either in bed or in a wheelchair. He had this thing about it, and he always made me promise, if I'm in a wheelchair or I'm in bed and I'm incapacitated, Bill, promise me you'll kill me. Promise me and don't let me do this. And I always said, yeah, Dad, of course I would do that. With the back of my head thinking, if you think I'm going to jail for 20 years, you are a lunatic. You're crazier than I thought you were. So it is not worth it. Just letting you know. Not good to know. Yeah, that's good. All right, Neil, who is heard every Saturday, as in tomorrow from 2 to 5 p.m. with the Fort Report, and his social address is at Fort Reporter. Now, Neil, I have to be a little bit honest with you, not that I'm not, but, I have a sheet here, a cheat sheet of things where I talk about what's coming up, and I somehow lost it.
Okay.
So,
listen, you want me to control things?
Yeah, why don't you do this? Why don't you take this segment, and I'll be a listener. And I'm serious, by the way. I'm not kidding. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, since I have no idea what the topics are for this segment, because I misplaced the damn copy sheet, Neil, what would you like to talk about today?
Oh, well, first of all, I'd like to talk about how great your producer is, and who prepares all these things, takes the time to send it over and make sure you have it, so that she gets the credit and you do not. So
she sent it over.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Your space is not that big. I know. It's tiny little space. Well, a lot of the time I have a trash can next to me, and I put the used stories, I throw them away, like you handle on the news, and I throw away the stories that I'm not going to use. And inevitably, something happens when I take the news stories and they end up in the trash. Stories coming up. You have no idea what handles when I scramble to find stories in the trash.
How do you eat the food
So that's true. I can tell you how often I have gone after a burrito that I mistakenly put in the trash can. And, I have the 5-second rule. Matter of fact, I even have the 5-second rule for gravy.
Okay, let's get started, shall we? On the food. No more squirrels. So Pizza Hut, I put this in there. You can't really go out and get this because I don't think you particularly are looking to go out to the Rolling Loud Festival this weekend. But I thought you'd get a kick out of this. Pizza Hut is bringing together two very classic New York flavors, pizza and bagels. They teamed up with one of my favorite places, the Yeasty Boys, famous bagel geniuses from right here in Los Angeles. They created this limited edition big New York pizza bagel, and I think it's a great match. You got Pizza Hut's old big New York pizza taste, fluffy goodness of a Yeasty Boys bagel, and they crafted this together with marinara, cheese, oregano, double the pepperoni, and you can get it only at this Rolling Loud event, 15th today through the 17th. And then New York City, we have March out into March.
Going to bagel shops today, and there are really three kinds of bagels. Really two bagels. We're going traditional bagels. One, the water bagel, the super bagel, which is the real one, and then sort of cheap, the egg bagel, the other bagel. After that, it's just ridiculous. Bagel shops do have the various bagels, and I see a pizza bagel, not necessarily with a marinara sauce, but pizza seasoning. Yeah, pizza seasoning bagel, and I always ask them if I could borrow some tape, some Scotch tape they have, and I take the napkins and I tape it over the window, the glass, and sees those pizza bagels, because that's
penchant that's been saving some horrible story about local politicians just to give to John to have that burst of bloodlust.
Okay, real quick before we take a break,
Yes.
behind stack in the back. Robin, you know what to do. I am now going to Trader Joe's for some food, and I apologize to Costco. Yes, the guilt hits me.
This is weighing on you.
I walk in Trader Joe's now. But they have a pizza, a frozen individual pizza. That is fantastic, Trader Joe's. It is very, very strong. We've talked about frozen pizzas so many times on the show.
What do you like about thin crust?
No, it's a royal crust. It just happens to work. And all you do is put it on the oven, and the crust is perfect, and the mozzarella cheese.
I know it's not just big frozen food, but thanks for the tip. What makes it special? What is it? Is it
just well done? It was just very well done. It was 4 of them, individual little packages. I usually have 2 packages. I ate them all the time. They just happened to be very, very good. And I just thought I would just throw a pizza reference out there because I don't ever talk about a pizza bagel. That is just off the table.
I'm going to make a bagel taco just to make your head explode.
Why don't we take a break, okay? And we'll come back. Wendy's, there's some news out of that.
I'm looking forward to this.
And then Flamin' Hot Cheetos, that may be off the table soon, or off out of the bag, or stay in the bag and being thrown out. I'll come back on that one. He's giving me more. This is a list you gave me, buddy.
No, I'm just looking to get you out of the script. Go ahead.
Let's check it. We need another round. I can't find fire.
A judge in Georgia has ruled that Fulton County DA Fani Willis will not be disqualified for prosecuting the case against former President Trump and several co-defendants, but because of the appearance of impropriety, she or the special prosecutor she had a relationship with will have to step down from the case. Residents in the Tenderloin area of San Francisco sued the city. They say they're scared to leave their homes. They filed a complaint in federal court claiming city officials are allowing drug users and other criminals to set up shop where they live. They say it's so bad they're afraid to go outside. Ooh la la! McDonald's in Japan has come out with a line of perfume that smells like French fries. There are 3 scents: classic salted fries, garlic fries, and seaweed fries. It's only going to be available in Japan. We'll tell you what's going on in the 91 with DK Finals Sky next.
And so the 3 times that I sold houses, I did what everybody does, listed the house with water. And I had to paint and clean and repair. Prospective buyers would come through. And I couldn't be there. Offers, counter offers, I paid 6% commission. And all those things, still getting a fair price. And that is direct buyers. Let me tell you how easy it is. No one even walks through your house. You get paid in cash, 10 days or less, and you do nothing except cash the check. That's directbuyers.com. They'll even give you $15,000 cash pays before closing, and they'll never lowball you, ever. How easy is that to sell your home? Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com. That's directbuyers.com.
Chance of showers and thunderstorms this morning and then again this evening, otherwise partly cloudy with highs in the upper 50s to about 70. This report brought to you by Caterpillar Island Company. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got a stall in Compton on the 91.
Things up on the 91 as you head westbound. This is right before Wilmington Avenue. Stall the lanes. There's some minor slowing as you get away from the 710. Speaking of the 710, looks like the northbound side of the 710 transition to the 91. We have got a couple of vehicles involved in the wreck. Santa Fe Springs. Ooh, this one's bad. 605 southbound Telegraph. Crash. 2 big wrecks versus a couple of motorcycles. And we definitely saw the riders down in lanes getting some medical help. Hopefully they're going to be okay. Traffic's just slammed all the way back out of Whittier on the southbound side of 605, getting away from the 60 is really where the storm starts there. Main Colts Rider, KFI this year.
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot, managing online bookings plus website portfolio, while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot or managing online bookings plus website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 in with $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WIN-IT.
Funny here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness about HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, bet on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only certified free with no sugar, no high-fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Teenagers feel peaceful without their phones, but they also feel anxious and say their
Hi
parents are
Josh,
often
I am trying to get my driving record for the state of Michigan, and I don't have my driver's license number. How could I get that? Okay, how could I do that? I'm trying to do that, but I can't without my driver's license number. Excellent, let's do that.
Friday morning, March 15th. And yes, just a couple more times. And then we sort of put it to bed for a year. It's the odds of lunch. Julius Caesar was assassinated and stabbed in the back. Without looking the phrase carefully. Now, back we go to More Foodie Friday with Neil, hosting the Fort Report 2 from 2 to 5, whereas my family's host. All things food, they host, and is that Fort Report. And Neil, I love the fact that you say, I am Neil's favorite, you're well-fed host. Yeah, first of all, that's an understatement. Okay, that's for starters. How dare you? Second of all, if anybody's ever seen a picture of what you look like, you don't see it.
Oh, I'm being sweet. Look at that.
You're quoting, yes.
I am also your friendly neighbor.
Okay.
Okay, now
The guys, hey, Bill, why did I borrow the guys from Zelman's are coming on? And Ace Bait has a discount, just FYI. So if anybody's curious about those Zelman mints, like a lot of people are because they keep taking them from my desk, let me tell you that it would be a great opportunity to sell this tomorrow.
yeah, I know how to find Anthony, who is South African.
Hello, I was just on the phone with someone from the Secretary of State's office, and they said I need to get my driver's license number, and I need to verify that information to be able to get that from you.
I love the accent.
Yeah, there's a great accent. I mean, in English, the English language has some wonderful accents. The Brogues, Ireland and Scotland, where I once went to Belfast and took a tour, and I did not understand one word except Belfast, and that was 3 hours.
Okay, so now, I tried to do it online, and you need your driver's license number in order to do so, and I don't have that. Right.
Which is unintelligible completely. You can't understand a word they say. And we don't have an accent, but we slur our words about gonna use.
And you have an accent if you go somewhere else.
Yeah, of course. All right, let's go into.
Okay, so same website and just additional services.
Ridiculous. Let's get some PR. So Neil talks about it.
It is interesting the way this came about, but I think this is legitimate, and I'm super excited about it. So Wendy's is about to hit us with technically a blast from the past, but they're rolling out this new menu item. It's bringing back those sweet childhood memories, some of my favorite flavors.
Pizza flavored?
No, it's not pizza bacon flavored. Frosty started age 19. We got ready to taste the orange dreamsicle frosty. So this is the newest frosty lineup alongside the classic chocolate frosty. But for a limited time, they're going to give us this little taste of nostalgia, take us down memory lane, and give us that orange vibe with that signature vanilla frosty base. But here's the thing, so this is
you are amazing. Thank you so much for all your help.
Earlier, that has that vibe. Of course, the
have a wonderful day.
50 bars, the cool cream push-up pops from our youth, all of these have that vibe. But the funny thing is, you heard during the news, ABT talked about the French fry scented, cologne perfume, right? Well, with this global VP of culinary innovations, he said that he got this idea from a cologne called Tangerine Boy, which inspired this citrusy vibe that he's trying to go for. So it wasn't even like the Orange Julius or the 50-50.
Yeah, I think, a couple things. First of all, Orange Julius, as a kid, there wasn't, I loved Orange Julius. And there was not a shopping center in the country did not have an Orange Julius kiosk. They were wonderful when they went out of business, and I loved it. Now, as far as the scent, there are a lot of perfumes that are sort of citrusy, but come on, seaweed? Seriously?
Yeah, but that's, the thing is that we respond to food. As a matter of fact, you've known this if you've ever gone to purchase a house or go look at an open house. Oftentimes they'll have scents of cinnamon. Sometimes they'll be baked in chocolate chip cookies. Women respond to the scent of vanilla. Guys can put a little dab of vanilla on them and does wonders. We have this response to those scents, so it makes sense that a scent inspired this global VP of culinary innovation.
Just came up with a great idea: smoked mackerel cologne. That is going to really score.
Wow. Well, to each their own. Someone may like it. I mean, I'm sure there's someone out there that loves you, and it's a taste, it's a flavor.
It is. All right, Neil, tomorrow from 2 to 5 p.m., you're having folks from Zelman's.
Yeah, and it's really interesting story.
Anthony and Jared, his son, are joining you, I think.
Yeah.
And what else? Do you know what else you're going to talk about tomorrow you can promote?
Not off the top of my head. I just know that that's a very special deal that they'll be giving out more than the 15%, and I'd love for you to take the time to listen.
Done deal. All right, coming up this week's World in Review, the last 2 segments of the show.
where I go through some of the big stories, both nationally and internationally. Sort of keep surprised what happened this past week. Let's check in with Amy live in the KFI 24-hour digital.
Strong winds have knocked over trees across Southern California. Cars and homes have been damaged in Lake Balboa, Altadena, Pasadena, La Crescencia, and Pico Rivera. A guy in Pico Rivera was hurt when a tree fell on a home. A wind advisory is up until 11 this morning for the Santa Monica Mountains recreational area, the San Gabriel Mountains, and the 5 and 14 freeway corridors. The Santa Clarita Valley, Malibu Coast, Calabasas, and western San Fernando Valley are also under a wind advisory. Sheriff's deputies in Riverside County have made a big gun bust during a traffic stop.
Deputies searched the driver's car in San Jacinto and recovered 8 guns, a suppressor, ammo, 5 pounds of explosive material, and high-capacity magazines. Even more ammo and explosive material was later found during a search at the guy's home. Deputies initially pulled the guy over for an equipment violation on his car. The deputies discovered the guy had several arrest warrants and was in possession of meth. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Yemen's Houthi rebels have attacked another tanker in the Red Sea. Officials say no one on the ship was hurt as the rebels continue their assault on shipping over the Israel-Hamas war. The British military says the vessel didn't sustain any damage from the missile. A private security firm says it was a near miss. The firm says the ship had been affiliated with Israel but changed owners in February. Russia has begun 3 days of voting in a presidential election that's expected to keep Putin in office for 6 more years. The outcome expected because of crackdowns on independent media and prominent rights groups. People are voting in Russia and in annexed regions of Ukraine. And Russia has completed its process of imposing citizenship on nearly the entire population of occupied Ukraine. Hundreds of thousands of people now have Russian passports. It also means men living in occupied territories can be drafted to fight against the Ukrainian army. LA and Finland have announced a partnership to combat climate change.
The letter of intent between the city and the Scandinavian country identifies 4 areas of possible collaboration: ports, transit, building, and energy grids. LA Mayor Karen Bass says the city can achieve its climate goals on its own.
We are locking arms on every level, local, federal, and now international, to address this crucial issue.
Bass also appeared yesterday with U.S. EPA Administrator Michael Regan to announce federal funds to improve air quality and health outcomes around the port. Michael Munn.
Next.
Just talking Neo, we're talking about tomorrow, this show, from the Fork Report, and he's going to have on the folks who created and head up Zelman's Minty Mouth Mints. And it's just not just a mint. I mean, it is a breath freshener all the way through. It's a tiny little capsule that you swallow, clinically tested against the toughest offenders, even garlic and onion. You pop 2 or 3 in your mouth, you suck on the mini coating, and then you swallow the capsule. And it really gets to work when it goes into your gut. Because so much bad breath is caused by the food you eat. It doesn't just cover up your bad breath, it really cleans it in a way that other mints can't. And I use them all the time. As a matter of fact, I bought it with the company. That's how excited I am about this product. Money back guarantee. I use free shipping if you order 3 packs or more. You're going to want to order more. And I've known these folks for over 30 years. So, for a 15% discount, use the code KFI at checkout at Zelmans.com. Zelmins. Zelmans.com. And then tomorrow, the Zelman folks are going to be with Neil and talking about how it all works. It's really a very neat product, unlike any other president out there. Zelmans, Zelmins, Zelmans.com.
Satellite weather from KFI. Sunny with some gusty winds this morning in the valley's coast and mountain areas. A slight chance of thunderstorms this morning and then again tonight. Partly cloudy for the rest of the day. Highs around 70 at the beaches, Metro LA, inland OC in the valleys. Mid-upper 60s for the Inland Empire. 50s in the high desert. Mostly sunny with highs around 70 tomorrow. Warming into the low to mid-70s for Sunday. It's 57 in Garden Grove, 52 in Buena Park. We've got a crash in Santa Fe Springs on the 605.
By far, the worst crash of the morning southbound at the 605 right there around Telegraph Road. Big rigs versus a pair of motorcycles. And a couple of bikes are down. They were down. Looks like they're making progress on this crash. Traffic's still very slow just as you get away from the 60 freeway on the southbound side. Northbound side, a lot of spectators slowing back from the 105. Also some problems there on the west side, northbound side of the 405 Venice Boulevard. Crash on the right shoulder as things kind of slow from roads go all the way down through Sunset Boulevard. I should mention we had an earlier problem on the 405. We get very slow as you get away from the LAX area because they work to clear that crash open fast. Will Coach River, KFI Discovery.
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot and managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. My keys are always missing, I'm not great with games, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details in clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great. Marketing media back in social media. It's now everywhere. And KFI AM 640. Friday morning as we end the show every Friday with this week's World in Review. Tomorrow is Handle of the Law. We're going to get to abuse you and harass you for 3 hours, 8 to 11 o'clock, following Dean Sharp show with the Holy Guy, Dean. And then tomorrow afternoon, Neil is back. It's Friday, and excuse me, before from 2 to 5, and intimate folks. And it's a very special offer. Exactly. Those are not castanets. Those are Zelman's Minty Mints.
If you hear this in the wild, normally you'd be afraid. But now it's not a snake. It's me walking with Zelman's.
Snakes have friends. Now, if you don't have something you don't want around with you, fine. I know it's a stretch. And all morning I've been doing that.
Oh, really? I thought you'd been pregnant.
Thanks. Okay, week in review. This week's World in Review.
Well, here's what you missed. Hanging out on the newswires from around the corner to around the world. This is this week's World in Review.
And this is what we do. Is the stories that we have covered and the stories we were looking at this past week. Both national and international and local. Out of Yemen, there's a branch of Al-Qaeda that is, the leader is completely dead. He was hit with a
and he's living a pretty good life, to say the least. Okay, more nationally now, Florida, under Ron DeSantis, the Florida legislature had passed Don't Say Gay law, where kids in kindergarten, I think up to third grade, weren't even to be told that gayosity exists. They simply weren't allowed to be taught that. You don't say gay. Well, lawsuit after lawsuit, civil rights groups challenged that law, and it's now the Don't Say Gay law is gone. Florida reached a settlement, and that was on Monday with the civil rights group, and now the law's still there, but now it restricts it only to classroom instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity, not the mention of, as opposed to instruction. I don't know where the line is on that one. I really don't. But, I think it's moving in the right place. International news on Gaza. Israel is really getting kicked in the ass on this one, and rightly so. You've got the most right-wing government in Israel, the history of that country. You've got the defense minister, for example, having been charged and convicted of terrorism against Arabs. Netanyahu trying to keep his government together. The government is still moving balls to the wall forward on attacking Rafah. There are over a million refugees, Palestinians who left northern Gaza upon Israel's instructions were going to just kick the crap out of North Gaza, which they did. And now they're moving, and they're 1.3 million, I think, are in Rafah. And that's 60% of the population of all of Gaza. And the government has said, we're going to go into Rafah, and we'll have safe zones for Palestinian citizens. Okay, I'd like to see where they are. That's been done 6 times. And what's happening is the world is turning against Israel. Stop the genocide. You see these demonstrations all over the world, particularly in the United States also. And the government, Joe Biden specifically, more so than the other allies, has been just allies Israel to the point where ignoring any Palestinians' request or safety. Well, there was lip service being given. Not anymore. Joe Biden has said, you cross that line, you attack Rafah, you cross that line. And now the world is turning more and more against Israel because, well, Israel is not doing enough, the accusation, to protect civilians. They're saying, how do you protect civilians when Hamas is embedded in the civilian population? When their militants are in the kindergartens, in the schools, in the hospitals, what do you do with that? That's a tough one to answer, for sure. Okay, a little bit about Ukraine, and also coming up, Putin is running for office again, 6-year term, it's the 19th term or whatever. He's going to be around, he'll be 71. I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and kind of an ironic point I want to make about the election of Putin as president of Russia. So we still have a little bit more to cover. Let's check in with Amy live.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to be in Oakland for a big announcement about his run for the presidency. He is apparently planning to reveal his running mate on March 26th. He told the New York Times that Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers and former Minnesota Governor Jesse
It's highly filtered, obviously insanely safe, delicious water from every single tap in the house. I mean, filtered water is just a thing now. We want it that way. We can drink water from those bottled waters, expensive, environmentally a disaster. So let me suggest the Life Source system. Needs no maintenance, no salt. Also celebrating their 40th anniversary, giving new customers a free Pure worth over $900 when you purchase the ultimate package. You want to call in for details on that one. And this offer ends March 31. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSourceWater.com. You can taste and feel the difference.
Partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers this morning, again this evening. Windy in the valleys, coastal areas, and mountain areas. Highs in the 60s to about 70. We've got a crash in Bellflower on the 91.
Eastbound right there at County Road. Crash paperwork done. It is jammed up solidly all the way back from the 710. Again, that's the eastbound side of the 91. If you're hoping to get through the Whittier Santa Fe Springs area, things are looking a little brighter for you. They cleared that accident. Squeeze me southbound side of the 605 Telegraph. What is left of it off to the right shoulder, there's a flatbed truck. Hardly some motorcycles. We had a couple of motorcycles get hit by big rigs, and that caused big delays around Whittier. Slowly recovering. Give a little extra time, and it will be clear for you. Northbound south of 405 Venice Boulevard crash clearing as well. It's slow from the LAX area. And just a reminder, we're going to have a little marathon this weekend on Sunday. The LA Marathon will be underway. The KFI traffic department will be on top of all the closures. You can expect that. Will Colschreiber, KFI in this county.
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot or managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms. Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot or managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
There's something about a fresh haircut from the friendly, skilled stylists at Great Clips that just makes life, well, brighter. The sun shines brighter. Your step feels springier. Even your jokes are funnier. And the best part, when you use Great Clips online check-in, you can get in for a haircut without having to rearrange your day or your budget. Download the app today and start feeling that much greater in just a few taps. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Some people take the straight path in life, but at Arizona State University, we respect your twists and turns. They make our online students more driven to excel in their professional lives. That's why our personalized suite of services empowers you with innovative resources and staff that sticks with you. Make your next turn with one of our 300+ programs at ASU, #1 in innovation for 9 consecutive years. Visit us at asuonline.asu.edu to learn more.
They play the music from the FM stations in the hallway, depending upon what music is playing. People start acting a fool on this floor, and your cojones grow. It'll change. You walk out there goofing off. No, it's over. I just went Cruel Summer with Taylor Swift, so my cojones have fallen off.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
show on Friday, March 15th. And March 15th is the last time, unfortunately, that I can say this for the year. The Ides of March are here. See, I get so tired of being stabbed in the back by my coworkers. I want to celebrate that. March 15th, 44 BC.
What does he say? Oh, sorry. I was going to say, what does he say after he says et tu, Brute?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't make that out either.
Yeah. When I passed that point with Shakespeare, I stopped listening.
Oh,
certainly with all the plays and the movies. Okay, fine, I'm done. That's what I go for.
I think he says far, Caesar. Run far, Caesar. I think so.
Well,
I didn't get very far.
No, I didn't get very far.
He says Jamie Farr, Caesar. We had a listener call up and ask, you said being stabbed in the back, that's where it comes from. He wanted to know if Take a Stab at It was also from.
Okay, I don't know the answer to that.
Probably not.
I do know that the snake in the grass comes from that same thing, because as Brutus stabbed Caesar, right outside the castle, there was a grassy area where there was a snake. I just absolutely made that up. Okay.
Oh, really? I didn't think so. I am so surprised.
Well, there you are. Okay, now, as we end the program on a light note, not so light, I have to tell you, not at all. Because this week's World in Review, I'm going to go through the stories a little bit quicker, as I tend to just try to explain them. And I'm going to almost do headlines here. We talked to Jim Keeney about this. In Chicago, there's a measles outbreak, and the CDC arrived there to try to figure it out. There's a bunch of kids. First measles cases since 2019, and it makes no sense. Because how do you stop the measles? How did they virtually eradicate the measles? Vaccinations. And we have a presidential candidate, Robert Kennedy, who is running on the anti-vax platform. That's what he's running on. So that's kind of crazy. The House this week passed the bill that would ban TikTok in the United States unless it divests itself, because it's a Chinese-owned company, and realistically, the House and a lot of security experts say, this is not a good idea. 100 million people use TikTok, and once you go on that app, your information is on that app, and that can be used against Americans, and can be used to influence elections like the Russians are doing now, the Chinese are doing now, and so it's real simple. You either divest and it becomes an American company, or you are out of here in the United States. It passed the House, and I mean it passed the House big numbers. Now it goes to the Senate, where it's up in the air whether it's going to happen or not. Former President Trump, sort of a half win in Georgia. 6 of the charges were dropped in the election fraud case, except that they can be reinstated. The judge said they just weren't specified enough. They weren't laid out enough. In the meantime, he's looking at 88 charges with 4 criminal indictments. And will he be convicted? Hell yes. At least I think so. I don't think there's a doubt. Is that going to help him get elected? Well, it's certainly going to help with his base. Because that just proves that the witch hunt continues, and it is enormous. This morning, or yesterday morning, we got the news that SpaceX, that Starship, massive Starship, biggest rocket ever, in fact, took off successfully. This is the third go-round, and it went further in terms of going into orbit and then re-entering it. The plan was for it to land the way the SpaceX rockets do, coming back, landing with those fins. It didn't do that, but a lot of learning took place, so they're well on their way to using this rocket to put a man on the moon, or women on the moon, I'm sure, and then moving that with the same rocket over to Mars. So that's good news on that front. What else is going on I can talk about? Biden and Trump, they clinched their nominations. Of course they did. There's never any doubt. Nikki Haley, who dropped out last week, said that she did not endorse Trump. She did not. And she did. If you take it as frankly pretty tepid, to say the least. And then there's news on the classified docs. That case is moving forward. The president lost a motion there. He tried to get the classified documents, that case against him, dismissed. And the judge said, not going to happen. This is going to a jury. And Trump's attorneys are, they stretch. And the bottom line is they don't have no case. But delay. Trump gets elected. It's over. The Justice Department drops all the charges because the Justice Department is part of the executive branch, and that is the president. Any president controls. Now, there is an independent process, and that's the way that has gone as far as policy, and that will disappear completely. All right, guys, we are done. I'm back again tomorrow morning, and I do have a lot tomorrow from 8 to 11 o'clock. Neil Saavedra is 2 to 5 o'clock with the Ford Report. It's been a fun week, guys. The Ides of March are leading us today.
Hey, buddy, if I can give just a plug to my social media, I'd love for people to please it on @Ford Reporter on Instagram, Threads, and X @Ford Reporter. Join me there, won't you? We have a good time on social.
Excellent. All right, guys, we're back on Monday with this show. Amy, Wake Up Call from 5 to 6, and then the rest of us, the crowd, arrives right about now. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Free-range, non-genetically modified, handcrafted, artisanal, gluten-free, stimulating talk. KFI
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles,
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's an either-or proposition. I'm Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A judge in Georgia has ruled Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis must step aside or remove the special prosecutor in the election interference case against former President Trump. The two prosecutors were in a romantic relationship, and Trump's lawyers wanted Willis disqualified. ABC's Stephen Portnoy says the ruling today included harsh criticism of the DA and the special prosecutor, with Judge Scott McAfee saying they appeared to have given false testimony about the timing of their relationship.
Judge Scott McAfee says Willis and Wade appear to have testified untruthfully about the timing of their relationship. McAfee blasts Willis for saying in the church speech questions about the relationship amounted to her critics playing the race card.
The judge called it a tremendous lapse in judgment on Willis's part. A high school student has been arrested for the beating of a security guard at a private lake in Yorba Linda.
Deputies arrested the 18-year-old at Yorba Linda High School. Neighbors say a group of teenagers attacked the security guard earlier this month when the guard asked them to stop fishing at the lake because it was dark. This neighbor says people often fish at East Lake Village.
Quite often. Usually in the mornings or late in the day.
Neighbors say the group attacked the guard from behind and that one of the teenagers choked the guard unconscious. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The homeless man who allegedly punched a 6-year-old girl in the face in Santa Monica has been arrested. The girl and her family were visiting from the East Coast and had just left an ice cream store on Sunday when the girl was attacked. The man's also accused of assaulting another child, a 7-year-old, in Venice. The guy was caught yesterday on the Venice boardwalk. The LAPD says it has arrested a dozen people for selling alcohol on the streets.
Officers from Central Bureau conducted Operation Safe Sip, where undercovers catch people selling alcohol without a license, or vendors with a license who don't check IDs. On Wednesday, police said they booked 12 people in front of LA Live for illegally selling booze, 6 of whom were selling to minors. Often patrols happen near sporting and concert events. The vendors usually pack coolers with both beer and hard liquor and cover it up with a tarp or hide it behind a food cart. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
San Clemente could start receiving 400,000 tons of sand for its shrinking beaches by the end of next month. Councilman Chris Duncan says the project was delayed in December because unwanted rocky sand was delivered, and the concern was the project could be stalled for years.
We were able to get through all of the extended permitting processes that we needed to get through with the state in order to expand the locations where we can get sand from.
Duncan says the new site off the coast of Surfside Beach is proven to have beach quality sand. He says the $14 million project to widen the beaches by the pier will protect the tourism economy and prevent further coastal erosion. A ship from Cyprus carrying 200 tons of aid has arrived in northern Gaza. The ship is operated by the Spanish aid group Open Arms. It delivered food sent by World Central Kitchen. Israel has been under under increasing pressure to allow more aid into Gaza after 5 months of war with Hamas. Australia is restoring funding to the UN Relief Agency for Palestinians. The country had cut millions of dollars in aid to Gaza weeks ago after Israel claimed some of the UN's staff participated in the October 7th attack.
Best available current advice from agencies and the Australian government lawyers is that UNRWA is not a terrorist organisation.
Australia's Foreign Minister Penny Wong also pledged to increase aid in the area. The move comes after Sweden, the EU, and Canada reinstated funding for the UN group. A father in Michigan has been convicted of involuntary manslaughter for killings carried out by his son. The jury found James Crumley guilty on all 4 counts yesterday. His wife Jennifer was found guilty last month of the same charges tied to the shooting in 2021. ABC's Trevor Holt says the parents are the first in U.S. history to be held criminally liable for their child's actions.
We are now in a new day in how America responds to mass shootings and school shootings.
He says when James Crumley heard about the shooting, he rushed home and looked for the gun, telling 911 dispatchers, "I think my son took the gun." An Australian businessman and a former parliament member will soon be on top of the world. Billionaire Clive Palmer says the Titanic 2 will be built and will set sail in 2027. He says it's going to take the same path as the doomed Titanic from Southampton, England, over to New York. From there, it will go around the world, barring any Southland weather from KFI, slight chance of some showers in the valleys and IE this morning. A wind advisory is up until 11 o'clock. Then partly cloudy this afternoon with highs in the upper 60s at the beaches. Around 70 for Metro LA, Inland OC in the valleys. Mid to upper 60s for the Inland Empire. 50s in the Antelope Valley. We do have another chance of showers, just a slight one tonight. Tomorrow, sunshine. Highs in the 60s to about 70. Warming into the low to mid 70s for Sunday. And it should be sunny as we head into next week. It's 55 in Fullerton, 59 in Tustin, 49 in Santa Clarita, 56 in Pasadena. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading down 144 points. The NASDAQ is off 150. And the S&P 500 is down 33.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
We're going to head to the KFI in the Sky, who's looking at a wreck in Compton on the 91.
Well, that one here is going to be the eastbound side of the 91, right there, Downey Road. Crash involving several vehicles. It looks like there were injuries as well. Traffic stopped all the way back from Alameda as they try to clear that from the right 2 lanes. Bad delays there. Also looks kind of slow southbound side of the 605 approaching the 5. We had an earlier wreck involving big rigs and motorcycles. All that's been cleared, but traffic taking its time to recover. So that's what's going on there. Northbound side of the 405 Venice Boulevard had a wreck in the final clearing stages. It's pretty slow as you get away from the LAX area in Eaglewood, northbound side of the 405. And southbound side, pretty slow from East Burbank Boulevard all the way down to Sunset. It's taken up a little extra slack with Topanga Canyon still shut down between Topanga Village and Pacific Coast Highway. Will Goldschreiber, KFI in the Sky.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno y mitad de siglo, una galería terracota y una alfombra abstracta. Oh, se ve lindo. Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
Hey, are you having a hard time dealing with high-interest credit card debt? It's normal, and a SoFi personal loan could help you save thousands by consolidating your DEBT to one low fixed monthly payment. You could get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required. It only takes 60 seconds to view your rate, and it won't affect your credit score. View your rate at SoFi.com/payoff. Loans originated by SoFi Bank and Member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/payoff. NMLS is 961.
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot or managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tiny Cat simplifies litter care while giving your your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Bitch, you heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot, managing online bookings plus a website portfolio, while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing perfect expressions. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business General Terms.
Gary Hoffman, Shannon Farrah. I'm not going to brag about how much ass I think, but let's just say I kicked every single ass. Gary and Shannon. Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
I just had one of those mornings where I learned a little bit about myself. You got me into this green tea thing. You decided you were going to be healthier this year, and you were going to work in a green tea throughout your day. And I was like, I will support you in that. And so I have worked in some of the green tea that's lying around here. And this morning I got to work a little early, and I thought, I've got time to go to the Whole Foods there and look at some tea.
Yeah. And
I was overwhelmed with all the choices.
I was just going to say, it's like buying Spam in Hawaii. That's a larger shelf space than you think.
I spent about 10 minutes in that tea aisle looking at all the teas, weighing my options.
So how did you choose this one because the guy's face was on it?
He looked so happy. He looked like a little dumb llama type guy.
That guy is 192 years old, and he still looks
he drinks tea. And it said that it was going to empower me, this tea. And it was one of those moments where I floated above myself in the Whole Foods tea aisle. And I was like, who are you? But here we are. Are you feeling empowered? I am. I just started sweating a little bit. So it worked.
We will see wind advisories here in Southern California for a couple more hours, likely, as the winds finally get through. We've seen basically the entire state had wind events over the course of the last 72 hours or so. But the big story were tornadoes that tore through several U.S. central states, homes, trailers, and an RV park, of course, because that's what happens. But at least 3 people were killed. More bodies, they say, are likely to be discovered today. These storms last night through Arkansas, Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana. In fact, Indiana is where meteorologist Whitney Wild was standing in a pile of rubble that used to be a Taco Bell.
They hid in a cooler.
She talked to a guy who was in the Taco Bell at the time that the tornado hit.
They hid in a cooler. He was in there with his manager. The building started shaking. The door started shaking. His coworkers were screaming, and he just told them, calm down, hold on. And he said it lasted for about 5 seconds. The door shook so rapidly, the storm so powerful, that it pushed Andrew Day from this side of the Taco Bell all the way over to basically where that red car is. So all the way across the restaurant. This storm was so powerful. Fortunately, it went through quickly. He got out alive. Everybody he was with got out alive. That's the good news here.
Six is the death toll as of right now. So 6 in the state of Ohio as a result of these storms.
Did you have any wind damage at home?
Just palm fronds down the street, like those big, they look like a big monster claw thing that comes off of a palm tree when the wind hits. We saw a bunch of those in the street.
I had a couple. We have a sale. The other sale out. Shades, exactly, with the party lights on them. One of those went down. place, and then we had a tree collapse onto some water. By yesterday, by Thursday, so just lucky. He like he's knocking on the door, on the sliding glass door, and I'm like, oh, what's up? And he's like, you got a tree hanging on some wiring. You want me to take that down? I'm like, yes, please. Sounds like a great idea.
Well, it did knock out electricity. So
no, and I couldn't see it. I couldn't see where it was until he pointed it out. So that was good.
The other big story is this judge in Fulton County has issued a ruling that District Attorney Fonnie Willis and her office can stay on the 2020 election case
as long
President Trump.
As she boots her lover.
Yeah, she has to make a decision. She or him. I think it's she or him, something like that. So that's what it is. Atlanta Journal-Constitution writer Tamara Hollerman talks about the different options now that face Fonnie Willis.
There's already about a dozen other folks who she could decide to elevate into that kind of key quarterback role. Many of them have been at the DA's office for several years now, or she could look for outside counsel. She has two other special prosecutors who have been helping with this case, Anna Cross and John Floyd. They've been helping in more limited capacities. John Floyd is an expert on RICO laws here in Georgia. Anna Cross is known as an expert, especially when it comes to arguing before federal courts. She could decide to tap one of them, expand the roles of one of her current folks, or even look outside.
This was an interesting point because the judge in this case, again, Judge Scott McAfee, used to work in the prosecutor's office, used to work for Fonnie Willis. Can you imagine being able to write this about your own boss? A tremendous lapse in judgment. He criticized the unprofessional manner of her testimony during that hearing last month. But he does say Georgia law does not permit the finding of an actual conflict for simply making bad choices, even repeatedly. And it is the trial court's duty to confine itself to the relevant issues and applicable law properly brought before.
President Biden was in Michigan yesterday, and a rough go of things went viral when he asked his handlers if he could take a couple questions. And the way that they responded to him was very telling to me. We'll talk about it when we come back.
Gary Chandler will continue. Amy King live with the KFI 24-hour news.
Mayor Bass has signed a first-of-its-kind letter intended to promote climate cooperation and economic development between the city and the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland. She says together, LA and Finland can find innovative ways to confront the climate crisis, strengthen business, investment, and green jobs in the LA region. People are moving out of California in droves. Economists say the high cost of housing is driving the exodus. Census data shows LA, Orange, San Diego, and Santa Clara counties are among the top 10 counties in the country with the highest levels of out-migration. More than 56,000 people left LA County in 2023. A system outage at some McDonald's around the world has forced some of the restaurants to close, and its app is apparently not working either, leading to complaints on social media. McDonald's restaurants are all on a global network. Some say kiosks are working, and others say they can't order on the mobile app. McDonald's says it is not a cybersecurity issue. We have a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms this morning and again this evening. Otherwise, partly cloudy with some gusty winds, highs in the upper 50s to about 70. This report brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Now let's check in with the KFI in the sky.
Some slowing in the Inglewood area right around LAX. We had an earlier crash up ahead at Venice Boulevard, but it's taking its time to clear. It's slow, even beyond that, a little bit up towards the 10 freeway on the westbound side. We're looking at some slowing right now in Pasadena. It looks like both sides of the 210 freeway right there. Lake Avenue, they've got the lake off ramp closed for some maintenance there, and seeing some slowing both on the 210 eastbound approaching the 134 there in Pasadena, as well as the 210 westbound as you get away from, it looks like, Rosemead Boulevard. So expect some delays there. Also, we had one of their problems. They're still working on the 91 freeway eastbound at Downey Road in Compton. Big delays from the 710 as they work to clear that crash from the two right lanes. Will Goldschreiber, KFI in the sky.
Hey, LA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum season ticket sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024 sweep.
while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball and national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweet without fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist at Dr. Dixon. Visit Dixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
Hi, this is Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. I've spent my career designing and building beautiful homes. I'm here on KFI to help you transform your house into a more beautiful home. And while we're at it, build yourself a more beautiful life. Home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI.
More stimulating talk. Gary Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The dad in Michigan charged in connection with that deadly school shooting carried out by his teenage son has been found guilty. Happened yesterday. We'll talk about it coming up next and the implications this case could have moving forward as we deal with school shooters, unfortunately, in the future.
We also got the judgment out of at Fulton County. Judge Scott McAfee ruled that Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis and Ross can continue prosecuting Donald Trump, but only if the special prosecutor steps down. So McAfee the judge wrote that the defense had failed to meet its burden proving that Willis acquired an actual conflict. So those two options now. Willis, along with her office, could step aside, which means the case would be reassigned by a different state panel there in Georgia. Nathan Wade, the special counsel, withdraws. He said that would allow the DA, the defendants, the public to move forward without his presence or remuneration distracting from, potentially compromising the merits of this case. It's important because in a case that is this important, in a case that has this much going on, there has to be, at the very least, this has to be a pure prosecution, and any hint of impropriety is a problem.
Right. And they should see the importance of that. The prosecution, Katie Willis in her office, should have taken this seriously because banging around, D'ing around here
and lying about
could
it
have huge implications.
And lying about it. Right. Again, we saw this with Kate Middleton earlier in the week or last weekend, which was trying to fix the problem in the first place as opposed to just acknowledging the problem is going to be worse than the crime itself. Later on, by the way, 1980.
Comparing Kate Middleton Photoshop a family picture to maybe possibly bringing down the future president.
Yeah. Okay. That's the language that we speak.
I understand.
1980 is our flashback Friday year. Why? Because that is the year that Michael Monks was born. And he's our UKFI reporter. We'll get to know Michael Monks.
They were both born the same year.
Yeah, you guys have a lot in common.
I thought he was much younger than me. That's funny. I thought he was like 30.
Oh, I thought you were much younger than him.
Oh, that's very sweet. President Biden was in Michigan, and they say for the second time this year, he visited Michigan without any in-person meetings with members of a massive Arab American and Muslim community. Of course, he faces protests and campaign events over Israel's military action in Gaza, so just chose not even to dip his toe into those waters. But the news coming out of the president's visit to Michigan is more about the fact that he was caught on camera asking his staff if he could take a couple questions following some remarks outside a city council member's home in Saginaw.
This is hard to listen to. There you can barely hear him. He's far away from the mic and his back is turned, but he says, "Can I take a..."
He's on the porch of a home, and he turns to his handlers and he says, "Can I take a couple of questions?"
Can I take a few questions?
And that woman's
whoever that is,
condescension in her face and in her tone was telling.
That's what you say to a child.
Yes.
Yes, we're going to take a couple of questions. Yeah, we're going to take.
Can I take a few questions?
Yeah. And then the condescending woman is on the porch. She's even closer to the front door than the president is. And she says to him, he's facing the front door, and she's facing outward. And she says, "Yeah, we're going to take a couple questions." And then signals to her people that are down the steps of the porch in between the president and the reporters. She signals to them in some way, I don't know, steel third kind of a thing. And they know immediately that no questions will be taken, and to shuffle the reporters back to their cars. And that's where you can hear them say, "Oh, back to your cars, press. Goodbye, press. Thank you, press."
So, I've been a part of a presidential scrum like that.
Yeah.
When they usher the reporters around. They tell you very clearly this is, and it's not secret. I mean, there is a security element to it. But the staff, the press room, and the communications department staff at the White House are very, very specific about where you can be when the questions are over, what to do when you're done. If you're not in that car when they take off, you're screwed and you're gone. Whatever the next stop is going to be. But this is one of those situations where he believes. It sounds like Joe Biden believes it's sort of folksy for him to say, "You know what, I'm going to get in trouble for answering these questions." And he said that multiple times. They told me not to take any questions. I mean, there have been 10, a dozen times where he's said that in the last year or two. And reporters then immediately shout questions. And the hard questions, or questions that they want answers to, that the American people are asking, like, "Are you going to take a cognitive test? Did you fall down the stairs today? What's going on with your dog?" Whatever the questions are. Those are the ones that are going to get him in trouble. And if he constantly believes this folksy thing of, "I'm not supposed to, but here I go, I'm doing it because I like you guys," it's going to get him in more trouble. Even asking that question gets him in trouble.
But the way that woman looked at him and spoke to him was telling that they are dealing with somebody in to somebody who has dementia. Now, I will just say this because you just mentioned it, we've both been in press corps covering of a sitting president. I covered a couple of Obama events. I covered George W. And what it felt very first person to me, that shot that went viral on Twitter of the press, and it reminded me of being in those situations. And I don't know about you, but I remember covering those and feeling this buzz, this like visceral energy, buzz, adrenaline, being in the same room as a sitting president. Like them or not like them, or agree with them politically or not, or what have you. As a reporter, so I didn't really allow myself to have any beliefs back then. But it was electric. And watching that with this president, there is no energy. It is black.
I remember the very first event that I covered with George W. Bush was out in Tri-Cities, Washington. It was in the middle of nowhere. I don't even remember what the topic was. I remember what the venue was. We're on the banks of a river, and there were hay bales that were set up as basically the bleachers for this event that he was doing. And out in the background, there's nothing behind it but farmland, and I believe it was something about that. That was kind of the setup. But you're there hours beforehand. Secret Service is there long before you were. There's guys that you can't even see that probably have rifles trained on your head that you can't tell. And there is that energy of whatever happens in this place is the most important story in the nation right now.
Yeah, it's special.
It's a really cool thing.
All right, coming up, the dogs that sniff your genitals. Don't forget that.
Well, I like dogs.
I know you do. He's a good boy. He's such a good boy.
Ears practical. Ears smelling.
What James Crumbley's manslaughter conviction for what his son played out at school, the 4 murders, what that means for parents moving forward. We'll dive into it when we come back to Carrie and Shane.
Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A woman from Pasadena says she's been getting scary calls and text messages ever since her dog disappeared early last month.
I'm not able to sleep, or I'm still trying to cope with everything that's going on in my life.
Jackie Luca tells KTLA it started when she and her family put up flyers about her missing Rottweiler that included her phone number. She says a man has been randomly walking outside her door, and she's been getting text messages that include naked photos and comments about her daughter walking in the neighborhood. She says a caller using a different number claims he's going to kill her dog and send her the fur. The second number has been linked to a man wanted for the murder of a teenager in 2021. Robo-taxi service Waymo has expanded driverless rides for people in LA. The company's cars have been used in LA on a trial run since last October, and since then have provided more than 15,000 rides. Waymo's Nick Rose says the company believes the cars have saved
because you want to replace these fries because you messed up on my burger? I would not recommend doing one. I don't care what you recommend. I'm going to record because that's my right, and this is how you guys treat customers. So, are you going to deny me from trying to get some fries because you guys messed up on my burgers and you guys don't want to replace these old ones? Because I brought them back, you don't want to replace them, and you don't want to ring me up for new ones because I'm trying to purchase new ones. You come in every single day to replace something. You guys did something wrong, so yes, but let's okay, the fries were wrong, so the burger was wrong. So when we get a burger that's wrong, and this one is right, okay, for the second time, but the first time it was not right. It had mayo, and it had pickles, and it had everything else what it was supposed to have, and these fries came with the burger that was wrong. And you don't want to give me fresh fries with a fresh burger that you guys just made. So, okay, so when he's back then and give me some fresh fries, or are you going to charge me for these fries? And I have to go through this. It's totally unpleasant with you every day. But it's my fault that they get some shit wrong.
Upcoming Dodgers-Padres games will be Ohtani's debut with the Dodgers. He signed a record $700 million 10-year contract with the team in December. Southland weather from KFI. Sunny with gusty winds this morning in the valleys, coast, and mountain areas. Slight chance of thunderstorms this morning, then again tonight. Highs around 70 at the beaches, Metro LA. Upper 60s will be in the higher 50s in the high desert. Mostly sunny with highs around 70 tomorrow, warming to the low to mid 70s for Sunday. It's 55 in Fullerton, 60 in Huntington Beach. Let's check in with the KFI in the sky. We've got a cone zone in Van Nuys on 405.
Yeah, contract disaster CHP right on Milton right there today. Do some maintenance there in the left lane, south outside of the 405, right at Burbank Boulevard. It's actually gotten a lot better since the early morning hours as far as your traffic flow through there. A few brake lights getting away from Victory on down through Sunset Boulevard. Although the 405 probably a little busier than normal because of that ongoing closure on Topanga Canyon. Eastbound 791 County Road, crash. You know, a few vehicles outside. Most of that earlier slowing is clear. You will still find brake lights getting away from the 710 though. And if you are anywhere this weekend, just a reminder, we've got the LA Marathon on Sunday. With a whole lot of runners out on the road. A lot of road closures expected. Keep it here on KFI. We'll tell you where to go, where not to go. The freeway themselves are local driver KFI is found.
Me and my pet, we share everything. The bed, the couch, our favorite blanket, but not fleas and ticks. Because I protect him with Nexstar, the fastest acting 30-day flea and tick topical. Because when you're this close, every minute counts. Don't give fleas and ticks time to cozy up to you and your pet. Keep your shared moments special and protect what matters with Nexstar. Shop Nexstar Flea and Tick Protection now, online and in store.
That's a comparison of dog from dog. It's a little different from dog. Need to come from dogs and fully.com. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
You say you'll never join the Navy. That living on a submarine would be too hard. You have to power a whole ship with nuclear energy. Never bring a patient back to life. Want to play the national anthem? For a sold-out crowd. Joining the Navy sounds crazy. Saying never actually is. Start your journey at Navy.com. America's Navy, forged by the sea.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
KFI AM 640.
act together. I've got a road trip tomorrow, and no road trip is complete without me stopping in at Mickey D's and picking up some diabetes.
There were problems with the computer system, I guess, but prevented people from paying for their food.
I mean, if China's hacking into our McDonald's, that's really going to piss me off.
Wind advisories in Southern California are up through about 11 this morning, but for the most part, we should have just an absolutely gorgeous weekend weather-wise. The White House is now insisting that Republicans end their effort to impeach President Biden. The White House counsel today, Edward Siskel, wrote a letter to House Speaker Mike Johnson saying, quote, enough is enough. He wrote, it's obviously time to move on, Mr. Speaker. There is too much important work to be done for the American people to continue wasting time on this charade. Oh, and if you're in Texas, no Pornhub for you. Did you know that? Pornhub shut down their Texas availability.
Really?
If you go to Pornhub and you're in Texas, remember the statement from the owner of the site called ALO, Global Entertainment? It says, as you know, your elected officials in Texas are requiring us to verify your age before allowing you access to our website. How often that you would require some sort of age verification before you porn?
A jury in Michigan yesterday found James Crumbly guilty, a groundbreaking verdict. Not as much groundbreaking as the mom being found guilty, just for the simple fact that she was found guilty first. These are the parents whose son killed 4 students at his high school in 2021. Both found guilty of involuntary manslaughter. And legal experts say this is going to set a precedent for the extent to which parents of school shooters can be held responsible.
This is by the prosecutors.
This verdict does not bring back their children, but it does mark a moment of accountability and will hopefully be another step to address and end and prevent gun violence.
And this is a man who lost his daughter in the shooting.
This needs to be solved. It needs to be solved now. We do not want any other parents to go through the new conflict.
Now listen, I know plenty of people who own guns. I do. It's a thing where I don't understand the math of buying your son a gun. In this case, they bought Ethan a 9mm Sig Sauer as a present the day after Thanksgiving because he was going through a difficult time. His son, emotionally, because his best friend had moved away.
Yeah, that's bad parenting. 101. I don't like to throw stones because I've never done it, but if your kid's going through something, a purchase of a gun is not the way down, not the avenue to go down.
Well, now, Dad is not accused of knowing about the attack beforehand, but missing just about every single sign that his son was throwing up, including the journal entries that his son had been writing about violence and about making the voices stop and about lying. What was there to live for going forward? And he was afraid that he was going to hurt people.
Is there a school of thought from Dad that here's a kid who's struggling emotionally and you want to get him to man up a little bit?
Maybe.
Give him a gun and give him a sense of empowerment or something?
Possibly. But it's, again, that's the math that I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm trying to make sense of it in my mind.
The cases, like you said, did kind of mirror each other. So in fact, they were very, the witness lists were pretty similar. Prosecutors did not get into Dad's social and work life, which they did with Mom, because apparently she had been having an affair, at least sometime around the time of the shooting. A computer crimes expert testified that Dad did not begin his DoorDash delivery job until after meeting at the school, and that was when he started taking orders. He drove by the family's home 4 times. Prosecutors suggested he had the opportunity to check on the gun to make sure it was safely secured. Because remember, they got called to the school the day of the shooting, earlier in the morning, when the son had been drawing violent drawings in class, and one of the teachers saw it and was so concerned about it that they called the parents to the school.
He was drawing pictures of guns, saying, I want it to end, when will it stop? Parents come in, they decide. Now, the parents did not disclose to the administrators that A, there was a gun in the home, that B, it belonged to their son, and that C, he had access to it. The administrators said had they known that, had the parents disclosed that, they would have kicked this kid out of class that day and probably expelled him until they could figure out what was going on in the home. But the parents didn't disclose So the administrators did not remove the kid. The parents did not see to it that the kid go home for the day. They left him there.
They would have called the police.
Right.
I assume.
Sure.
And I don't know what sort of rules they would run up against in the state of Michigan, but the officers had the opportunity to say to the dad, hey, if you'd like, we'll take the gun and hold it. So just so that it's out of the, there's no temptation for the kid to go after it.
Right.
Now, I don't know if they would have agreed to that. Here's the other thing about this. The jury is now made up of a bunch of panty-waist, mealy-mouth gun haters. The majority of the people on this jury either own guns, grew up around guns, or have family or friends who have guns. Because this is Michigan, there's a very deep hunting culture in Michigan, much more so than, say, Sherman Oaks. So the idea of gun owners being on this jury and holding these parents accountable, I think, is an important aspect.
Well, if you're a gun owner, you want to hold these people accountable.
Absolutely.
Because you don't want anyone to see what these people are doing and then come for your guns because they were irresponsible with them. If you're a gun owner, if you're a fan of the Second Amendment, you want all of those laws to be put into motion and protect your rights. Keep the guns away from the dumbasses. I mean, there's just so many parenting missteps with those two. It was all bad.
Yeah.
It's like, what did they do right? All right, up next.
Are you saying they're not going to be teaching the parenting classes in jail when they're there for 15 years?
Listen, I had my empowerment team this morning.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into
That little Indian man. He's fired me up.
Harry and Shannon will continue. What's going on with McDonald's? Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour news.
A judge in Georgia has ruled that Fulton County DA Fani Willis can remain on former President Trump's election interference case if the special prosecutor is removed. She could also remove herself, but one of them has to go. Trump's legal team had tried to have Willis removed from the case because of her romantic relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. Former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin is putting together a bid to buy TikTok. His announcement comes after the House voted this week to ban the app if its parent company ByteDance doesn't sell the social media company within 6 months. A swarm of bees has interrupted play at the BNP Paribas Open tennis tournament in Indian Wells. It happened during quarterfinals. Play was halted after the umpire said there was a bee invasion on the court and ran into the locker room. He and two of the players got stung. We'll check some problems on the 10 next.
There is nothing that smells as good as a barbecue restaurant on a nice warm day. Radler's Barbecue in Santa Clarita, they've been serving slow-cooked and tender mesquite grilled barbecue, tri-tip chicken, and ribs since the 1990s. Monday through Friday from 3 to 6:30 p.m. Full bar. Today, Radler's is celebrating their 36th anniversary of delivering delicious barbecue to the community. So visit Radler's Barbecue today on Golden Valley Road in Santa Clarita, right off 14, or check out their full online menu, radlersbbq.com.
What's up, Peppy? What's up, Mayo? How you living?
A little bit of sun, and we do have a chance of showers and thunderstorms both this morning and this evening. Highs will be in the upper 50s to about 70. This report brought to you by
Living the dream, baby. Living the dream. Just checking out what's going on at SPX. How are things? Oh, I got banned? Oh. No. No, not at all. I'll stream it here if I need. I didn't get banned. No, things are good. How were things with the coin? You know I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for 3 years now. More data than any person has on the internet. You're live on 5 different YouTubes, 5 different Rumbles, 5 different Kicks, 5 different Instagrams, 5 different TikToks, 5 different Twitters, you name it, I'm on it, and I'm streaming from 5 different streams. Absolutely. This is hype, baby. Hype's telling the world, buy yourself some SPX as soon as possible, ASAP. Absolutely. I'm gonna start streaming in here. So here's what happened. So I think I stream it in Harry Potter of Amasana Keninu, and I was streaming in there. I've been streaming there for 9 months straight, and I ended up starting to stream in here. And believe it or not, I was getting like the first time I jumped in here, I got like 2 or 3 people, and then I was in here for 2 days straight, and nobody came in. So it was like, okay, well, I don't know if they necessarily have that much influx, but I'm at the point I've got new internet, I've got new devices, and I'm streaming basically a better, more high quality stream now. And I think I have the ability to stream in here now. So that'll be cool. I did. I had a better opportunity. Really, I wasn't going to go viral in that house because of the internet, I think. I mean, there are other reasons too, but when you're trying to have a consistent stream and it goes down once every 6 hours or something like that, there's just no way. Now I'm streaming on 33 different platforms on 150 different accounts. So that's why I had to have so many backup. Like that's why I had 5 different Chromebooks, because if any of the devices went down, I always had a backup of it. And basically, I got to a point where I have the world's largest compilation of data online in global history, and you can go back in it like a timeline going back to the pandemic. It's really exciting. Sure, I have Comcast, and I think I'm about like 10 megabytes per second. Yeah, definitely.
Keys are always missing. My signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I have a moniker cut and great lips.
Yeah, that's what kills you. And here's the thing. People think downloading is important. You would rather have a little bit of upload speed or upload capacity than download capacity, because you can't send your request without the ability to upload. So if you use all your upload data, you're done. Basically, you could have all the download data in the world, but you're never going to send a request out. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'm just setting up different streams and getting everything. I got on some new streams. So there's this one called Senko. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but basically, oh, cool. Even right now. And I basically am just finding new streams. I mean, I'm on 33 different ones. So even ones that like no one from the perhaps ever heard. FC2, Africa.tv. It's actually Africa.tv, D Live, Trovo, Rumble, Kick. There are a bunch of them. And so I'm just getting that set up. How about you? You guys looking at charts or just BSing? Oh, okay. Excellent. You're good. I can see it. I can see it. I love it. That happens to me all the time, and I enjoy it. Well, you're on an older iPhone, an iPhone 8 right now, and I'm going to do what I can to basically position it so that it can just stream all the time nonstop. And so just from I'm going to see if I can find a little thing. It may shut off if it does all of that.
The judge rejected his claims that the Espionage Act was unfairly vague when used against a former president. It was a very brief written order, but the judge said some of Trump's arguments warrant serious consideration, but said it was too early to dismiss the charges based on these disagreements over the definition of some terms used in the Espionage Act, so it could be brought up later.
You need a big whiteboard to keep track of all of the moves in this NFL offseason. The big one today, Aaron Donald is retiring. players in history selected to the Pro Bowl in all 10 of his seasons in the league. Won the Super Bowl 56 with the Rams as well. So,
I got somebody save me about tattoos.
yeah.
It's not Post Malone. It's not Teddy Swims. It's not Ragged Bone Man. It's Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll told GQ that he regrets about 98% of his tattoos.
Yeah.
His real name, Jason Bradley before, is covered in designs all over his body. He's got a tattoo on his forehead that says Music Man. And that's one of the tattoos that you can see on his face. But he says, as he gets a little bit older, he's almost 40 years old now. He says he regrets some of the decisions he made as a teenager, including 98% of the tattoos that he's on.
Yeah, I get it. I feel you. McDonald's suffered a system failure today, left customers in some parts of the world unable to order food. Oh, the horror. McDonald's Japan took to social media, X in particular, to say that operations at stores nationwide were temporarily suspended. It began in Australia with the app around 2 a.m. The reason that I wanted to talk about this is that it's a much bigger deal because, as you found when you went to McDonald's, and you found that you had to use that kiosk, if the app's down, because a lot of the drive-thrus have evaporated because of the app, you just burn the app and then you pull into a space and they bring it out to you. There's no drive-thru anymore. If the app's down, you can't do that. If the kiosks are down, you can't do that. You're screwed. You get no McDonald's.
I don't know. I thought about it in the time since then. I don't know if it's that I'm just an old-fashioned. My memories of going to McDonald's always included placing the order.
And everyone was always so nice at McDonald's.
Yeah. And it was very friendly. It was a special thing for me.
Yes.
My family was a very special thing if we ever went to McDonald's.
Yes.
It either meant that we were on a road trip somewhere.
Yep.
Or it was very rare that we would go out just to go to the McDonald's in our town instead of dinner. So those types of things were always great memories for me.
Me too.
But the idea of walking up to the kiosk, is that my tone? Is it my turn now? And then it's just odd. And then you just mill around. That's the other thing about there's just waiting around. There's no great pens I get waiting.
No, it's shameful. You're just standing there, trying not to get in anyone else's way, and trying to stay out of the kiosk line.
The kiosk is big enough. You can stand 20 feet away and see what everybody else is ordering.
Oh, yeah. There's just the shame. The shame. I want it just to be between me.
It seems like a lot.
I want it to be between me and my McDonald's priest. Just a one-way conversation, one little confessional with me and Janice behind the counter, and I don't need Fred over here who I don't know that I'm getting 3 quarter-pounders with cheese.
That'd be great. We walked into McDonald's and off to the side was a confessional, and in the confessional was Ronald McDonald.
No, that would freak me out.
No, I mean, not like in the room that you sit in, right? There's 2 parts right there.
Yeah.
Okay. So then he's in the other one.
Well, I mean, I think it was a private enough conversation when it was between you and the person behind the counter at McDonald's. It was private, They never judged you. They're like, whatever you need. Do you want salt? Do you want napkins?
I tried to have a private conversation with someone at the bank yesterday. And they have such bulletproof glass between you and the teller now that you have to
yell,
look around and just get to your voice, into the little crack there and say, I'm trying to make a withdrawal. I'm sorry, say it again. And with your counter, you try to
Wrong me. Anyone who can hear me, I'm going to have cash on me when I leave. Please wrong me.
How much money did you need? I don't want. Can I just use $3?
Yeah, exactly. And then you're like passing notes like you're a bank robber.
Doesn't mean what you think it means.
All right. Coming up next, there was an article in the LA Times that, holy hell, did this get the LA Times treatment?
Did it have this music on it when you read it? Did you feel this music coming up?
Yes, I did.
Play that when we go back to Gary and Jim.
If there's news, things shift. If they stay the same, things change for better or worse. Regardless of what's happening, you're going to hear it here. It's what we do. KFI. KMST HD2.
Los Angeles, County.
Live everywhere.
Just keep ranking up. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California's high-speed rail to connect LA and San Francisco is going to cost a lot more than first projected.
When California's bullet train was pitched to voters in 2008, the cost was said to be about $40 billion. But now the agency running the Beleaguer project says it needs another $100 billion to complete it.
ABC's Alan Stone says even a section already under construction between Bakersfield and Merced will need another $35 billion to get done. State Senate Minority Leader Brian Jones says California should just pull the plug. Democrats argue high-speed rail is the future of transportation. California's economy is expected to grow faster than the country at large. The UCLA Anderson School of Management forecast says unemployment should continue to fall while personal income rises. But forecast director Jerry Nicholsburg says people are still searching for places where their dollars stretch further. December of 2022. Lawyers for dismissed charges against the actor for a fatal shooting on the set of the arrest. The lawyers alleged misconduct by prosecutors. One was accused of involuntary manslaughter for firing the shot and killed cinematographer for elections in 2021. Baldwin accused him of her on the movie set was accused of involuntary. A man has been arrested for allegedly attacking two children in public, including a young girl in Santa Monica.
Sources police responded yesterday morning and arrested one also believed to be responsible for hitting a 6-year-old girl on Main Street in Santa Monica Sunday. He was described by witnesses in Santa Monica as possibly homeless and child abuse. Michael Bunks, KFI News.
Hamas has handed over its official written response to the deal ordered by the U.S. that would see a 6-week ceasefire and hostage release. ABC's Jordana Miller says it's the first positive development in weeks.
They bring to delayed discussion on the end of the war and the Israeli elderly hostages in exchange for hundreds of Palestinians.
Israel's Prime Minister has convened his war cabinet to study the proposal that comes during Ramadan, the Muslim holy month. McDonald's says it's working to fix system outages that left some of its stores around the world closed for hours. Sir Gary Chen ABC's Derek Dennis says the glitches were recorded at locations with self-serve kiosks.
Allow customers to order their meal on screen. The glitch causing hiccups in Australia, Japan, Hong Kong.
Dennis says people on social media are reporting getting trash next to Mickey D's trip. The chain says the glitch is not related to a cybersecurity event. The actor who played Captain Nemo in The Empire Strikes Back has died. The movie came out in 1980. British actor Michael Culver's character was telekinetically strangled by Darth Vader when he lost track of Han Solo's Millennium Falcon. Culver worked as an actor for 50 years. He gave it up in the early 2000s to focus on his political activism. Michael Culver was 85. We'll check some problems on the 91 next. Sweet James Bergener is the way to go. We're always talking about Sweet James accident attorneys, and it's for good reason.
One story that proves why you should never face an insurance company alone if you're in an accident. One of our listeners was seriously injured in a trucking accident.
Guess what the insurance company offered him for his injuries? Zero. Nothing. So he called Sweet James.
So not only did Sweet James help him get the medical care he needed, but they secured a $10 million win.
Life-changing, right? Listen, in the legal system, having the right attorney makes all the difference.
That's why you call a firm known for consistently delivering the time results in the state. Call 1-800-9-million. That's 1-800-9-million.
You won't pay a dime until they win your case. Every case is unique and they can't promise an outcome, but you need to have an experienced team by your side.
Don't wait, by the way, because waiting could hurt your case. Call Sweet James, 800-9-million, 800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Still a slight chance we'll see some showers this morning, and then we'll have a chance of showers again tonight. Between that 70, and then we'll go into the lower 70s for Sunday. And Sunday's skies are on the way as we head into next week. It's 55 in Denver, 61 Newport Beach, 51 in Palmdale, 54 in Kelowna. The KFI market report brought to you by real estate. The Dow is trading down 282 points. The Nasdaq is off 184. The S&P 500 is down 45.
Real estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the initial profit from the renovation. Go to KFI5.com to see if you're Mid-city, the 10 eastbound after Vermont, the salt blocks the left lane, your slope from La Brea, and in Santa Ana, the 5 northbound before Grand, a crash in the center bypass on the brakes from Colton Drive. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
Some people just know fun to do savings. Just like they know flavor. They know pizza is where it's at. And avocado and ice cream cherry what's out. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
You know what's sad?
Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average.
The biggest benefit that we take is like the whole money. Yeah. My cousin and I were like, but now he's a dog in here. He's got the dog. Yeah, we took a in from like 6 people sold at the same time.
Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual
It's a shame.
where 100% of sales from every sub are given back to the community.
And people feel like giving. Peter,
There's mail there. Like, what's mail?
Looking good, Danny.
Man, what's so serious? Sean.
Then I know why you give
Mail is FDX.
Join us Wednesday, March
Yes.
27th.
Jersey Mike's FDX.
Be a celebrant.
The mayonnaise.
I'm sure this is a story that's been out for a while. I don't follow Rothschild's sports drug trips that often, but he was talking about the time he gave up on acid. He did 10 tabs of acid. Like, he's obviously doesn't. And he stood out in a field and talked to a horse for an hour. And the horse finally told him to F off. He was like, that was when I stopped doing acid.
Wow.
That's great.
Acid trips are wild. Just wild. Do people still do acid, or is that in the past? I don't hear a lot of people talking about dropping acid.
I assume that it was. I'm just gonna hear punch. No, I'm not gonna say it, because if I say it, we're gonna sound like total noobs. We're gonna sound like complete idiots when I say it. I'll finish my thought.
Well, I left all my drugs in the 90s.
Well, acid was probably replaced by a bunch of Molly and ecstasy.
But that's very different.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the juicy K-pop.
Very different.
No, some ripping again. Dude, it's at 40.
Ecstasy, you want people, you want to, rub
It's
their
like
shoulders. Feels good.
Yeah.
Acid, you're like, push away from me. Look at all the colors.
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
Yeah, it's
Let me read the scripture. The difference between acid and Molly is one you want lotion, the other you want. Big story today. The biggest one out of prosecutor Nathan
Felix, I remember that. It's 22 right now.
So
22 million.
Willis would step aside, which would be the
I
whole
remember the
office
day,
would step
like,
aside. Obviously, that means
it got
as
big.
well. That would be the case
And I think it was like a little very funny, like,
to
it was like, all right, guys,
prosecutors.
we gotta add, like,
Okay, this
like, we gotta have
article
some
in
good,
the LA
we gotta run this back, we gotta
Times
bring it.
is fascinating.
Holy shit.
Not for the story, but the way the LA Times gives it the LA Times treatment.
This is a, I don't know if that's right. It's not creative.
It's not even about money. Like, that's money.
It looks
I think K-pop is the
like
only
creative writing aside.
K-pop is so,
Well, it's the plight of a woman named
just like,
Lupe. Lupe grew up in this Victorian house in Echo Park with her mother and her siblings when she was a child. And it's very flowery how this article begins about Lupe. The memory is still vivid decades later. The woman writes, the reporter Paloma is her name. The memory is still vivid decades later
like, this point
of Lupe trying to live in this home because she didn't want to move there until she saw the chimney and told herself Santa Claus could bring presents down at Christmas. She had never had a fireplace before. Where's my
I heard it in my head.
She has stayed ever since, raising her
it's
picture
like
of
home.
the historic home,
Like home,
watching as the neighborhood has changed, blah, 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 blah. Lupe stayed even after her mother died in 2018, leaving the house in her will to three of Lupe's older siblings. She stayed after the family estate tried to evict her. She still stayed. Even though the home was sold in 2022, her once heard her sister out. Over the years, Lupe has come to see herself as the guardian of the historic house with an important history. It's known as the Queen of Elysian Heights, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. More history of the home. Lupe says, I love that house. I love the walls. I love the staircase. I love walking on the balcony, flying at the stars. I love the brick underneath the house where I used to hide when I was little. And I'm wondering at this point in the article, and I'm only halfway through page 1, from what I read, Lupe's mom left the home to her siblings because she didn't want Lupe to have it. Her siblings tried to get rid of Lupe because they want to sell this place. They do sell the place, and Lupe still won't get out. She's squatting. She said Lupe's a squatter, and she's squatting in her own family's home, and they want her out.
That's first line in paragraph 3.
Yeah.
And there's, what,
44 pages about Lupe romanticizing the house and how she's gotten other people involved, tenants groups and attorneys, and it's all the plight of Lupe. And from the writer's perspective, Lupe is the victim here. Because she's a squatter. She doesn't want... I understand it when you don't want to leave a home. But if it doesn't belong to you, you have to leave. I don't care how much it means to you. That's this article.
Well, and having to deal with estate and trust things right now and wills, after the passing of my parents, this is one of those sad things, the stories that you hear about. We're dealing with a lawyer who says that she's happy that our parents did everything the way they were supposed to. Everything was in the trust. All of it's very, I wouldn't say easy to deal with, but it's clear how it has to be dealt with. In situations like this where you've got multiple siblings, get the thing, the big piece, in this case it's the big house, but other siblings don't get a piece of it. It's just...
Well, and there's a lot that goes into it, maybe the other siblings, and I have this not in my life, but in one of my friends' lives, there's a couple siblings, and one of the siblings takes care of the aging mother. She lives in the same town. She does all the runs to the pharmacy. She does all of that. She presumably will get more in the will than the other sibling, and that's going to be a fight because the other sibling doesn't think, well, I'm raising my own kids. I've got this to deal with. I've got that. You're closer to mom. I mean, it gets really ugly, and who knows what the situation here was with these siblings, but for whatever reason, mom left it to the others. Sorry, Lupe. You don't have any rights. Just because you grew up in a home and you like the fireplace doesn't mean you have a claim to the home.
And that's the sad part, where your emotion and your feelings get caught up in the legal system.
And why is the LA Times treating this like it's we should all
be aggrieved.
Well, I mean, it is a sad story, but I don't understand why it's a
private matter. It's not a matter for me to be reading about this family drama and come down on one side or another.
Well, maybe Paloma's trying to get a book deal out of it, or a movie deal. He's getting an option.
Who wants to watch that movie? Come on. It's classic. Somebody needs to get out of a home that doesn't belong to them, and they're squatting. Happens all the time.
We've done more squatting stories this week than I think at any time in the history of the show.
Well, that's because as we talk to the squatter hunter, he says the demand is overwhelming recently.
I get it. Well, rent's going high and people are needing places to live.
No, we're not doing that. People don't care. People are selfish a-holes, and they don't want to move to life.
Good pay mortgage. Okay. What do you do? Work?
Coming up next, you want to get into this child rape suspect living quietly in LA after he faked his own death?
It's like eating our vegetables before we have our pizza.
Is Michael our pizza? Why are you saying pizza when we can't have pizza? And it's Friday when we listen to the time of Jesus. I got a couple messages, by the way, yesterday of people who also wonder where are the dinosaurs in the Bible? What's with the space-time continuum?
But you don't know the dinosaur about versions?
No.
Well, I mean, it's not like Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Bro, if God made dinosaurs,
yeah.
Okay, and they were roaming around in somewhere near Jesus' time, or before Jesus in the old book, we would know it would be in the book. If a Triceratops existed, we'd know about it. I just need a breakdown of the timeline of the history of the world, is what I need. And God created it.
You're ascribing what we know as time
but that doesn't make any sense.
The more God that exists outside of time.
That doesn't make sense.
That's what I'm saying.
That does not.
We as humans can't wrap our heads around.
Did God create the dinosaurs? And if he did, why aren't they in the old book?
My answer
they
is...
should be all over that thing.
Yes. But I don't know where they are or what time they were or anything.
These are the questions I would give Daniel Jeremiah during football season.
And what did he say? Get him on the horn.
All right, I'll text him and ask him about dinosaurs in the old book.
Old Testament. You capitalize O-N-T.
He sometimes doesn't respond. He will not respond.
ABK is live in the KFI 24-hour news room.
A woman has been killed when she apparently lost control of her car on Pacific Coast Highway near Malibu. She hit a parked vehicle and a power pole, then plunged over the side of a cliff. It happened last night near Rio Carrillo State Beach. 2 people in the parked car she ran into were also hurt. LA Rams standout defensive lineman Aaron Donald has announced he's retiring. The 10-time Pro Bowl lineman spent his whole career with the Rams. He was drafted in 2014. Ooh la la, McDonald's in Japan has come out with a line of perfume. It smells like French fries. There are 3 sets. Classic salted fries, okay. Garlic fries, okay. And seaweed fries. Yes.
No, she like putting a whole selfie in this video. It's kind of funny, though.
Chance of showers tonight. Windy in the valleys this morning, 60s to about 70. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. The trucks and pirates and face rates on 605.
I made it when he came back, and then we were all just like talking. It was really just like me and face really like melody left neck. And they were just like being girls, and I was just like, they're a little bit better with these 6 songs. It changed everything, and I had a lot of guest levels too. Which is just really nice. I was very slow.
I'm Dave Joseph. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers
a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. My keys are always missing, I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great. Let me tell you what I would do. Okay? This is not a legal issue. This is a handle issue. He says, have a blessed day. You reply with, may you rot in hell. And just stay there. And he goes, have a blessed day. And you go, you rot in hell. And you see who gives up first. Play chicken with the guy. That's what I would do. Handle on the law. Tomorrow morning at 8 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
Gary and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Stories we are following for you today. At least 3 people are dead, dozens hurt after tornadoes hit Ohio and Indiana. Officials said 3 people died in one tornado in Ohio, others injured in a separate one in Indiana. Heavy damage reported in areas of Ohio after 5 tornadoes were confirmed in the state. Town of Winchester, Indiana, northeast of Indianapolis, saw significant injuries from the storm, with the conditions of the victims unknown. In Kentucky, the town of Milton had a tornado touchdown, caused damage to at least 50 structures.
The jury has found James Crumbley guilty of involuntary manslaughter. His failure to prevent his teenage son from killing 4 fellow students and wounding 7 others in the deadliest school shooting in the state of Michigan. Crumbley and his wife Jennifer both found guilty on these identical charges. She was found guilty last month. They now each face a maximum of 15 years in prison. Their son pleaded guilty to 24 charges. He was sentenced last year to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He didn't testify at either one of his parents' trials. Swamp Watch comes along at the top of the hour. We'll get into, among other things, the White House is suggesting that House Republicans end the impeachment effort, but also this new strange team that is formed in the Supreme Court. They've heard a long-time relationship between Antonin Scalia and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but they were very friendly to each other despite being diametrically opposed when it came to their philosophies on law. Well, the new team is Amy Coney Barrett and Sonia Sotomayor. They've been making a tour, headlining joint public appearances. And we'll hear what they have to say about each other, because their discussion is more about how even in pitched legal battles where they completely disagree with each other, they never lose respect for each other, and they become very friendly as a result.
I just looked at our Instagram notifications, and it's filled with profanity. And I was like, what happened? And
what did you do?
And then I remember that we posted a burning question to our Instagram story at Gary and Shannon, so check it out. Well, burning question. There were a lot of sad people downtown LA when they learned that their longtime maintenance man, a guy by the name of Mark Clements, had died, 56 years old. He lived there, maintenance guy. They even went to the lengths of planning a memorial service to honor his memory. And then they learned a secret that Mark was hiding. He was actually not Mark Clements, but a man named Christian Basham, a suspect in a child rape case out of Seattle who had faked his own death by jumping off a bridge in 2009.
Not just any bridge. He jumped off the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. That's bridge. That's up there. It's a pretty high bridge. His car was found near the scene back in 2009 with a suicide note, but his body was never recovered. Police said he was presumed dead, though he remained on a most wanted list and the subject of an outstanding warrant.
Now, we don't have details about what they wanted this guy for, other than child rape, which is pretty damning, but we don't know the particulars of that. Anyway, the people in this building were shocked. This was our maintenance guy. This was the guy who had keys to our apartments. That was troubling, to say the least, as you can imagine. They said that the interactions with this guy always positive. He always made repairs quickly in the building. He babysat pets on occasion. Like I said, they were preparing a memorial ceremony. My favorite part of the story is the name Mark Clements.
I saw that too.
The name that he chose.
Because Mark Twain's real name was Samuel Clemens. So why not combine the first and the last? First of one and the last of the other, and call yourself Mark Clemens.
Now, why Mark Twain? Why use his real name and his pen name? Because Twain's most memorable characters, Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn, famously faked their own deaths.
We should have known it. There's real people named Mark Clemens who did not fake their deaths.
Yeah, it seems like a common name, but I still found that to be interesting.
Well, we like to.
And how do you rape a child and then go live your life somewhere and stay clean? Yeah.
Never had that issue. So
great. I'm so glad to know that.
I'm even less able to talk about that than I am LSD. So, we come back, introducing you to a new family member here at KFI. Michael Lunk's a new member of the KFI SWAT team that exists. We'll talk with Michael here in a few minutes.
Forgot the whole KFI SWAT.
It's not a news team. It's a well-trained SWAT. It's the news department. It's a well-trained SWAT team.
Yeah.
That's what his email signature is or was.
I remember I got an email from Chris when I was at the Cairo in Seattle. They had a reporter opening. Laura Engel was leaving. And I get the email and I see that tagline on the email. I'm like, who's this lunatic? Little did I know.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The judge
authorities accused her of lying.
If Willis were to remove herself, the case would stop, but having Wade leave the case will ensure it continues without delay. Trump and the others are facing charges related to efforts to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia. The news is brought to you by Sen and Excel. At least 3 people have been killed by tornadoes that tore through several states across the central U.S. Officials say last night's storms caused destruction, injuries, or death in Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, and Arkansas.
The devastation is such that we have to get heavy equipment into these areas to be able to remove this material or homes have collapsed to see if there's anybody injured.
Logan County Sheriff Randy Dodds says the death toll in Ohio could rise as search efforts continue. He says the search is going to take a long time. Yemen's Houthi rebels have attacked another tanker in the Red Sea. Officials say no one on the ship was hurt as the rebels continue their assault on shipping over the Israel-Hamas war. The British military says the vessel did not sustain any damage from the missile. A private security firm says it was a near miss. The firm says the ship has been affiliated with Israel but changed owners in February. And McDonald's restaurants around the world have been hit by what the company has called a system outage. ABC's Tom Rivers says some stores had to close because of it.
Customers here in the UK and elsewhere, like in Germany, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan, have been complaining about issues trying to buy from the fast food giant. Some say they've encountered cash-only payments being accepted.
McDonald's says the issue is not related to a cybersecurity incident. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy, but have a slight chance of rain, windy in some places. Highs around 70 for Metro LA, the valleys, mid-50s in the high desert, 60s at the beaches in Ladosi and the IE. Right now, 58 in La Palma and Irvine. We have a truck fire on the 605 in Santa Fe Springs.
It's northbound before Telegraph Road. The pickup truck fully engulfed. It's off to the right shoulder, but the 2 right lanes now are blocked. Traffic is jammed from the 105. Work zone at Elysian Park, the 110 northbound between Sunset and Hill. The right lane closed until 11:30 this morning. You're slow there from the 10. Also a slow go on the 110 southbound between the 5 South and 5th Street. Crash in West LA, the 405 northbound after Wilshire. That blocks the right lane. Traffic slow as you approach. And in the Palisades, PCH northbound after Sunset, emergency road work has the right lane blocked. You're slow there as you approach. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility. Deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Zepeda, CMO Hyundai Motor America, discusses measuring audio.
The measurement capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us. We have seen a huge return on our investment. Seeing real numbers has helped us continue to invest.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the data, audiences, and influencers you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Android Auto. Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction, while making sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone with your dash. And if Android Auto is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car from Android Automotive. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. Hey, it's comedian Nikki Glazer. I can't wait for you to listen to my new show, the Nikki Glazer Podcast, on the Big Money Players Network and iHeartRadio, with my best friend and roommate, Drew Collin.
And it's me, Andrew.
He's hilarious, and no, we are not.
We are now cooking.
iHeartRadio is #1 for podcasts. You can always find the Nikki Glazer Podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Gibbs keeps you on top of pop culture.
Netflix has shared more info on its 2024 programming slate. In addition to the previously announced returns of Squid Game and The Man for second seasons and the third season of Bridgerton, The Night Agent, The 90s Show, and The Empress will drop their second seasons. Heartstopper, Sweet Tooth, and Vikings Valhalla will each be back for season 3. Fourth seasons of Emily in Paris, The Umbrella Academy, and Outer Banks are on tap. Cobra Kai will release its 6th and final season, and Spanish 15 drama Elite says goodbye with its 8th and final season. These will also be the last seasons for The Umbrella Academy, Vikings Valhalla, and Emily in Paris. New series set to debut on the platform in 2024 include comedies starring Ted Danson, Kristen Bell, and Adam Brody, along with Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story, along with the late sci-fi series Three-Body Problem, and the animated Exploding Kitties, and Terminator. Delayed until 2025 will be the next seasons of several Netflix hits, including Stranger Things, Wednesday, Ginny and Georgia, Virgin River, Sweet Magnolias, Lincoln Lawyer, One Piece, The Watcher, Axel Kitty, and The Recruit.
Alright.
And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
I knew that there was nothing. I knew that God was wrong. I knew that there was nothing. I knew that there was nothing. I knew that there was nothing. I knew that God was wrong. I say that we're Gary Channel. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. That's the sound of 49ers, Seahawks. Really anybody who has to play the Rams because Aaron Donald is retiring. I didn't include the Cardinals because that's just a sound.
Is it the offensive line or is it the quarterback that's breathing the sigh of relief more, you think?
All of them. Running backs, everyone.
Everybody meet him head on.
Tight ends, blocking tight ends.
There was damage to 4 undersea cables off the coast of West Africa, and they said it was disrupting internet service across the entire continent. The cause of the cable fault's not yet determined. They said 8 West African countries like Ivory Coast, Liberia, Benin, among those most affected, but Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon also, among others, the countries that were impacted. Several companies also reported service disruptions throughout South Africa. You know there's a big eclipse coming, right? April 8th is going to be the last opportunity to see a total eclipse in the United States or Canada until 2044. And on April 8th, places like Austin and Dallas, Texas, Little Rock, Arkansas, Indianapolis, Cleveland, and Buffalo are considered to be in what they call the path of totality.
Oh, that does not sound good.
But the good news is that tourism to those places is going to go up for that one day, which I think would be nice. I don't know how much of it. We will get some of it here in Los Angeles, but not a whole lot.
Hi, Gary and Shannon. It's Jeff. I have been hearing over a few years that microdosing acid, or LSD, is kind of like a new thing now. It beneficially affects mood, possibly leads to creative thought, but again, it's a microdosing matter. Now, I don't know what microdosing means, but please minister what the good quantities are, right?
That was a very quick pull on the exit.
Chris Little has weighed in to correct us. He says, we don't have an army of reporters, just a well-trained SWAT team. That was his tagline on his emails.
Are you going to get that second cup of tea, you think?
I don't know. I don't know what it'll do.
Hi, Shannon. It is Trisha. Let me tell you about a delightful green tea. It's called Jen made cha. I usually get it in loose leaf, and it is such a delightful blend of green tea and brown roasted rice. It's also called Corvian's tea because you can drink this tea and you will not feel hungry for many, many hours after you drink this tea. It's so good.
Oh, I need that. So high. Oh, I need that. I need this flavor tea. Yeah. Tea. I think I saw that today when I was in the aisle. I think I saw that thing because I remember thinking rice. Okay. That's an odd flavor. Okay, I'm going to do it. Well, we like to introduce people to you and introduce them to us at the same time, I suppose. Michael Monks is the newest member of that well-trained SWAT team that is the KFI News Department. And he joins us now. And Michael, buckle up, Buttercup, because we're going to get personal here. How are you today?
It's a beautiful morning in downtown LA, or as beautiful a morning can be in downtown LA, and I'm just grateful to be with you.
Underwear do you prefer? We did a gas go around here, and we talked about the underwear, and I know what kind of underwear all the people wear around here, and I just wanted to include it in that. Because the worst thing you can feel when you join a new job is not feeling included.
Well, when I started, I noticed there were these free adult diapers, and I guess one of the stations got a promotion, and so I have been experimenting with those as well.
Why not? That's the thing about radio free tables, isn't it? People will always take what's on that free table, no matter what it is. I love it. Okay, so where'd you come?
Diapers, I got some marinara sauce just last night.
Oh, I saw that one too.
Do not combine the two. That would look like an accident.
Michael, where are you from? Where are you from? And what is your favorite kind of reporting to do?
I'm born and bred in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, and before you get any ideas of what that might be or any images, I am a city boy from Kentucky. My early childhood in Louisville, and my adolescence and adulthood all in Covington, which is connected by bridge to Cincinnati. So I come from the Cincinnati metro area, and was in the radio, television, newspaper, in that media market for the entirety of my career. And you know what I love is, as silly as this might sound these days, is I love municipal policy, local government stuff, and transportation issues at the local level. Yeah, so I like to build relationships with. You're not wrong about that. I do get into it. I love hearing about industrial revenue bonds. Talk to me about that. Let's hear that. Let's talk about roads and trains and historic preservation.
I like
so that's the kind of stuff that I do now. Yeah, I like trains. Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm looking to do down here. I'm looking at City Hall as we speak, sitting down here in front of a lot of different government buildings and catching a vibe. This is a nice little Friday morning for me.
You're the former host of Cincinnati Edition on WVXU. You may have also heard Michael on the WNKR or WNKN. They call him the Winker and the Winkin in Dry Ridge, Kentucky. You also graduated from North Kentucky University. Were you considered, I don't know the mascot, it's Norse, but were you considered a Viking or were you a Norseman?
I'm old enough when NKU, Northern Kentucky, was still a Division II program, and it was not taken very seriously, and so our mascot was this strange dragon called Hey You, and it kind of had the Viking inspiration, but he looked like a 1970s era stoner in the eyes. And so that was the vibe then, but in the middle of the last decade, they went D1, right? So they're serious business now. They've been to the NCAA tournament 3 times. So they're serious. They've got this hardcore-looking Viking man there, Victor E. Viking.
So they went on Fiverr and had somebody draw up a new mascot for them. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, they sold out, man. Now they're serious.
Well, there's more. We have a lot of questions for you, if you don't mind.
Gosh, I spent a weekend in Cincinnati, not even maybe 24 hours, and that was. I don't want to knock Cincinnati because people, they hold it near and dear to their heart. It was very gray. It was very gloomy.
it was very sad and depressing. And Michael, you just seem like a ball of sunshine.
Well, it's because I came out here where the sunshine is, so that's helped a lot with boosting the levels.
We'll come back. And
I meet people where they are.
The first question that we'll have for you when we come back is, are you born and raised in Kentucky and have no accent? Don't answer yet. We'll do that when we come back.
Also, the odd thing that Michael's my age, I thought he was like 30 years old. My goodness, that's some good skincare.
Jerry and Shannon will continue. We're getting to know Michael Monk's the newest member of the KFI News Department. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The LAPD says 12 people have been arrested for illegally selling alcohol from coolers in front of LA Live. On Wednesday afternoon, officers conducted Operation Safe Tip, where they monitored people selling alcohol without license from vendors with a license and don't check IDs. The U.S. and G7 allies warned they will add new sanctions on Iran if the country moves forward with providing ballistic missiles to Russia. And the 39th LA Marathon will be up and running this weekend. The 26.2-mile route Sunday starts at Dodger Stadium, makes its way through downtown LA, Chinatown, Vera Street, Little Tokyo, Hollywood, Route 66, and Century City at the Avenue of the Stars. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy, slight chance of rain, windy in some areas, high 60s to around 70. This report brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. From the Southern California Toyota dealers traffic center, let's go places. We're going back to the 605 in Santa Fe Springs.
You know what's been on before Telegraph? It's a truck fire and cleanup from that truck fire. It was engulfed in flames. It is no longer engulfed, but traffic is stopped and going from the 105 and the 105 eastbound is slow from Bellflower Boulevard out to the 605 north. Slow going West Covina to the 10 westbound between Sunset and the 605. Elysian Park, the 110 northbound between Sunset and Hill Street. The right lane closed for guardrail repair until 11:30 this morning. You're stopping over the 10. And in West LA, the 405 northbound after Wilshire, you've got a crash that's blocking the right lane. Traffic is slow as you approach. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Season 5 of Visions History, where we lurch once again from the sublime to the ridiculous. It stops along the way for digressions and metaphors, like Numbers and its opposite.
So numbers being like the joy that your children give you, and this word being...
Numbers.
Yeah, the one that you give them.
This is a season on Yochas, on Revisionist History, where I bring you some joy. Plus, a whole lot of serious things as well. Like, how do we remember those who have suffered? And how do we remember those who brought suffering into the world?
I'd rather have somebody who was real stupid, who did something. And even if it was wrong, he did something. And have somebody who basically beat up.
Season 5 has lots of things at art museums, because art museums turn out to be very strange. Not to mention a little bit of Howard Hughes, some Vincent Van Gogh, Smog the Dragon, even Andy Warhol.
He said, if everyone's not a beauty, then nobody is.
That is the perfect illustration of the particular condition, wonderful condition of the hoarder. If every object is not beautiful, then no object is. Right? That is the
God, that's haunting.
Business History Season 5.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Gibbs keeps you on top of pop culture. At the start of this year, Rage Against the Machine's Rubber Bread broke announced that the band had broken up again, but bassist Tim Comerford apparently did get the memo. In an interview with Rolling Stone, Comerford said, quote, "I'm a bass player. I just wait for someone to tell me what to do," noting that he's the one man on the quote-unquote with both spot above him at #3. Rage, which has sold over 16 million albums worldwide, originally formed in 1991 before expanding in 2000 and reforming from 2007 to 2011 and again in 2019, has always consisted of 4 original members: Will Comerford, Tom Morello, and Zach Rocha. Peter Morello or Della Rocha, presumably at the top of the total poll, has commented on Rage Against the Machine's status or future. All right, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Cass on iHeartRadio.
Russell Wilson here. We play 60 United Way in the NFL, helping kids play at least 60 minutes a day. To get involved, go to unitedway.org/play60. You guys can do it every time. Brought to you by United Way and the Atkins.
You know how many cars were waiting in line to make a right turn on Sunset? 78 cars snaked down the road across another intersection. 78 cars. John Codos. And what they want to do is add road diet and eliminate lanes.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
You want it, it's the way you need it, any way you want it. Gary Chandler, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tornadoes tore through several U.S. states, flattening homes and trailers in an RV park, killing at least 6 people, and they say that more bodies are likely to be discovered. These storms left trails of destruction in places like Arkansas, Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky. They were also suspected tornadoes that touched down in Illinois and Missouri. Wind advisories that we've seen here in Southern California over the last couple of days expired here in just a few minutes. So our weather event is gone. It should be a very nice weekend for us.
Bernie Sanders is introducing a bill that would establish a 4-day work week in the U.S. If passed, the bill would lower the threshold required for overtime pay from 40 hours to 32 over the course of a 4-year period. It would also protect employee wages and benefits to ensure there's no loss in pay. He says a 32-hour work week is not a radical idea. He says that American workers are over 400% more productive than they were in the 40s. Yet millions of Americans are working longer hours for lower wages than they were decades ago.
We are in the midst of meeting Michael Monks from KFI News, the news member of our well-trained SWAT team that we call the KFI News Department, who came to us from the great state of Kentucky, but also sort of the Cincinnati metropolitan area most recently. And we were talking, Michael, about your growing up, your early development years, and there's not a hint of an accent in there, despite you growing up in Louisville, Kentucky.
Well, I'll tell you that if ever we get the occasion to throw a few back, we will. You will hear an accent. Yeah. It comes out, if I get a little loose, it comes out. Or I'm on the pulse. If you hear me on the phone, forget about it. It's all over because I did certainly have a pretty thick accent. Louisville has a stronger accent than Covington, which is across from Cincinnati. But the southern accent really starts to develop in Cincinnati. If you know anyone from Cincinnati and know anyone from, say, Cleveland at the top end of Ohio, they sound completely different. So I basically come from that transitional range where the Midwest meets the South, meets Appalachia, meets the East, meets the West, and it's an amalgamation of a lot of different accents as they start to sprout out into the rest of the country. And so if you go about 15 miles further south from where I spent most of my life, that's where you really hear what you might call a Kentucky accent. So also broadcasting and theater and all those things kind of beats it out of you. And Chris Little never would have given me the time of the day if he thought that I spent any time in the Deep South. So
there is a funny story that people tell about Chris Little, where he hired somebody from northern Florida at one point, which is sort of a southern Georgia accent, northern Florida, and he just sat there and slapped that person across the face until they dropped their accent.
And I can see that.
Yeah. We all go through it.
It's called the SWAT team.
Yeah, Chris Little once had me. He came into, it used to be called News Prep 1 and News Prep 2. There were little rooms in the newsroom where reporters could go in and cut up their work, do interviews, put stories together, report them, file them, and all that. And he came into News Prep 1 and he says, "You're saying your name wrong." This is like my first week.
You're saying your own.
You're saying your name wrong. And I'm like, "What do you mean? You're saying Shannon Farron. It's Shannon Farron. You're saying Shannon Farron, KFI News. It's Shannon Farron, KFI News." I mean, it was just like that Howard Stern movie where he's Pigface is yelling at him about WNBC. It was like that movie, and I couldn't believe it. I thought at first it was a bit. It was not a bit. But anyway, yeah, we all go through it, and it's glorious. And you'll learn to love Chris Little, and you'll invite him to your wedding if you have another one.
I didn't have to learn to love him. I loved him the first time he called. I just felt a good vibe from the guy.
Well, wait for it.
You got me self-conscious.
You'll fall out of that, and then you'll fall back into the love.
I feel like we have kind of, we've sanded off some of the rougher edges around Chris, I hope, over the course of the years that we've been down.
I think so.
So what, again, Michael Luntz, the news member of the KFI News team, is on the line with us from downtown Los Angeles. What are the things that you do when you're not scouring through big, dumb, boring agenda items?
Yeah, so moving out here and spending the last year trying to figure out what I'm going to do with my life, I haven't had a great opportunity to truly explore all of Los Angeles, all of Southern California. So I've spent a lot of time downtown. I live downtown in the fashion district, and it's worked out for me because I do have simple fascinations with old buildings. And so you will find me taking long walks, looking at the old buildings downtown.
Yeah, they date back. They date back to what, 1955?
Yeah.
Los Angeles is a rich history.
This is why I love downtown, and I mean, I hope we get the opportunity to talk more as the weeks and years go by about the struggles that DTLA faces. But this is the oldest part of the city. There are Victorian buildings, there are Art Deco buildings that are lovely, and I love the mid-century. So we've got this great collection here.
Have you been to the Cicada Club?
No.
It's on Olive, 6th and Olive, I believe.
I've seen it.
Yes. It's beautiful. I mean, it is Art Deco. It's the magic of old Hollywood. They have music, and they have dancing, and they have like vintage style live stuff. It's amazing, and the architecture is incredible. I think you'd love it.
That's my jam. I love to then go home and look up these buildings that I found on my walks, and then I want to read, some of the local library and university archives about them. And I know I sound like a wild and crazy guy. I don't need to get too excited about what to expect from me. I'm pretty mellow. And
you have been to the library downtown, yes?
A lot. Was the first thing I did was to get my library.
Yeah.
But a little bit more of an edge on me. Listening to your show today, I've decided, should I be experimenting with microdosing?
Or just acid in general? Yeah, I don't know.
Downtown would probably be a different experience.
It's funny because I was going to ask you before you said that. We were talking about acid earlier. You get access to drugs downtown? Is it a good open drug selling market? But probably not.
The only other suggestion
it's a buffet.
That I would have in terms of locations for like the old buildings is to go to the Edison. Look that up and go to the Edison. That is an underground bar space, eatery, whatever you want to call it, that is steeped in that history and recreated to a point that is just absolutely stunning.
I'd love to, absolutely. Thanks for the advice.
Listen, okay.
And the Wiltern Theater, if you're into art.
Oh, that's a great place, too.
And Pantages.
Yeah.
It's like all of this.
It is.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've done all of our art tours through downtown LA, and you are a wonderful addition to the newsroom, Michael. We haven't spent a lot of time together, but we just know about people like you know about a good melon,
What kind of melon do you think I am?
I'd say a cantaloupe. You know?
I was thinking cantaloupe.
You know, you look at a cantaloupe and you have no idea what's inside it until you open it up. You're like, wow, this is a beautiful peach. This is a beautiful shade.
You can thump it from the outside.
You can squeeze it, but you don't really know what's inside it until you open it up. And then there's seeds, so you got to work at it. It's not just easy. This isn't coming out right, but that's your fault.
No, it's coming out exactly right.
Michael, thank you for your time. We know you're busy. We can't wait to talk with you.
You see what he did there? We were going to try and get him into trouble, and he ended up turning the tables.
Well, part of it is just letting us talk.
Yeah, it's never good.
All right, Swamp Watch when we come back to Carrie and Chip.
Nothing gets past us. We are on it.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
A lot of cats need your help on Timber Mark. Live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. Dozens of mistreated animals have been catcalled for help at the OC Animal Care Center.
Imagine 83 cats and 2 dogs inside a very small home.
OC Animal Care's Alexa Pratt says the scared cats were found in deplorable condition.
Many of these cats were found inside couch cushions in small spaces within the home.
She says the cats found last month just need love and patience.
They didn't have much social interaction with humans, so it was very much a bunch of cats living together, competing for resources.
OC Animal Care is calling on animal rescues and people in the community to help the cats become adoptable. In Orange County, Ben Carson, KFI News.
The countdown is on to sending your name to the moon on NASA's first robotic moon rover, Viper. Viper will embark on the mission to the lunar South Polar region to explore permanent and shadowed areas and unravel the mysteries of the moon's water. The rover will be the first ever to measure location and concentration of water, ice, and other resources. Once names are collected, technicians will use an electron beam to stencil names onto a microchip that will then be attached to the rover before it's launched. The deadline to send your name to the moon is 8:59 tonight, and naturally, I will be sending mine into space. You can get your free boarding pass at nasa.gov. Chris at KFI News. An economic forecast from UCLA has shown increases in employment and personal income for California.
The state's unemployment rate is expected to average 4.7% for the first quarter this year and then drop below 4% next year. Anderson School of Management forecast director Jerry Nicholsberg says even when layoffs happen in sectors like tech, workers are bouncing back quickly. Personal income is also forecasted to grow this year and the next 2 years, which shrinking, he says, is family size.
The more highly educated people are moving in, they have much smaller families, and so the household size has been decreasing in California.
Michael Lutz, KFI News.
San Clemente could start receiving 400,000 tons of sand for its shrinking beaches by the end of next month. Councilman Chris Dumpkins says the project was delayed in December because unwanted rocky sand was delivered, and the concern was the project could stall for years.
We were able to get through all of the extended permitting processes that we needed to get through with the state in order to expand the locations where we can get sand from.
Dumpkins says the new site off the coast of Surfside Beach is proven to have beach quality sand. He says the $14 million project to widen beaches by the pier will protect the tourism economy and prevent further coastal erosion. A judge in Georgia overseeing former President Trump's election interference case has given Polk County DA Fonnie Willis an ultimatum. Judge Scott Adkins says Willis can't stay on the case if she fires her ex-boyfriend and special prosecutor Nathan Wade.
This 23-page opinion contains harsh criticism of the district attorney. Judge Scott McAfee says Willis and Wade appear to have testified untruthfully about the timing of their relationship.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy says the judge's opinion calls Willis unprofessional. Trump and 18 others are facing charges related to efforts to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia. We're going to check that drive on the 405 next. Now is the time of year to get out there, go for a walk, go for a run. But if you're living with pain, it's very hard to do.
So, if you are the one in pain, call QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, and this is lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, and no downtime.
Their advanced treatments at QC Kinetics harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue.
In fact, pro athletes have been doing the same thing for decades, but now this life-changing treatment can be available for you.
So you can take that walk, you can run, climb stairs, best life this spring and summer. Great use of your tax refund, by the way.
Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. They have offices in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, and now in Costa Mesa. 213-997-PAIN.
213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN.
The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is down 192, S&P 500 down 31, NASDAQ down 136.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Southland weather from KFI. Partly cloudy. We do have a slight chance of rain, windy in some areas. Highs around 70 for Metro LA, the valleys. Mid to upper 50s in the high desert, 60s at the beaches in Lido Sea and the IE. Right now, it is 62 in Seal Beach, 59 in Buena Park, 64 in Agora Hills, and 63 in Sherman Oaks. We have a crash on the 405 in West LA.
This is on the 405 northbound, right after Santa Monica Boulevard. Got an accident with two right lanes are going to be blocked. It is stopped from National Boulevard. Overall, your northbound side is going to be a slow right from Century Boulevard and in the back of Ponte Era. Got that crash clearing over the right shoulder. Now on the flip side, 405 South at Sunset, they're doing a break trying to clear a stall from that center divider area. In Encino on the 101 North right White Oak, that accident is clearing over to the shoulder. Santa Fe Springs, 605 northbound before you get to Telegraph Road. They're still cleaning up from an earlier car fire. It is over on the right shoulder. All lanes are open, but it's still going to be slow as you make your way around it. In Carson, 405 South at Carson Street, trying to clear a wreck from the left lane. And on the flip side, 405 North at Alameda, the car wreck is being moved over to the right shoulder area. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Hey, are you having a hard time dealing with high-interest credit card debt? It's normal, and a SoFi personal loan can help you save thousands by consolidating your DEBT to one low fixed monthly payment. You can get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required. It only takes 60 seconds to view your rate, and it won't affect your credit score. View your rate at SoFi.com/payoff. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/payoff. NMLS is 9689.
Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales from every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Danny. We've got subs to make, though.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron.
Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or hiring someone to move your piano instead of doing it yourself. So, do things the better way. Bundle home and auto and save up to 25% with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and amount available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings of the whole policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Which brings me to our Instagram story. If you go to Instagram and click on our logo there, you'll see the story that's been posted today about swear words, as a matter of fact. And it's actually kind of a fun little game that you can play. If you are so inclined, that's the word. Pornhub, it's big porn news apparently today, but Pornhub is blocking users in Texas after a lawsuit from the Attorney General there, Ken Paxton, over the age verification practices. So if you're in Texas and you're looking to get a little,
Get a little what? Get a little grossed out by people's home editions of weird sex.
I was going to say, if you wanted to get a little...
No, you can't say that. I don't think you can say that.
If you're in Texas, you're going to get a lengthy statement from the site's owners
explaining the block. It says that, as you may know, your elected officials in Texas are requiring us to verify your age before allowing you to access to our website. So,
KFI AM 640 wants to send you to the Disneyland Resort. Sorry.
You want to? Let me read something else before
Yeah.
The marathon is coming up this weekend, so if you're driving around LA, you're going to see some road closures between Dodger Stadium and the finish line in Century City Sunday morning, sponsored by ASICS. The finish line is going to be Santa Monica Boulevard and Avenue of the Stars.
Jake Weiss is running that thing.
I wish him well.
KFI AM 640 wants to send you to the Disneyland Resort. From Save the Day Happy Adventures Campus to a perfectly playful day happy at Mickey's Toontown. Discover a new kind of happy at the happiest place on earth. Keep listening to KFI for your chance to win a 4-pack of 1 day, 1 park tickets to the Disneyland Resort.
Hey, by the way,
yeah.
Pro tip, keep listening to this show.
Oh, really?
Because we're going to be giving away
I don't think you're allowed to
the
say
4-pack of
Hey, ma'am. Hey, Rabbi.
I don't think you're allowed to say that. It's like insider trading.
Are you guys AFK?
Insider trading. Living is like a reality TV show.
Rabbi, why are you in this channel and not Secret Bitcoin?
Literally built on a swamp in so many ways. It's still a swamp.
That's a bunch of malarkey. What is it? The swamp. I said, oh, the swamp. Keep yapping, man. You don't think?
Well, the biggest deal probably out of Georgia today, the judge that oversees the Georgia election interference case against former President Trump and his allies has ruled that the Fulton County DA, Fonnie Willis, can continue with the prosecution, but only if the guy that she was banging around with, the lead prosecutor that she appointed, exits the case. The other option, of course, is that she could recuse herself and the DA's office from Fulton County. If that's the case, it goes to a different judicial panel and so on and so forth. Elliot Holnick is a legal expert. He was on CNN this morning and put it very well, because this is not just your average guy steals, 2 Cokes from a liquor store kind of case. This is a very important case with national repercussions, and it should be spotless.
The appearance of impropriety matters. It's not just superficial. It's not just we like things to look good, because it's neither that way. It's because the DA is trying to take away a person's liberty. That's the case in the Donald Trump prosecution and any prosecution. She's trying to lock Donald Trump up probably for more years than he has left on his lifespan. And that prosecution needs to be pure. It cannot be tainted by conflict of interest, by the lingering odor of mendacity, as the judge says. So there's a real problem here, and it goes, yes, there's a political angle, yes, Donald Trump will surely utilize this and weaponize it, but it also matters when it comes down to the integrity of this case itself.
Mendacity is a great word.
Odor of mendacity is something that the judge in this case wrote.
Mendacity, noun, untruthfulness, lying.
The odor of mendacity. So what are the options for Fonnie Willis going forward in this case? Tamar Hellerman is a reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution.
There's already about a dozen other folks who she could decide to elevate into that kind of key quarterback role. Many of them have been at the DA's office for several years now, or she could look for outside counsel. She has 2 other special prosecutors who have been helping with this case. Anna Cross and John Floyd. They've been helping in more limited capacities. John Floyd is an expert on RICO laws here in Georgia. Anna Cross is known as an expert, especially when it comes to arguing before federal courts. She could decide to tap one of them, expand the roles of one of her current folks, or even look outside.
Now, Donald Trump's criminal trial, due to start later this month, could be postponed. The Manhattan DA's office said in a court filing this week it would accept a 30-day delay in order to review records from federal prosecutors that are related to the case. Any delay in the trial, which was scheduled to begin March 25th, would be a victory for Trump. He's been fighting to postpone trials in all 4 of his criminal cases. This Manhattan case is over the hush money payment that he allegedly orchestrated during the 2016 election to silence Stormy Daniels. This was the first of the cases that would be going to trial, but may be delayed. As you know, what you saw coming.
The The third of the four cases that are against him right now was one in Florida, and District Judge Aileen Cannon, in that case, shot down one of Trump's bids to toss out the charges against him. That was the one for allegedly mishandling classified documents. She rejected his claim that the Espionage Act was unfairly vague when it was used against him, and it was a quick written order, but the judge said some of the arguments did warrant serious consideration, but also said it was too early to dismiss the charges based on disagreements over the definition of just some of the legal terms that were used in the Espionage Act. We'll get to this Bernie Sanders thing.
Yeah, the Bernie Sanders 4-day work week. Also, Matt Gaetz just got dirtier, and a bunch of Republicans didn't show up for their annual retreat. So be if John or Ken didn't show up to their annual retreat. Looks like only half of the Republicans showed up.
Just Ken.
Just Ken.
Gary and Chen will continue with Swamp Watch.
He's just Ken.
Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour news.
A judge in Georgia has ruled Fulton County DA Bonnie Willis can't remain on former President Trump's election interference case if the special prosecutor is removed. The Dodgers have arrived in South Korea ahead of the team's season opening games with the San Diego Padres next week. Shohei Ohtani is the first player to show up at the arrival game with his wife behind him. A ship from Cyprus carrying 200 tons of aid has arrived in northern Gaza. That ship is operated by the Spanish aid group Open Arms. It delivered food sent by World Central Kitchen. We're going to a crash on the 405 in Carson. 405 southbound right at Carson Street. Got that accident blocking a left lane. You're already stopped to get away from the 110. And on the flip side, 405 northbound Alameda. That 3-car crash has been cleared to the right shoulder in West LA. 405 northbound right after Santa Monica Boulevard. Got an accident. The 2 right lanes are blocked. It's a crawl from National Boulevard. And in Echo Park, the 101 northbound right at Silver Lake Boulevard. They reported a brand new accident in the lanes there. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation's Let Us Do Good Village in Land O'Lakes, Florida, is a community of about 100 homes being built for the Foundation's program participants. 3 families have already moved in. A Gold Star family and the family of 2 severely injured veterans who moved into new smart homes. It's a special place where together families can heal. Make the Let Us Do Good Village the first of many communities like it. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at t2t.org.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. Experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. It's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Hi there, I'm Joel Rothschild. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy what matters.
How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Sundays at noon on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Don't forget to us on Instagram at Gary and Shannon. We've got a burning question in our Instagram story that we wanted you to reply to.
Don't forget also, today is Friday, which means it's what you learned this week on the Gary and Shannon Show. You can always let us know what you learned. You can send us an email, castbag@iHeartMedia.com, or send us a talkback on the iHeartRadio app. All you have to do is hit that little microphone button, and it records your message of about 3 seconds or so, and it comes right into our little fancy computer here. Get into those right towards the end of the show.
We are in the midst of a Swamp Watch, and I mentioned this before the break, but there's an annual retreat for House Republicans, and this week they traveled to the Greenbrier Resort in West Virginia to rally around a message to defend their House majority to settle on a path forward to fund the government. But there was one problem. Less than half of the GOP conference even showed up.
They said, I know those who did show up, many of them were left disappointed, directionless, downright bored.
Remember last time, or 6 years ago, when they held their retreat at the Greenbrier, it started with a train crashing into a truck. A train that was transporting members.
Making fake members.
Yeah.
But they say, listen, it's easier for them to get out of town and do this sort of thing, even though they're all in D.C. to some degree during the year and probably live relatively close to each other in these apartments that they rent out, or those small homes that they own. But that for a long time, they've just decided that there's better time spent on the campaign trail. I mean, every member of Congress, at least the House, is going to be up for re-election in a couple of months.
I can't think of anything worse than going on a retreat with a bunch of people that you work with, that you may be a little bit at odds with.
What if we took a show retreat? We went to someplace like...
See, that's why the John and Ken retreat is such a funny joke. Because we spend so much time together.
The last
thing we're going to want is bonus time.
Senator Bernie Sanders has unveiled legislation to reduce the American work week from 40 to 32 hours without a reduction in pay. He says Americans are working longer hours for less pay despite advances in technology and productivity. And the law, if passed, would pare down the work week over a 4-year period, lowering the threshold at which workers would be eligible to receive overtime.
And people are now saying, you want me to go to work for 4 days?
4 8-hour days?
Full days?
8 hours.
Bernie, people are not doing even 4 days still these days.
There was a Supreme Court ruling that came down today that said members of the public, in some circumstances, can sue public officials for blocking them on social media platforms. This is a pair of cases against the backdrop of former President Trump's use of social media, Twitter most specifically, but the court did rule unanimously. Officials can be deemed as state actors if they make use of social media and can therefore face lawsuits if they block or mute a member of the public. There were 2 cases before the justices, and they ruled that disputes that involve a school board member here in Southern California and then a city manager in Michigan should be sent back to lower courts for the new legal test to be applied. Amy Coney Barrett wrote the court said it could be difficult to tell whether the speech is official or private because of how social media accounts are often used. The court held that the conduct in social media can be viewed as a state action if the official in question, quote, possessed actual authority to speak on the state's behalf and purported to exercise that authority. Now, the story about Amy Coney Barrett is that she and Sonia Sotomayor have been traveling the country on this partnership joint speaking tour.
Yeah, Amy Coney Barrett, of course, one of the nation's newest Supreme Court justices, conservative protege of Antonin Scalia, anti-abortion. She was Donald Trump's pick to cement that 6-3 supermajority. They say she was still celebrating when she received her first congratulatory phone call from the Supreme Court. And it was Sonia Sotomayor on the line, Of course, Sonia Sotomayor, the court's leading liberal, the Obama nominee, first Latina on the bench. And she was calling to congratulate her. And like you said, now they're having a bunch of these joint public appearances to make the case for disagreeing more agreeably. That they realize the country is more polarized than ever. And that getting out there and saying, we disagree with each other, but we respect each other, is an important message to come from the Supreme Court. Sotomayor saying, when we disagree, our pens are sharp, but on a personal level, we never translate that into our relationships with one another.
It kind of echoes the stories that came out of the earlier version of the Supreme Court, where Antonin Scalia, arguably the most conservative justice we've seen in a long time, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, arguably the most liberal justice that we've seen in a very long time, were great friends and would vacation together. This was actually Sonia Sotomayor and Amy Coney Barrett in that order talking at one of these news conferences. One of these speaking engagements.
But we still have fundamental disagreements in how you approach issues. And we don't compromise on those things. But there are ways to take the edge off the disagreement, like narrowing an appeal, deciding to leave a question that's not before you for another case. There are so many to bring the temperature down.
Even if it's
wake up, sunshine.
frustrated or hot under the collar as a predator, you don't
minds in the world. So they have the language to carry out an argument to its bitter end without resorting to name calling.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think they have that benefit. Other people who aren't arguing with the same amount of arrows in their quiver are going to end an argument with, yeah, well, you're up, right, or you're stupid, or you're a bad human being.
To a base level, yeah. Matt Gaetz, just briefly, he's been subpoenaed by a woman he allegedly had sex with when she was 17. This is a defamation suit brought by one of his friends. When the allegations against him first broke in March 2021, Gaetz denied them in an interview with Tucker Carlson, remember, claiming the 17-year-old girl doesn't exist? And it was at the interview where he's like, we've had dinner together, right, we're friends. And I was like, absolutely not, bro.
You are a car wreck and I want nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
All right. The guy who killed himself, that used to work for Boeing, the whistleblower, this story is not dying. I'm sorry, that's not the right word. This story's not going away just yet. Because now there are people who are theorizing that maybe there was something to the whistleblower connection to Boeing and his mysterious death.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
2 people, including a firefighter, have been hurt in a house fire in Studio City. LA City Fire says the home reportedly belongs to actress Cara Delevingne. Captain Adam Van Herpen tells KTLA the challenge with this fire was getting through the long driveway.
Initially, upon arriving at the scene, it may just be a smoke in the area when somebody calls 911. So we have to locate the fire before we can start doing an attack on it.
The department says the fire was put out in 2 hours and 16 minutes. The fire destroyed one room and spread to the attic. The roof also collapsed. One firefighter was taken to the hospital. Another person inside the home had injuries from smoke inhalation. A woman from Pasadena says she's been getting scary calls and text messages ever since her dog disappeared early last month.
I'm not able to sleep, or I'm still trying to cope with everything that's going on in my life.
Jackie Luca tells KTLA it started when she and her family put up flyers about her missing Rottweiler that included her phone number. She says a guy has been randomly walking outside her door, and she's been getting text messages that include naked photos and comments about her daughter walking in the neighborhood. She says a caller using a different number claims he's going to kill her dog and send her the fur. The second number has been linked to a man wanted for the murder of a teenager in 2021. LA and Finland have announced a partnership to combat climate change.
The letter of intent between the city and the Scandinavian country identifies 4 areas of possible collaboration: ports, transit, building, and energy grids. LA Mayor Karen Bass says the city can achieve its climate goals on its own.
We are locking arms on every level, local, federal, and now international, to address this crucial issue.
Bass also appeared yesterday with U.S. EPA Administrator Michael Regan to announce federal funds to improve air quality and health outcomes around the port. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Lawyers for actor Alec Baldwin have asked a judge in New Mexico to dismiss charges against him for a fatal shooting on the set of the movie Rust. The lawyers allege misconduct by prosecutors. Baldwin is accused of involuntary manslaughter for firing the shot that killed the cinematographer in 2021. Baldwin claims he never pulled the trigger. The armorer on the movie set was convicted last week of involuntary manslaughter. And President Biden is hosting Ireland's leader at the White House ahead of St. Patrick's Day. Biden says today celebrates 100 years of diplomatic relations between Ireland and the U.S.
I know there are all kinds of old Irish sayings, but my grandfather frequently used to say, may the hinge of our friendship never go rusty.
He says as we start the next century of our partnership and friendship, he's never been more optimistic. He says Ireland and the U.S. are united by history, heritage, and hope. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy. We do have a slight chance of rain, windy in some places. Highs around 70 from Metro LA and the valleys, mid to upper 50s in the high desert, 60s at the beaches in Ladosi and the IE. Right now, 62 in Cypress, 58 in Brea. We're going back to the 405 in West LA.
This Saturday, it's good news though. 405 goes down right after Santa Monica Boulevard. That earlier weekend, one of the 2 right lanes has been cleared to the right shoulder, but still going to be a really slow run northbound away from Slauson. In Commerce on the 5 southbound right after Washington Boulevard. Got an accident blocking the left lane. It is stopped going away from the 710. In Linwood, 105 westbound at Wilmington, they're clearing a crash from the left lane, but it's a crawl from the 710. In Westminster, 405 southbound after 22, got an accident in the center lane. And Irvine, 5 northbound right at Jamboree Road. Got a stalled car. This is in the middle lane as well. KFI in the Sky helps get you Master. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Me and my pet, we share everything. The bed, the couch, our favorite blanket, but not fleas and ticks. Because I protect him with Nextar, the fastest acting 30-day flea and tick topical. Because when you're this close, every minute counts. Don't give fleas and ticks time to cozy up to you and your pet. Keep your shared moments special and protect what matters with Nextar. Shop Nextar Flea and Tick Protection now, online and in store.
That's skill comparison of dog for all. Basic information Nextar Flea and Tick Topical for dogs and other leading dog company brands.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crowd is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. My keys are always missing, I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Get year-round comfort knowing your home is backed by industry-leading Lennox equipment and switcher issues at Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available. So call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlakesheating-ac.com/coupons to learn more.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze, and right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, and actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. 14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic micro farm, all because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Pit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Learn smart changes for your home at a free AARP Home Pit workshop in Los Angeles. Sign up at AARP.org/yourhome. AFI. It takes it all. The person standing small beside the victory. That's the destiny. What's in your arms? It can hide it all.
sea route from Cyprus. The ship expected to arrive later today. This sea route is intended to bring some more assistance to try to alleviate some of the hunger and medicine problems that they have in the 5 months now of the war between Israel and Hamas. The food on the ship was sent by World Central Kitchen, founded by celebrity chef Jose Andres, transported by the Spanish aid group called Open Arms. A Russian missile attack hit some homes in the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa, followed by a second missile that targeted first responders who arrived at the scene. Officials said at least 16 people were killed today in that strike.
Coming up next, we will be getting into what's called QAnon for wine moms. This is all about the Kate Middleton truthers, people obsessed with finding out what's going on with Kate Middleton.
We talked earlier this week, the rumor going around that Aaron Rodgers was on the short list for RFK Jr.'s potential running mate. It was Aaron Rodgers, it was Jesse Ventura, Anthony Robbins, the motivational speaker, Tulsi Gabbard, but also Mike Rowe, Dirty Jobs host Mike Rowe. He has confirmed that he did get a call from RFK Jr. about being his running mate. He told CNN, yeah, he called. I ran into him about 6 months ago in Dallas, completely serendipitously, and we exchanged information. He reached out about a month ago, said that they did have a meeting, that they spoke about Mike Rowe's foundation, Mike Rowe Works, which we've talked to him about on this show. And he said at some point, he asked me if I would ever consider running for public office, and I spit my coffee back into my cup, and I said, seriously? And he went on, said that they did have a serious conversation, and it was very gratifying. He would not reveal whether Kennedy had chosen him to be his vice president, but said that Kennedy told him you should at least consider it, and that he said he did consider it. Kennedy says he'll make an announcement. I'll do the math here, 22, 24, so about a week and a half from now. He says he's going to make an announcement at a rally in California.
Would you like your Jeopardy question?
Yes.
A word in Spanish for $1,200. Not just a 16th century word, it's used in Spanish-speaking countries such as Argentina to mean their navy.
Their navy?
Yeah. Here's a hint.
What is?
The Spanish blank.
Oh. The Spanish teacher.
No.
The Spanish.
Think about boats in Spanish. What would you call it?
Oh. The Spanish Inquisition.
No.
Because nobody.
The Armada.
I would have gotten it wrong. I was not thinking the Spanish. I was thinking the Spanish word for navy. Is it Armada?
Yeah.
I was thinking El Navi or something like that.
Okay.
Which is the people from Avatar, the blue things.
Such a smart show. So smart.
What is that, Chester?
The Boeing whistleblower that turned up dead inside his car, they said that it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound, but before his death, he told a friend, if anything happens, it's not suicide.
John Barnett found dead in his pickup truck in Charleston, South Carolina hotel parking lot on March 9th. The same day, he was supposed to go back and wrap up closed-door testimony in a lawsuit that slapped against his former employee. And authorities initially said that he died from that self-inflicted gunshot wound, but his lawyers, his family, his friends, they've all since raised doubts about whether the guy who was a quality control engineer for Boeing actually took his life. In fact, one family friend said,
I know that he did not commit suicide. There's no way. She's being identified as Jennifer. She said he wasn't concerned about his own safety because I asked him. I said, aren't you scared? And he said, no, I ain't scared, but if anything happens to me, it's not suicide. She said they had spoken about his upcoming deposition.
And she said the last time she saw John Barnett at her father's funeral a couple of months ago, or about a month ago, when he was a pallbearer, he said that Barnett believed somebody didn't like what he had to say and allegedly wanted to shut him up, and that's why they made it look like suicide, according to Jennifer, according to this friend. The attorneys have also expressed some skepticism over the notion that he killed himself, saying in a statement, John was in the midst of a deposition in his whistleblower retaliation case, which was finally nearing the end. that he was in good spirits, that he was looking forward to putting this phase of his life behind him and moving on. Said we didn't see any indication that he would take his own life, and that no one can believe this.
Well, it's become an obsession for women, women across the pond, women here. What is going on with Catherine, the Princess of Wales? What's the deal? It seems like the simple fact of not knowing is what's mystifying people. In an era of knowing too much, knowing everything, and hyper-surveillance, we don't know anything. And people are quick to fill up that vacuum.
Gary Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour news.
A Russian missile attack has hit homes in the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa, followed by a second missile that targeted first responders. Russia has begun 3 days of voting in a presidential election that's expected to keep President Putin in office for 6 more years, and Target is opening express lanes for self-checkout. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy, slight chance of rain, windy in some places, high 60s to around 70. This report brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places avoiding crash on the 5 in Commerce.
So far, southbound on the 32 Northfield Avenue to just clear that from the left lane, but it's already a slow ride over from East LA interchange. In Linwood, 105 westbound Long Beach Boulevard, still trying to clear that disabled vehicle from the left lane. It is a roll from the 710. In West LA, 405 northbound near Wilshire Boulevard, the right lane is still taken out from the earlier incident. And in Westminster, 405 southbound after the 22 west, got a crash and the center lane is blocked. KFI The Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and candlewood back enveloped by a rainforest soundscape. Enlightenment, here I come.
Free one-day delivery on bath bombs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
It's the Marketers Report. Today, Capital One's Chief Brand Officer, Mark Bentry, weighs in on building loyalty with customers.
Capital One has really worked to create amazing access moments for our customers. We will do sound check parties that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without iHeart.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
This is the iHeartRadio Sports Report.
In the NFL, the Bears are trading for wide receiver Keenan Allen, acquiring him from Chargers for a 4th-round draft pick. 31-year-old is entering the final season of a 4-year contract extension he signed in 2020 and was due a $5 million roster bonus this Sunday. Earlier in the week, the Chargers also released wide receiver Mike Williams to get under the salary cap. The Chiefs are bringing in former Baltimore Ravens and Arizona Cardinals wide receiver Marquise Hollywood Brown on a 1-year deal worth up to $11 million. Falcons traded quarterback Desmond Ridder to the Cardinals to get a new weapon for Kirk Cousins, wide receiver Rondale Moore. And in baseball, the Yankees got some good news on ace Garrett Cole. He won't need Tommy John surgery for now and has been advised to rest and undergo non-invasive treatment. Will be shut down for at least a month. I'm Andy West with your iHeartRadio Sports Report.
Need more? Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest personalities in the game on demand.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Central. That many people still don't want to talk about. The man who committed that crime once sat on death row. Now he's on the run. His name is Lester Eubanks. Lester didn't tunnel out of prison or scale a stone wall. On December morning in 1973, he and a small group of inmates were granted permission to walk outside of prison walls. His handcuffs were taken off. He changed into civilian clothing, and he and 3 others were driven to a local mall. They were told they could wander the stores and were asked to return to the designated meeting spot. Hours later, all the inmates came back, except Lester Eubanks, and he hasn't been seen since.
Then a full plan. The guy was
Just astounding. That's what happened.
There were many years when it seemed like no one was even looking for Lester. But recently, his whereabouts have become the focus of the U.S. Marshal Service. The case is testing the marshals.
those 9 lives are not dead. And we're going to catch up with Lester.
And is being urged on by those hurt the most by Lester's crime.
He had a great time. He confessed to the crime, and his time is up.
I'm Sunny Hostin, ABC News. Over the past year, a team from the ABC News investigative unit joined the search for Lester Eubanks. They uncovered new lines, possible sightings, and at every turn found resistance from those who want Lester Eubanks to be forgotten. What they've uncovered is a case that's about more than murder. It's about family loyalty, a life on the run, and a first-hand look at how U.S. Marshals are trying to solve one of the oldest fugitive cases in American history. Now they may be closer than ever. From ABC News.
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
The county does not go on Monday to Friday until after 10 o'clock. When day does not go by, radio does not go on. Thank you so much.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's a celebration. Let's celebrate. This party going on all year. A dedication throughout the year.
Bradley Cooper and Gigi Hadid had a PDA-filled night at dinner.
You know what? I like to see those kids together.
It's weird. I mean, just the paparazzi pictures, you can see how blue his eyes look.
Okay. We on Fridays like to do what you learned this week on the Gary and Chicken Show, because despite what Jacob said about this not being a smart show, sometimes we say smart things, and sometimes people learn stuff from the show.
Have people learned things this week?
Some people have learned some things. Yes, some of them are very.
Is it about the ram sperm?
Nobody talked about the ram sperm yet. But that doesn't mean they didn't learn something. It's just that they haven't been giving us the message that they in fact learned it. One of the ways that you can do that
is it about dinosaurs in the Book of Job?
No, but we can talk about that later.
I would love to.
Okay.
I want some clarification.
You can just send us an email, gasbag@iheartmedia.com, and Lana will print those out for us. Or you can send us a talkback, which is on the iHeart app. When you're listening, you just hit that little white microphone button, and it'll record your message. You can write it on your computer.
So in January, the British royal family announced that Catherine, the princess, needed surgery, and it was abdominal surgery, and that's all the details you're going to get. You're not going to hear anything more. They said that she was going to have a long recovery. She would not be resuming public duties until after Easter, and everyone thought that they would learn more, and everyone was wrong. And So people, weeks after the weeks of recovery were supposed to end, wanted to know, where is Kate Middleton? What's going on? What are we not being told? Why are they hiding the truth? People started filling in the vacuum of non-information with their own speculation. On March 4th, a grainy photo of Kate traveling in the passenger seat of a car with her mother Carol began to circulate, but everyone started zooming in. And where are her kids? Where's the security? Was this picture staged? What's the deal? Again, what aren't we being told? What is the truth? And then over the weekend, the frenzy intensified when the palace released that photograph supposedly taken by Prince William of Catherine with her 3 kids. Within hours, TikTok was full of mom-influencers discussing the clumsy signs of editing. Prince Louis's patterned sweater. Is that a fake zipper? Is the shrub behind them too green for early spring in England? Why isn't she wearing her wedding ring?
I love the way that they describe this. What we find ourselves in now, we have become so used to smartphone surveillance, oversharing on social media, and the commercial harvesting of life events for content, that the prospect of being uninformed about the state of strangers' intestines seems like it's a personal affront to us. That we need to know these types of things. I'm saying that's the feeling that a lot of people have. Now, and I have a hard time figuring out the fascination that everybody has with the royals. We've talked about that many times. I don't get it. I know that they are uber celebrities when it comes to the UK and the rest of the Commonwealth. But here in America, we've had a fascination with them for some reason.
Well,
I can't quite explain.
You know, it goes back. It's the pageantry of it. It's the fairy tale. It's the reason why, the Kennedys and Camelot and that whole bit. I like the idea of the pageantry, I think. I think the thing that's popping out to me about it is just, in families when someone dies and for whatever reason or multitude of reasons, people don't keep in touch together. Maybe siblings don't talk as much, whatever it may be. But once the queen died, it seemed like this family just broke apart, with the one who liked to do cocaine in Vegas and married the actress, Harry.
Yes.
And they took off to Montecito. It seemed like the rift between the brothers grew. It just seemed like things came unglued in the absence of the queen.
But how does that?
And now this is just messaging. This is bad PR. If anything.
Well, and I think it's unnecessary PR. Is where they get into the problems. We've talked before about usually it's not the original transgression. It's trying to fix the problem that gets you into more trouble. Or lying about the original problem is the second lie is bigger than the first one. Now, they're not lying about what's going on with Kate. They're just not telling you. And a lot of people, they feel like that's lying by omission because they deserve or have a right to the private information of the royal family. And I think that's kind of the frustrating aspect of it for me, in that even if I don't understand why there's a fascination with Kate and the kids and
it's a reality show, and we love reality shows. But they're super visible, and they're not ours.
But even the reality shows that we see are highly, highly edited. And when something like this, real life takes place, where she's got to have some abdominal surgery, I mean, that in and of itself could be 100 different things. Some of them could be tiny and cosmetic. Others could be massive, massive health issues that she's dealing with.
Right, but they don't look at these people as humans. They look at them as celebrities. They're celebrities on reality shows that have to have surgeries and operations and get cancer and things like that all the time. This is just another one of them. And there's no Andy Cohen to sit down insiders and get the dirt.
Well, that's the thing, is the tabloids in the UK, they all say they have a royal insight.
Sure.
Right? They have all got sources inside Buckingham Palace that tell them what they think is going on.
And it was one of those royal insiders that spawned all of this, because they came out and said, the reason you haven't seen an image of Kate is because you would be horrified that it doesn't look like her for whatever reason. Weight loss, I don't know what it was. But that she doesn't look like herself at all, and it would be jarring. And that's when they put out that picture of her and the kids to try to quell that.
I want to bring something up really quickly because I feel like you're pushing your narratives today. And it's time that somebody stops you.
What's up, sucker? Pushing your narratives today? Well, I got an open ear for you so I could correct you, Gary and Shannon.
Okay.
Because I'm aware of you pushing your narratives, Gary and Shannon. So I'm here to correct you.
What is the narrative?
Well, he's going to
What do you think of them apples, Gary and Shannon?
I was waiting for the correction. It felt like there was.
I felt like there was math missing. Like you told me the solution, but I don't know how you got there. You know what I mean?
Sucker.
Show your work.
Narratives.
Your narrative.
Your narrative.
Your narrative.
Pointy
Penguin.
little narrative.
Your little nipple protector penguin.
Need to protect it. It's just there. I need protection.
I'm fine with it.
12 o'clock hour. What do you got? What do you got in the 12 o'clock hour?
You have no idea.
You got
narratives.
We got what's happening.
Narratives.
You got Jason Nathanson.
Oh, that's fun.
Who proposed to me.
Oh, he did.
He just texted me a short time ago.
Really?
Yeah. This is something special. You'll learn about it later. Also, this week on the Gary and Shannon Show, the 9 news nuggets you need to know on the Gary and Shannon Show, and your chance to win that 4-pack of Monday One Park tickets to the Disneyland Resort.
And on our Instagram story at Gary and Shannon, we ask a question, and the responses have been overwhelming for one favorite.
One favorite, huh?
Yeah. Maybe what you think, it may not be.
Gary and Shannon will continue right after this. Whatever happens, we have got it covered.
KSI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Arrested for alleged attack of Deborah live from KFI 24-hour news from a high school student has been arrested in connection with the beating of a security guard at a private lake in Yorba Linda.
The 18-year-old was arrested at Yorba Linda High School. The security guard at Eastlake Village was allegedly attacked earlier this month by a group of teenagers after the guard asked them to stop fishing. This neighbor says the attack makes him angry.
There's no reason for that. None whatsoever. He was just doing his job.
Neighbors say the guard was attacked from behind and choked unconscious. They also say one of the teens appeared to be filming the attack. Deputies arrested the student yesterday. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Orange County Animal Care has asked local animal rescues and people in the community for help with dozens of cats.
We had 83 cats and 2 dogs come in from a deplorable living situation inside a small home. Many of these cats were born into this situation, so it's the only world they know.
Lucy Animal Care's Alexa Grass says the cats found last month are showing typical signs of living in an overcrowded home. She says some of the cats are becoming less afraid of humans through positive reinforcement. She added more than 60 cats will need individual love and patience before they can be adopted. California's high-speed rail to connect LA and San Francisco is going to cost a lot more than first projected.
When California's bullet train was pitched to voters in 2008, the cost was said to be about $40 billion. But now the agency running the beleaguered project says it needs another $100 billion to complete it.
Alex Jones says even a section already under construction between Bakersfield and Merced will need another $35 billion to get done. State Senate Minority Leader Brian Jones says California should pull the plug. Democrats argue high-speed rail is the future of transportation. Federal agents with Immigration and Customs Enforcement will soon be wearing body cameras.
ICE has 2 parts: Homeland Security Investigations, which handles transnational crime, and Enforcement Removal Operations, which deports illegal immigrants. Officials say eventually all agents in the field will wear body cams as a way to promote transparency and rebuild public trust. An official in LA tells me their ERO's team is on the list to get the cameras, as well as agents along the California-Mexico
confirmed from a tornado that hit central Ohio. ABC's Alex Boucher says Logan County was hit hard yesterday.
Homes and structures torn apart. People searching through the night for anyone who may still be trapped.
Tornadoes also hit parts of Kentucky, Arkansas, and Indiana. State police in Indiana say there are many significant injuries from a tornado that tore through the community of Winchester, and they are investigating reports of deaths. A father in Michigan has been convicted of involuntary manslaughter for killings carried out by his son at school. The jury found James Crumbly guilty on all 4 counts yesterday. His wife Jennifer was found guilty last month for the school shooting in 2021. ABC's Trevor Hall says the parents are the first in U.S. history to be held criminally liable for their child's actions.
We are now in a new day in how America responds to mass shootings and school shootings.
He says when James Crumbly heard about the shooting, we rushed home and looked for the gun, telling 911 dispatchers, I think my son took the gun. The KO5 Financial Update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is down 185. S&P 500 down 29. NASDAQ down 128.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Southland weather from KO5, partly cloudy. We still have a slight chance of rain, windy in some areas as well. Highs around 70 for Metro LA and the valleys, mid to upper 50s for the high desert, 60s for the beaches in the Nosy and the IE. Right now, 63 in Tustin, it's 57 in Laguna Beach, 61 in Montana, and 67 in Van Nuys. We have a crash on the 170 in Valley Village.
170 southbound right at Riverside, and that crash is blocking the carpool and the 2 left lanes, and you're going to be stopped up from Laurel Canyon Boulevard. Heading into downtown LA on the 10 East, right at the 110. Looks like we've got a disabled vehicle over on the right shoulder and a bunch of debris in the lanes. In Lakewood, 105 west of Wilmington, they're clearing that stall from the lanes, but it's still going to be a slow one from 710. In West LA, 405 northbound near Wilshire Boulevard, that right lane still blocked from an earlier incident. Westminster, 405 southbound after the 22, trying to clear a crash from the left lane, and you're going to see slowing on the 405 southbound as well as the 605 southbound. And in Corona, 15 southbound before Wyrick Road, disabled vehicle has the right lane blocked there. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
KLA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle Sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024-SWEEPS-LA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Odds of winning vary by location. Void where prohibited.
Hey, it's Kaylee Cuoco from Priceline. Ready to go to your happy place for a happy price? Well, why didn't you say so? Just download the Priceline app right now and save up to 60% on hotels. So whether it's Cousin Kevin's kazoo concert in Kansas City, go Kevin, or Becky's bachelorette bash in Bermuda, you never have to miss a trip ever again. So download the Priceline app today. Your savings are waiting.
Go to your happy place for a happy price. Go to your happy price, Priceline.
Hey, are you having a hard time dealing with high-interest credit card debt? It's normal, and a SoFi personal loan could help you save thousands by consolidating your DUBT to one low fixed monthly payment. You could get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required. It only takes 60 seconds to view your rate, and it won't affect your credit score. View your rate at SoFi.com/payoff. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/payoff. NMLS is 9689.
Paz interior. Para mí es el aroma de lavanda de un baño con velas, consumidos en ese tropical de fondo. Paz interior.
Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tiny Cats simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Bitch, you heard me. Try Tiny Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tiny Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
KFI wants to send you to the Disneyland Resort. From Save the Day Happy at Adventures Campus to a perfectly playful day happy at Mickey's Toontown. Discover a new kind of happy at the happiest place on earth. Keep on listening to this show for your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-park tickets to the Disneyland Resort. Reminder, what you learned this week on the Gary and Shane just come up after the break. It's the news at the bottom of the hour. Just let us know what you learned while listening this week by sending us an email, gasbag@iheartmedia.com, or a talkback on the iHeartRadio app. Just hit the little button, the little microphone button that's on the screen there, and you can leave us a message. You can also leave us a message through your Amazon-enabled device. Just say, hey, send a message to KFI. Then she'll record it and send it to us. That'll be that. What else is going on?
Time for What's Happening.
There was a snowstorm up there, but a snowstorm closed some schools in the Big Bear Valley area on Friday.
Who cares? What's going on with the eaglets? It's not looking good, is it?
Oh, I don't even know if the video's still up.
I don't think it should be. Because if people see ravens swoop in and eat those things, people are going to riot, even though that is nature. It is nature, unfortunately.
Eagle Cam goes right there. Snowy. Whoever's on top of the eggs has their head tucked back to the side. Eagles have 7,000 feathers and about 105-degree core body temperature. They're built for cold climates.
Poor little guys. But you know what? There will be more eggs in our future. There will be more eggs. Alec Baldwin is looking for a dismissal of the grand jury indictment against him. The indictment charged him with involuntary manslaughter in the death of that cinematographer on the set of Rust, Lena Hutchins. He has pleaded not guilty. His attorneys have filed new papers with the court accusing the prosecutors of unfairly stacking the deck against Baldwin. They say in these grand jury proceedings that diverted attention away from exculpatory evidence and witnesses. They say they prevented the jury from asserting their obligation to hear testimony from the director Joel Souza, who was wounded in the shooting, as well as the assistant director and the safety coordinator. That they ignored important testimony that would not have meant an indictment for Alec Baldwin.
Well, this is what lawyers are supposed to do.
That's exactly right. They're doing their job.
Target is officially launching a new self-checkout policy, set to start, this weekend. Last year, they tested a new policy in a bunch of stores, restricted self-checkout to customers buying 10 items or less. Customers buying more than that had to go to the full-service lane with a cashier.
What kind of monster goes into Target and buys 10 items or less?
Shoot me in the thigh if I go to Target and don't get out of there with fewer things.
You have a penis.
Sorry?
We are different.
That's the one thing that makes us different.
Well,
and the size of our shopping at Target.
Well, yeah, and it goes directly back to my original argument. I don't think a lot of women get out of Target with 10 items or fewer.
They said Target and other retailers have expanded their self-checkout machines recently in years. Self-checkout was originally designed to help those companies save on labor costs and speed up checkout for us. The problem is you're dealing with a population that chews its own lips sometimes and has no idea what they're doing when they walk into a computerized world. And they cannot figure out, they would not be able to put their pants on in a self-checkout.
It's a really scary look at humanity when you're in line at self-checkout. And I also think that people feel the pressure, and it causes them to err more than they would.
And you know what I want? I feel this every time there's two grocery stores, that we go to that are kind of equidistant from our house, so it depends on what we're looking for. One of them has self-checkout, the other one doesn't. When I go to the one that has self-checkout, I go as fast as I possibly can.
Sport.
To the point where when I'm leaving, and there's the guardian, the yard duty that's right there, I want that person to go, wow, you're good. I was the fastest today.
Right.
What? It'd be like getting high score on a gallon.
In fact, when I went to the Whole Foods this morning and I went to self-checkout, and I was getting the tea and then the salad. We go to weigh the salad, and I just raced through that thing, and I made eye contact. I even paused with the guy who hasn't had a piece of meat in 17 years. He's very pale, translucent, really. And I wanted him to acknowledge how quickly I maneuvered through that thing. And this is why you and I have problems. Like, we need attention from the self-checkout RA.
The winner of last year's $1.765 billion Powerball jackpot, the second highest ever, has been revealed. Theodorus Struck represents a group of people who bought that ticket for the Midway Market up in Fraser Park back in October. Midway Market, little family-owned business, been there for 30 years. They got $1 million bonus check for selling the ticket. But that's it. They haven't said what group he represented, or if it was co-workers, if it was friends or family or whatever. Just said he represents a group of winners who bought the ticket.
Some local football news in the crazy off-season that continues. Keenan Allen, who has been a Charger for 11 years, a steady star for the Chargers, was traded to the Chicago Bears. The Chargers pick up a fourth-round pick. They're going to save a bunch of cap room as well. But, wow. Broke out in 2017 with his first of 6 Pro Bowl appearances. Keenan Allen puts on a show, and he'll put on a show no matter where he goes. But this one hurt for, I think, Chargers fans because, Keenan Allen's always been a Charger, and he was a big when they made the move from San Diego to LA and keeping those fans in line.
39th LA Marathon is going to be run on Sunday.
Also announced that Aaron Donald's retiring too.
And that guy. And the finish line in Santa Monica Boulevard and Avenue with the Stars is going to start at Dodger Stadium, so you may see some road closures if you're driving around on Sunday. Entertainment when we come back to Gary and Shane. Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The homeless man who allegedly punched a 6-year-old girl in the face in Santa Monica has been arrested. The guy is also accused of assaulting another child in Venice. The guy was caught yesterday on the Venice boardwalk. Tornadoes have damaged homes and businesses and killed at least 3 people in the central U.S. And as your challenges say, Rams defensive lineman Aaron Donald is retiring. He's been with the same team since he was drafted in the first round in 2014. We're off to the 210 next.
Well, you know all about Bill and Kathleen if you've listened to KFI. They had a terrible experience putting in new windows, so they decided to start their own company. And they founded American Vision Windows to give the customer a better experience, and that is what they've done. I could not be happier with them. I am a repeat customer. They found that it is the people that make the difference. American Vision Windows built around a team of home improvement experts, and they'll tell you which windows will save you the most energy in your home. That translates to money in your pocket. If you've got those old windows like I did, the old aluminum, wood, or vinyl windows, check out the dual-pane energy-efficient windows. They're going to save you a ton of cash every winter when they keep the heat in, and every summer when they keep that heat out. All American Vision windows are custom-made to fit the needs and the style of your home. Right now, American Vision Windows will pay your tax, or you can get free expert installation. For all offers, call or see the website for details. Unapproved credit offer expires 3/31/24. CSLB number 778326.
From the Southern California Toyota dealers traffic center Let's Go places avoid a crash on the 210 in San Bernardino.
To the 250 westbound, going out to the 215, trying to clear this accident from the left lane. And if you're on the 215 northbound, right between University Parkway up to Palm Avenue, had that crash yesterday, Big Rig. They're still cleaning up from that. So from University Parkway to Palm Avenue, the left lane is still closed. Westminster 405 southbound after the 22, that accident cleared to the right shoulder. In North Hollywood, 170 southbound at Riverside Drive, that accident still blocking the carpool in the 2 left lanes. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Cold and cough season is here. Introducing Ricola Max Throat Care, Ricola's most powerful drug yet. It's the best of Swiss nature, wrapped around a powerful liquid menthol center for maximum relief from your worst cough and sore throat. Maximum nature for maximum relief. Try Ricola Max now, available in the cold and cough aisle. Ricola. It's in our nature.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of
Shalom, Maccabee Rabbi.
and conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles.
Shabbat Shalom, Kulam.
Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
No, never been. What would it take to make it really real? How much effort? How much persistence? How much resilience? Will it all be worth it? Every day, we're working to bring that place closer with customer service that puts you first. That's how we stay well ahead.
Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, it's a fight.
Then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan Becker. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt, people. Listen to Playing Dirty Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We just celebrate food. That's it. Not food and the people that make the culture behind it. Exploring restaurants, grilling, the outside. This is why we live in Southern California. God knows it's not because of the tax breaks.
The Fork Report with Neil Samira. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. So the stories that we watched today, the judge in the Georgia election interference case against former President Trump and some others, said that the DA in that case, Fani Willis, must step aside or remove the special prosecutor with whom she was getting it on before that case can proceed. Fani Willis and special prosecutor Nathan Wade both testified in the hearing this month that they had engaged in a romantic relationship but rejected the idea that Miss Fani improperly benefited from it.
The Jason Nathanson joins us because nothing says the weekend like a report from JNet.
The following program is for entertainment purposes only.
I have to entertain. Is this entertainment? I have to entertain. I want to bring good quality entertainment. I am not entertaining. I am not entertaining. You entertainment like all bachelor parties, there was some entertainment.
Man, JNet. Wow. Well, you guys have been in the hot tub together.
I'm not the one who said it.
You would know.
Everyone has a wonderful shopping.
JNet, we didn't get to talk to you after the Oscars, but you kind of broke the internet with your pick.
Your thirst trap?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
I think so.
Maybe, I'll never admit to that.
There's a lot of comments. If you didn't
Yes, check out.
Yeah,
Jason at Jason Nathanson on Instagram.
I've never seen fencing and traffic cones look so nice.
I tend to make everything, I elevate everything.
Is that right?
So that's
somebody's full of confidence.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Yeah, right.
It is a great picture. And your shoes.
Thank you very much. Those were we talked about that last week. You guys were not here. But we did talk about the shoes on this show. I talked with Neil about that. And those were the $45 Amazon shoes, I think.
Those are really?
Yeah.
It's a good thing Prince is dead because he was the only other person who would have bought those.
Now, are those 2 pocket squares or just a
good eye, Shannon? Yes. Those are 2 pocket squares.
That's different. You switched it up a little bit in that department.
Look, I'm not afraid to try something new.
You're evolving.
Jason Nathanson on Instagram.
I think Steve Gregory said best. He said, because I was talking, we were talking to Steve about your look, and I said, Jason looked great. He goes, yeah, Jason Nathanson takes really good care of himself. And I was like, well, that's an interesting compliment.
Yeah. I don't know that that's necessarily the case. And something that's never been said about me, but
this week, Shannon watched the trailer for Arthur the King, the Mark Wahlberg dog movie.
I started crying.
I get that, and it is a dog movie, so you can expect that they're trying to make you cry. In fact, for me, there wasn't enough dog in a good chunk of the movie. The dog stuff, the real heavy, make you cry dog stuff, doesn't come to the end. But the dog is there. It's basically the story of Mark Wahlberg plays a guy named Michael Light. This is a true story. Who is an adventure racer. They go in teams of 4. They do this big 5-day adventure race in various countries. And this was this guy's last race, basically, his last chance to win. They're in the Dominican Republic, and they're doing this race through the jungles. And a dog kind of shows up and then becomes their mascot and does the race with them. Again, based on true story. There were pictures on ESPN. This was covered, everywhere. And it's this story of, resiliency, loyalty, friendship, and all those kinds of things.
And you're going to cry, of course. But the other one that I heard you mention with Amy this morning that you made Amy cry just talking about it was the movie called One Life, the story of Nicholas Winton.
Yeah, and I don't know. Are you familiar with the video clip of Nicholas Winton?
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about when you mentioned it this morning.
I do not.
So it's been on, I first saw it, I don't know, maybe on TikTok a couple years ago, or on Twitter or something like that. And it's this, it's a clip of a British show called That's Life. And they have this guy, Nicholas Winton, and he's in his 80s, I think, at that point. And they're talking about how he helped save Jewish kids during the Holocaust. And they turn to somebody next to him, and he realizes, this is one of the women that I helped save. He brought them together. It's very touching. And then the host goes, and who else in the audience was saved by Nicholas Winton? And everybody stands up.
Stop it.
The whole...
I just got chills. Wow.
And it's really, really powerful. So I, like a lot of people, have seen that clip.
Oh, my gosh.
But didn't know the context for the movie. And I saw this, I didn't even know what this movie was about. They sent me, do you want to do interviews on it? And it was Anthony Hopkins. I said, yeah, absolutely. But I watched the trailer, and it starts with that clip. And I went, that's what this is. And so you get to know the story of what happened in 1938 with Nicholas Winton in Prague, getting kids out from Czechoslovakia as Hitler's army advances.
and it's really, really powerful.
There's a couple others. There's Manhunt, which is about the assassination, the John Wilkes Booth search after the assassination of Lincoln. But I want to talk also about the documentary Hendry, which is now streaming. Obviously, a huge connection to KFI.
A huge connection to KFI, and KFI is mentioned and talked about a lot. A couple people, Bill Handel is in it, Michael Crozier is in it, and some other former KFI people as well. Talking about Phil Hendry and what the comic genius behind him, what he did to kind of change radio and do radio in his own way, and the different markets that he traveled to, and where the show did work in a lot of places, and then ultimately going into syndication and how that didn't work ultimately as well, because the show was just so weird and bizarre and different. Every place he would go, people would just start complaining, basically. They didn't really get it. But as I mentioned earlier, one of the things that I really didn't know, because I saw the title Hendry, and I'm like, okay, is this about Phil Hendry? And it was. And I watched the trailer, and there's Bill Hader talking about how much he loves Phil Hendry, and it was influenced by him. And Judd Apatow, which I knew because Phil Hendry is in This Is 40. So I knew there was some kind of connection there. But from early on, Judd Apatow was listening to him, and how much of Hollywood was listening to Phil Hendry at the time on KFI in the late 90s and early 2000s. I didn't know that he was so influential.
Yeah, those are some great names that you mentioned that were listening. The same thing we were listening.
He's done for entertainment and comedians and radio people like you've done for the fashion world, Jason.
It's very true. That is the comparison. Definitely, for sure.
Hey, I'm sorry I can't do pickleball this weekend.
You know, and I asked Gary.
I think it's funny that you asked Gary, but not me.
But no, here's the thing. I do want to get something on the calendar for April.
I have a working Achilles.
Okay, listen, lady.
Jared, what happened? You told me that you were going to play, and then I followed up with you, and you said what?
That's not true.
That you didn't play.
I could learn. I watched people at a friend's house a few weeks ago play. They had a court in their backyard.
This is market 2 pickleball, okay? You gotta know what you're doing when you get on. This isn't for beginners. Go practice in Modesto, learn your craft, and then come back to Jason.
This is not good.
Pick somebody. That would be a fourth. Jason and I are playing a team. You pick somebody and we'll play.
That's true.
Okay.
I'll
Jacob, will you pick it up?
Be fair. Oh yeah, definitely. Okay. I'm just gonna say, Jacob does way too many leg days.
I know.
He can't move.
Yes, he can.
He can't move those giant pistons around.
No, you got stumps. You got tree stumps.
Tree stumps for legs.
He's like Saquon Barkley. Yeah.
Jason.
Or maybe I'll get Alex Stone.
Oh, that's not good. I don't see him being very athletic.
So we'll think to turn it into a documentary.
We could do an ABC News versus Gas sandwich match.
Oh, I'm totally like that. Seriously, you draw Alex Stone.
We've got some planning to do. All right, thanks for everything. All right, very weekend. Jason Nathanson for ABC News.
I mean, they don't know how competitive we are. They don't. They have no idea.
Everything.
Their eyes out. Their fingers.
We'll give away our 4-pack for one-day park tickets to Disney.
Start using their eyeballs as the balls.
9 News Nuggets you need to know what we learned this week on the Gary and Shannon Show. And more. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour news.
The special prosecutor in former President Trump's election case in Georgia has withdrawn following controversy over his relationship with the DA. A judge in Georgia ruled Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis could either step aside or remove Nathan Wade. The two prosecutors were in a romantic relationship, and Trump's lawyers wanted Willis disqualified. Wade offered his resignation in a letter to Willis saying he was doing so in the interest of democracy. The LAPD says it has arrested a dozen people for selling alcohol on the streets.
Officers from Central Bureau conducted Operation Safe Sip, where undercovers catch people selling alcohol without a license or vendors with a license who don't check IDs. On Wednesday, police say they booked 12 people in front of LA Live for illegally selling booze, 6 of whom were selling to minors. And often patrols happen near sporting and concert events. The vendors usually pack coolers with both beer and hard liquor and cover it up with a tarp, hiding behind a food cart. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Police in LA are warning people about drinking and driving during St. Patrick's Day weekend. Officers
say it'll be your lucky charm for getting home safely. CHP is also upping their presence on the roads. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says there were 47 fatal alcohol-related crashes in the U.S. in 2021. Bad Bunny has filed a lawsuit in California alleging a fan posted substantial portions of the artist's show on YouTube. The suit claims the fan was asked to remove 10 videos featuring several of Bad Bunny's full songs from his concert last month in Salt Lake City. The complaint says the videos have unauthorized bootleg footage that infringe on copyrights. The YouTuber says he has the right to freedom of expression and argued the footage is a newsworthy event of high public interest. And the U.S. and G7 allies have warned they will add new sanctions on Iran if the country moves forward with providing ballistic missiles to Russia. A senior White House official says, among other significant measures, the group would ban Iran Air, Iran's national air carrier, from flying to Europe. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy with still a slight chance of rain, windy in some areas, highs around 70 for metro LA and the valleys, mid to upper 50s in the high desert, 60s in the beaches, Inland OC and the IE. Right now, 64 in La Habra, 59 in Laguna Niguel. We're going to a crash on the 10 in downtown LA.
So the jet went on right in Alameda got a brand new accident. This is going to be blocking your right lane. In South LA, on the 110 South at Gage, a construction sign is lining the two left lanes. In Riverside, 91 eastbound before you get to Madison, heads up some wood debris in the middle lanes. And it's a problem heading through San Bernardino on the 215. 215 northbound before you get to Palm Avenue. Had an overturned big rig yesterday. They're still cleaning up from that. And the left lane is going to be closed. It is slow from the 210. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Garnett.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
There's greater. The sun shines brighter. Your step feels springier. Even your jokes are funnier. And the best part, when you use Great Clips online check-in, you can get in for a haircut without having to rearrange your day or your budget. Download the app today and start feeling that much greater in just a few taps. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
It's 5 weeks on the air and 5 straight weeks top of the season to date. Nielsen scripted TV rankings through March 10th for CBS's Tracker, averaging just over 10 million viewers an episode. The network again swept the rest of the top 4, with runner-up Young Sheldon averaging 7.3 million, NCIS with 7.2 million, and FBI in 4th with just over 7 million viewers on average, all holding in place for the previous week.
NBC, Chicago Fire, and Chicago Med again repeated at numbers 5 and 6, and the rest of the top 10 again belong to CBS in identical spots as the prior week, with the Equalizer hanging on at 7th place. Just Renewed Ghosts repeat haunting at number 8, followed by Blue Bloods and FBI International in at 10th place. 60 Minutes, also on CBS, was again the top news unscripted show with an average of over 7.5 million viewers, once again taking second place overall. Alright, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
The daily calendar.
Today, March 15.
Today, try to be struck dumb because it's Doomstruck Day. Or you can be dumbfounded or flabbergasted or gobsmacked, whatever those will do. It's everything you think is wrong day. And beware, because it's the Ides of March. Julius Caesar was assassinated on this day in ancient Rome. Spoiler alert, it was Brutus. Happy birthday today to rappers Lil Dicky, will.i.am, musicians Mark Hoppus from Blanket, Brett Michaels of Poison.
Tonight's your daily calendar.
From KFI AM 640.
On the road again, going places that I've never been, seeing things that I may never see again. I can't wait to get on the road again. On the road again, I'm glad to get this to go down the highway.
Gary Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. Reminder, we talked with the newest member of the KFI News Department, the well-trained SWAT team that is the KFI News Department, Michael Luntz, a little bit earlier in the show. So if you missed that, go back and get your introduction to them. Just go on to the KFI website at kfiam640.com/Gary. Or on the iHeart app, just type in Gary and Shannon, and we'll take you to all of our on-demand stuff, the podcast, basically. Quick update on news that broke early today. We know that the Georgia election interference case had a significant development today when the judge in that case said that Fonnie Willis, the DA in Fulton County, could stay on the case as long as the special prosecutor resigned. And now we know that special prosecutor Nathan Wade, who was getting it on with Fonnie Willis, has withdrawn from the case. He's out following this order from the judge, Scott McLean.
But he doesn't have to give the money back.
No, well, from what I heard this morning, they're still doing their due diligence in terms of tracking down all of the details of the relationship and whether state money that went to the prosecutor's office then somehow made its way back to Fonnie Willis.
Yeah, but I mean, if he didn't carry out the entire job, they're going to have to pay somebody else.
Yeah, I don't know.
Extra?
The defendant said that Willis benefited financially by hiring Nathan Wade in 21 because they were in a romantic relationship at the time and went on several trips together. A Republican operative who was working for the campaign claimed that Nathan Wade's law firm billed taxpayers $650,000 since he was hired, and that he was using that income to pay for the vacations with Fonnie Willis. Wow. Yikes. Well, every week we like to gather around the old proverbial radio fire and talk about the things that we've learned together. These are things that we've talked about and people caught at certain points during the course of our 5 days together. Here's what you learned this week on the Gary and Shannon Show.
Hey guys, Kyle in Colorado. What I learned 2 weeks ago, and have been holding with bated breath, because you guys went on last Friday.
That's true.
To say that I learned on the Gary and Shannon Show was that Shauna prefers her raspberries warm and her blueberries cold. Okay. Love y'all.
Love you.
I learned that if you give Shannon some coffee during her small business shout out, she starts getting jacked up, she starts imagining things. I'm quite sure her eyes probably were highly dilated. She starts wondering what was before God, what was after this God, a friendly guy, which we all know he is. But yeah, she goes a little wild.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
That coffee did something to me. I started thinking about dinosaurs and the Bible.
It was similar to an ayahuasca trip for you.
Yeah.
Was that Gary is a bigger wrinkle than Shannon. But Shannon calls Gary a gringo, where Shannon is the whitest white girl in whitey blankets. Gary, you are any
So Shannon, have a good weekend, guys.
I feel like this is a weird clarification. Nobody came to me and said, I'll pay you to be a woman. That's not what happened. I portrayed a woman once, and I was paid at the time. I would have been paid regardless of whether or not I wore the dress.
Well, whose idea was it for you to dress in drag and give Conway a lap dance in a dress? Like, whose idea was that?
Probably my wife's idea.
Because you had the dress, you had the shoes.
We didn't just have them. That's not true. Wake up.
This week on the Gary and Shannon Show with that chicken at the very middle.
What are you laughing at? You can't grow this kind of stash. Jealous.
But I also gave a reservation that you guys might have agreed. I am constantly quoting, oh, Gary said this. Did you hear about what Shannon said this week on Gary and Shannon? And finally, my mother asked me, who the heck is Gary and Shannon? But for the last few years, she thought it was like my neighbor. So there you go. Don't you know?
I love it. I love it.
Thank you for that.
Hey, Gary and Shannon. This is Rory in San Diego. This week on the Gary and Shannon Show, I learned that there's a member of the SWAT force named Michael Monk. He was the same age as Shannon. So that must mean that he's 16.
I know.
He's a show guy, special. This week I learned that Sean is the person to party with. Sean, ass is still a thing.
Acid is still a thing.
I guess.
For a second there, they said ass is still a thing.
Well, it's not going away anytime soon.
No.
Hey guys, sorry, a little bit distracted. That shampoo in my eyes and what needs on my mind. But what I learned this week is that smartphones are going to be the downfall of our society. Braxton Marlins really like to partner, and that Gary should do a daily inventory report of what's in Shannon's purse. That sounds like it would be fascinating. Have a great weekend, guys.
Again, clarification, I wasn't going to go into your purse. You were pulling things out. I just wanted to intercept them before they went into the garbage.
I know.
To see what was there.
Wait, I missed what he said. He said he had shampoo in his eye and what? And something on his mind.
That shampoo in my eyes and what needs on my mind. But what I meant is that shampoo. What needs on my mind. What needs.
Like Phoenix.
Oh, my Venus, yes.
I thought that was he was saying something else.
Before we get into our 9 news nuggets you need to know, this is your opportunity to pick up a 4-pack of 1-day, 1-part tickets to the Disneyland Resort. Caller number
6
at 1-800-520-1KFI. That's 1-800-520-1534. Again, KFI is going to send you to the Disneyland Resort for that 4-pack, 1-day, 1-part ticket to the Disneyland Resort. 800-520-1KFI. Call number 6. These are our 9 news nuggets you need to know. This is your honorable mention.
Honorable mention. Not supposed to mention.
I'm going to mention it when the time is right. I say not to mention it.
You're speaking over servants. You're not mentioning who an honor is.
Great and honorable moment.
So today, auditions. We have against number 5.
Well, it started as a call about a person walking with a shotgun in Stearns County. Where's Stearns County?
It's where you can hear KNSI radio.
KNSI. Stearns County.
Minnesota.
Okay, Minnesota. So the call was a guy walking with a shotgun. A deputy responds, and the call was about an elderly male carrying a shotgun. And the deputy found the guy that fits the description. And
he was listening to music.
He was listening to music.
While using his walking stick.
To play air guitar. And somebody thought it was a shotgun.
Wow. Well, I would think that in Minnesota you would know the difference, but here's number 9.
Number 9. Of the 9 plays in the top 39 times out of 10 Spartans 22.
Can I speak 9 languages? I can't do mine.
Basically everything.
I'll be ready to go on the 9.
Did I check minor in there?
to quicker picker-uppers.
Yeah. Guy stole 20 packs of Bounty paper towels off of the shelf at a CVS on the Upper East Side in New York. He didn't get very far. 20-year-old male worker demanded that they leave the store. One of them threatened him with a knife. They fled the store with the bulky towel packs heading toward the number 6 train station.
I have a quick follow-up. If I'm working at a CVS on the Upper East Side, am I going to see a man stealing paper towels and whip out a knife and threaten him? No, I'm not.
I think it was the guy with the towels. Yeah. I don't think the CVS worker was carrying a knife, unless it's the CVS issued knife, I suppose.
Well, it just said, it's odd. Oh, I see. That's written poorly. That's not my fault. All right.
I just read this. I don't believe it.
A child is born every 8 seconds.
Listening to 8 different bosses drone on about mission statements.
I don't know why this is news. I mean, aren't people buried in the backyard all the time in states that allow people to be buried in backyards?
I guess, but in Jacksonville, Florida, police were investigating human remains found buried in the backyard on Sunny Acres Drive. That sounds very Florida. The Magnolia Gardens neighborhood. Owner of the home said he discovered toes sticking out of the ground as he was doing some yard work.
Well, it's good they found the toes and the remains that seemingly were buried in a very shallow grave before the real swampiness of Jacksonville hits later in the year.
But this
Those toes are going to smell.
They said they were all black, and I guess it was from the decomposition.
Yum. What does it smell like?
I have an update, by the way, on dinosaurs, if you don't know.
Oh.
The topic of dinosaurs in the Bible has been a larger ongoing debate within the community, the Christian community, over the age of the earth, the proper interpretation of Genesis, how to interpret physical evidence that we find all around us. If you believe in the older age for the earth is millions and billions of years old, you tend to agree that the Bible does not mention dinosaurs, because according to the old earth paradigm, dinosaurs would have died out millions of years before the first man ever walked the earth. So the men who wrote the Bible would never have seen living dinosaurs.
Right.
But if you believe in the younger age for Earth, right, if you go do the timeline backwards, it's thousands of years old instead. They tend to agree that the Bible does mention dinosaurs, but it doesn't actually use the word dinosaur. It uses a Hebrew word, tanian, which is translated different ways in English Bible. Sometimes it's sea monster, sometimes it's serpent. It's commonly translated as dragon in the King James Version.
Here's the other thing. God, who created the whole shebang, God did not write the Bible. Okay? It's the humans that came after the dinosaurs that wrote the Bible. So God could have created the whole universe.
There's stuff that they didn't even know.
They didn't know about it. Because they're human. They're not all knowing.
Oh! I see some progress.
Yeah!
It's number 8. No, number 7.
The seventh son of the seventh son. 7 days. Sector 7. 7 years of college. 7 days.
A man's been charged in an unusual breaking and entering case involving a former prison in Michigan.
This is like the man bites dog story, where a guy got busted for breaking into the Standish Correctional Facility. Most of the time we get called for what's someone trying to break out of prison, said the Aranac County Undersheriff. He says not break into prison. It's the first time someone has broken into a building there in over 15 years. This is not a prison that's working, obviously. It's been defunct for some time. It closed in 2009. And they've officially decided the Standish prison will never be used as a prison
The
again.
guy had a bunch of stolen goods in his car. They asked him why he did it, why he broke in. He said he just wanted to walk around and take a look. But they said he was in possession of a lot of burglary tools and masks and probably thought there was something of value in that building, and there was not.
Here's number 6.
Number 6.
Picture me around 6 drunk and longshoreman. We just did it in a measurement.
Drink another shit. Because, like, if you're any other dude, wouldn't it be fun just to not have humans around for a while and just a bunch of dinosaurs to play with until you had to deal with the humans? Like a few thousand years of just playing with dinosaurs, coming up with new dinosaurs, flying dinosaurs, swimming dinosaurs, have them evolve, have them fight.
See how big I can make this one.
You know, it's like dinosaur wars, and God was like the puppeteer for that, and then he's like, all right, I guess I gotta get on with these humans.
Before Oklahoma became one of the last places in the U.S. to outlaw cockfighting, it wasn't uncommon to see hundreds of people packed into small arenas to watch roosters outfitted with razor-sharp steel blades fight until the bloody death. And 20 years after the ban took effect, some worry that Oklahoma is looking at it again and might ease restrictions to allow cockfighting.
That's great.
A proposal that would have weakened cockfighting penalties has cleared the House of Representatives in the state of Oklahoma.
Deborah, are you a vegan enough to where you would not attend a cockfight?
Oh my God, are you kidding me? Of course I would not.
Oh, you would not?
Oh, you would?
No. Wait.
I don't even think you have to be a vegan. I mean, I think I don't want to be too judgmental.
Get it. Go for it.
Jerks do that.
Yeah.
Watch your mouth.
I could have said a lot worse.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to have to go check out our Instagram story today and tell us which word you would have chosen.
Okay.
Which is your favorite. Here's number 5. Did we do that?
I have 5 rules.
We begin bombing in 5 minutes.
5 little monkeys.
This is the year 515.
Give me a favor and lose 5 pounds immediately.
Two men in Georgia accused of setting off a bomb at a woman's home and plotting to release a python to eat her daughter.
Yeah.
Explain to me this one.
34-year-old Caleb and 37-year-old Stephen conspired to harass, intimidate, injure, or kill the woman from the house. They met her on a dating app, but the relationship eventually went south, and with one of the guys, so they decided to block each other. They were going to shoot arrows into her front door, mail her dog feces, dead rats, scalp her head, blow her up her home, and then release a large python to get daughter. These guys seem
They say,
their feet on the earth.
yeah, maybe there's a little bit of a drug situation going on, you think?
Maybe we have a chance to get back at the snakes. Here's number 4.
4 minutes.
I'm feeling this fourth tranquilizer by now.
Amendment number 4.
This isn't the same one you left for your A group of researchers have studied a couple of large python species over the last 12 months on farms in Thailand and in Vietnam because they eat them there, and they found they were more efficient to raise than other livestock.
So we're going to start eating snakes?
It would help fight food insecurity.
I know somebody who lives like out, I don't really know them. I met them recently. And they live out like in the desert, in the middle of the desert, you know?
Yeah.
And they kill and eat snakes.
They're supposed to be great meat. I think I've eaten rattlesnake before.
I had rattlesnake sausage at First Future, or however you say it. Number 3.
Please help me the number that was spelled, and the number of in Germany. 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Security clearance level 3. 3. I got all 3, you guys. So let's do 3. 5.
After about 3 days, they both start stinking.
Well, medical news, bacon news, and tapeworm news.
Yeah.
Finally, in the 52-year-old man diagnosed with neurocysticercosis.
He was eating uncooked bacon and he got tapeworms.
Non-crispy bacon.
Somebody who deserves tapeworms. Here's number 2.
What's going on, you two?
We got the page. 1, 2.
There's 2 sons and no baby.
Well, everybody likes a full blueberry, but you like a big blueberry.
Well, my blueberry's been really large lately, and I'm not alone. A blueberry grown in Australia has been recognized as the heaviest in the world. This blueberry is the size of a golf ball. It'd be very flavorful. It's usually the smaller balls that are the most flavorful.
Here's number 1.
We're number 1.
We're number 1, man. That's all that counts.
You struggle enough for number 1.
Are you the number 1? Rule number 1.
Berry. Oh, right.
There was a golf ball.
Oh, got it.
All right. A man has been rushed to the hospital because because he put a pleasure enhancer on his penis.
Allegedly. I don't quite
11 of them. 11 of the enhancers.
The metal rings were stuck on his penis. It became dangerously swollen. Not just like fun swollen, dangerous swollen.
That's an addiction. You start off with one, and you're like, okay. Like, how about two?
Nobody does that.
Nobody does that?
This guy was mentally ill.
Oh, really?
Then
why do these exist?
To please mentally ill people.
A man in South Africa pulled a similar stunt, but this guy decided to put his wedding ring on his penis.
Why do you know all of these stories?
I don't know, but here's the thing. How does your wedding ring fit on your penis?
John, do you have an answer for that? I feel like sometimes she throws these things out and I can't.
I got a text from Ken this morning. Yeah.
Wow. What did it say?
It said, it's Penis Story Friday.
It said, sorry, Mama. Really?
Yeah.
When was the last time you heard from him?
Oh, weeks.
And that's his re-entry.
Relationship.
Yeah, I guess so. We've got coming up in a little bit, we're going to have the attorney for some of the passengers on the Alaska airline. The original start to this, the almost early exit flight. Yes, the door closed. So he has a number of clients that are suing everybody in sight. Do you keep your seatbelt on when you're in a plane like that? I mean, most of the time, I don't like being constrained. My wife's always on my case. So it's that kind of situation. You keep it loose? Yeah, I just don't like things tight around the body. Right. Like hugs.
I just brought back the Ken.
Yeah, that I miss.
Me too.
Go Tunes up next. We'll see you on Monday. Stay dry, everybody.
Blessings.
Anybody under the age of 13, this has got to be boring for me.
Gary and Shannon.
This is over. My parents, they made some ice cream or something.
Life moves pretty fast. If you don't like KFI, fill you in once in a while. You can miss it. KFI and KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Aloha, stay dressed up to live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A San Bernardino County Sheriff's operation has taken more than 190 pounds of fentanyl off the streets. Operation Consequences has also led to the seizure of more than 2,700 pounds of meth, 19 pounds of coke, and 22 pounds of heroin. Sheriff Shannon Dyke says most of the drugs are coming from across the border.
Now we're seeing fentanyl come across kind of liquefied, but it hasn't been dried out in fuel tanks.
The operation began in 2022 to combat crime across San Bernardino County. The operation also targets illegal guns and human trafficking. Blake Trolley, KFI News. News is brought to you by Sun XL. An oil sheen off the coast of Huntington Beach has continued to plague beaches with tar balls.
Testing is inconclusive about the source.
OC Supervisor Katrina Foley says samples of the tar balls from the oil sheen first spotted last week point to natural oil seepage, but not definitively.
Unfortunately, we're still seeing impacts because just yesterday there were 9 oil birds that were found and they've been taken to our wetland and wildlife care facility.
Foley says oil from the feathers is also being tested to find a source. She says people should avoid touching tar balls and call the Oiled Wildlife Care Network when an oiled bird is found. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The United Airlines flight from Dallas to San Francisco has been affected by a hydraulic leak. Alex Stoltz problems noticed yesterday as the Airbus A320 approached its destination. Emergency vehicles were standing by. They saw a little bit of smoke around the landing gear. That happens when hydraulic fluid comes in contact with the hot brakes. The plane taxied to the gate. Plane had 150 passengers and 5 crew members. There was another hydraulic issue on a United A320 that landed in LA last week. The countdown is on, sending your name to the moon on NASA's first robotic moon rover, Viper. Viper will embark on the mission to the lunar South Polar region to explore permanently shadowed areas and unravel the mysteries of the moon's water. The rover will be the
the first ever to measure location and concentration of water, ice, and other resources. Once names are collected, technicians will use an electron beam to stencil names onto a microchip that will then be attached to the rover before it's launched. The deadline to send your name to the moon is 8:59 tonight, and naturally, I will be sending mine into space. You can get your free boarding pass at nasa.gov. Chris at KFI News. A special prosecutor who had a romantic relationship with Fulton County DA Bonnie Willis has formally withdrawn from the election interference case in Georgia against former President Trump after a judge ruled one of them had to leave the case for it to move forward. The Supreme Court has unanimously ruled public officials can sometimes be sued for blocking their critics on social media. Justice Amy Coney Barrett said officials who use personal accounts to make official statements may not be free to delete comments about those statements or block critics altogether. Barrett says officials still have private lives and their own constitutional rights, but when they post about job-related topics, they must allow criticism or risk being sued. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is closing down 191, S&P 500 down 33, NASDAQ down 155.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Southland weather's from KFI. Partly cloudy, slight chance of rain, windy in some places, highs around 70 for Metro LA and the valleys, mid to upper 50s in the high desert, 60s at the beaches in the Dosi and the IE. Right now, 64 in Seal Beach, same in Buena Park, and 68 in Roy Hills, and 70 for Sherman Oaks. We have a crash on the 57 in Brea.
57 northbound Tonner Canyon, they are getting that over to the right shoulder. A little bit of slowing as you make your way past it. Then in Diamond Bar, 60 eastbound, right Village Ranch Road, has a large tire, is in the middle lane, and just past that pickup semi over on the right shoulder. In Ontario, 15 southbound at the 60, his stall is in that center divider area. On the 60 eastbound, right before you get to Van Buren, got a wreck involving a big rig making its way over to the right shoulder. In Fontana on the 10 westbound, right as you're coming up on Cherry, heads up a large chunk of metal is in the right lane. And a little bit of good news in San Bernardino on the 215 northbound right at Palm Avenue. Looks like they've wrapped up that earlier incident from yesterday, and that left lane is going to be open there. KFI The Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on the driver who treats the highway like a racetrack and the shoulder like a passing lane. Why pay a rate based on anyone else? Get one based on you with drive rates from Allstate. Not available unless you're California, subject to terms and conditions. Rates are determined by several factors which vary by state. In some states, participation in driving allows Allstate to use your driving for purposes of rating. While in some states, a rate could increase with years driving. Generally, safer drivers who save your driveways. Allstate Air Cash insurance may influence or
KLA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024-SWEEPS-LA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Possibly vary by location.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tiny Cats simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Each, you heard me. Try Tiny Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tiny Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Main 641 everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. It's the John Copenhagen Show. Welcome. How are you? And we're live I mentioned, right? You can get us on the air from 1 until 4 after 4 o'clock. It's John Copenhagen Show on demand podcast. Also on the iHeart app. We have a lot of airline news today. A lot of Boeing news, as you might expect. And in a few minutes, we are going to talk to Timothy Loringer. He represents a group of passengers who were on the Alaska Airlines plane first week of January when the door plug blew out. And that began the series of bad Boeing stories. That's plagued the company now for 2 months, but it's all their own fault. Timothy Loringer is going to be on to talk about his client's view, because one of his clients actually had his sock and shoe sucked right off his body, and he saw another guy's shirt sucked off his body, and it's pretty crazy. They should have seen this coming for a while, according to Loringer. We'll talk to him about it, but this angle of the story is funny. You remember the airplane movies, right? All right. This scene is out of one of those movies.
Have you ever seen it?
No. Thanks for asking. This is about the flight that happened from Australia to New Zealand. It's the 787 Dreamliner. The one that took a nosedive, dropped 500 feet, and any passenger without a seatbelt found themselves into the ceiling.
Terrifying.
All right. What did one guy say? He looked up. It was like The Exorcist. There was another guy looking down at him.
I'm not laughing.
You aren't laughing.
I'm not trying to make sense.
13 people went to the hospital.
No,
You're kidding.
I'm laughing because it's so outrageous.
Well, listen to this. It looks like, according to Boeing, it was a Latin Airlines flight attendant was delivering food to the pilots, and she accidentally hit the switch on the pilot's seat, and that thrust the pilot into the controls. He hits the controls, and that causes the plane to go into a nosedive.
She must be very embarrassed.
Well, the switch is on the back of the chair, and it's usually covered, and is not supposed to be used when a pilot is in the seat. But since it was uncovered and she bumped into it, that started the chain reaction. There's some kind of design flaw in all this. What's nuts is they knew this as far back as 2017, and it sent out a notice saying, be careful, inspect the chairs for loose covers, and instructions on how to turn off the power. Like if the chair gets out of control, there's a kill switch, I guess. Of course, this was, 7 years ago they came out with the manual. Shouldn't it be more complicated than that?
Yes.
The pilot is pushed forward, that should send the plane into a nosedive? Shouldn't there be like a series of switches he has to hit in order to do that? 50 passengers required medical attention, with some of them pinned to the ceiling. And the TAM claimed that it was a technical event during the flight. They didn't say no, it was stupid.
Because it's going to sound so stupid.
What a farce. So Boeing says, we've taken the precautionary measure to remind 787 operators of the service bulletin that we issued in 2017. So go through your file of service bulletins. Go back 7 years, just a few hundred probably, and see if you can find it. See, the way the cockpit seats are designed, they're designed to move out of the way so the pilots can maneuver around the flight deck, which is very claustrophobic, let's say, right? It's really tightly packed. But these seats move slowly. But something happened. There's a spring-loaded seat back switch, and that could cause. It apparently got stuck, got jammed. I can't explain this. One aviation expert said it would be like the seats in your car. If all of a sudden they started moving on their own because of a stuck switch, what would you do? Right? You get up against the steering wheel. You'd smash your head against the windshield. Yeah, that's kind of what happened here. They have investigators now from Chile to lead the investigation. And they've got experts from New Zealand as well. And the plane is parked in Chile.
We have to investigate. We seem to know what the problem is. We have to fix it.
I don't know. But, well, investigators need something to do. So they have to investigate. Well, they're going to have to lay down a case because the lawsuits are going to come piling in.
Oh, yeah.
50 people in the hospital. Veronica Martinez said it was a horrible experience. I saw a baby fly. That's a rough start.
Wait. Is the baby in a seat? In one of those car seats?
Maybe not. Maybe it was a mom holding it.
Oh, that's
Yeah, that mom there.
Well, you would expect that to happen.
Maybe it was feeding.
Hey, no mom shame.
That baby's personality is going to be a little bit different. And we'll never know why. But I got to think if you got flung up to the ceiling, like maybe your first plane flight. Now, when we come back, we're going to talk with Timothy Oranger. He's leading a lawsuit for a number of passengers against Alaska over that door plug issue that Boeing had. And we'll talk to him next. Also, we've got more chilling information about the whistleblower who ended up dead in the hotel parking lot in Charleston, John Barnett, the one who they say committed suicide. Well, maybe he didn't. He issued a warning about this sort of thing before he died. We're going to talk about all that coming up. Denmark Live, the KFI 24-hour news.
Two people, including a firefighter, have been hurt in a house fire that burned for more than 2 hours in Studio City. LA City Fire says the home reportedly belongs to actress Cara Delevingne. Best Buy is recalling more than 287,000 air fryers sold across North America because of complaints that products overheat, melt glass, and catch fire. The U.S. and G7 allies have warned that they will add new sanctions on Iran if the country moves forward with providing ballistic missiles to Russia. They have crashed on the 15 in Temecula.
15 northbound right at the 215. It is going to be blocking that left lane. It's already a slow line from Winchester Road. In Churraco Summit, this is east of Palm Springs, 10 westbound before you get to Summit Road. Got an accident making its way over to the right shoulder, still a fall through that area though. In Ontario on the 10 eastbound before you get to Vineyard Avenue. Got a brand new accident with a motorcycle down the right lane is going to be blocked in on the 15 south right after the 60. Still trying to clear that crash from the Senator Viper area. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Hartman.
Para mí es un aroma de la banda de un baño de velas, los sonidos de una escena tropical de fondo.
Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and severed another when he was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled moving around his home until Tunnel to Towers gave him a mortgage-free smart home. The home enabled Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, Sunday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640, the John Cobell Show, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app with London Thorne and Court Clark. John Cobell Show on demand. It's the podcast. Well, I've got even more here on Boeing and specifically the Alaska Airlines flight that started this whole series of stories of Boeing. One safety issue after another. The original story is the door blowing out in January. And if you remember, there were a number of passengers who nearly got sucked out of the plane, and others who were traumatized. And a group is filing a lawsuit against Boeing, Alaska Airlines, Spirit Aerosystems that supplies the fuselage to Boeing, and others. We're going to talk with the attorney for these plaintiffs, Timothy Loringer,
Welcome to the John Cobell Show. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for having me.
These people were they all gathered around where the plug blew out? Like they experienced the most of the fright, the trauma?
Yes, absolutely. The clients that I represent were very close to where the door plug exploded out of the fuselage. Two trams with one row behind. He was, if not for his seatbelt, was nearly sucked out of the airplane. Suffered physical injuries and serious, psychological injuries from being in this plane.
Yeah, in fact, Trent said he saw another person's shirt get sucked off his body and fly across the plane. Do you know why the two seats immediately adjacent to the door plug were empty? I thought that was an incredible coincidence. There were only 6 empty seats, and it was 171 passengers. And there people have been wondering, did two people who had those seats hear whistling noises coming out of the door plug and they moved themselves before it happened?
Well, I've heard those stories that there was whistling coming from that part of the airplane. What I'm not clear about is whether or not that was on this particular flight. And as you may have read in the news, there were other reports that the cockpit was getting some signals that there was a problem with the pressurization system.
Yeah.
It's possible, we don't know that, but those things may have all been related to the ultimate failure that we saw in the door plug. So maybe they were keeping those seats free of persons because they didn't know what was going on. I mean, those things will come out in litigation.
Yeah, that's a possibility I hadn't thought of, but they were worried about flying that plane because they restricted it so it could only fly over land. It wasn't allowed to go to Hawaii because they wanted to keep airports within sight for an emergency landing, which I thought was really weird because if you're that worried about the plane, then take it out of service.
And that's an excellent point. If you have an issue with the aircraft, you haven't been able to resolve it, I think it's time to put that aircraft, keep it on the ground, do some good maintenance on it, make sure that it stays flying.
The story, I forget, was in the New York Times or in the Wall Street Journal yesterday, that the pressurization line, as you said, went on twice the previous days, but the protocol says 3 times. And the engineers were split. One said that we should pull it out of service, and the other said, no, let's go one more day, and we'll work on it tomorrow. Is that what you're hearing, or is that what you're getting from your investigations?
That is what we're hearing, and it just raises so many questions about when how you make these decisions. If it is, I think you always err on the side of caution. Safety is paramount. I'm sure we'll hear that from the defendants, or from Boeing and Alaska Airlines. That's their main concern. Why not take the safest route, pull the aircraft out of service?
I can't imagine this thing would go to trial. I mean, it happened. Everybody in the world knows it happened. The question is, how quickly are they going to come to a settlement? Is that the way you see it?
Well, we will prepare the case for trial. That's what we always make sure that we're ready to go to trial. But as we know, most cases settle. In this situation, the liability seems to be very clear that the work that was done on the aircraft was certainly subpar. Both apparently were not installed on the door plug when it was being reinstalled. So there is negligence in that regard. And so, we'll see what happens. Settlement mid-thing in a case like this.
Well, there's so much evidence that is stacking up against them. The bolts weren't there. They don't have video of the factory work being done. That's mysteriously got erased. There's no documentation maybe ever made. I mean, each one of these by itself is outrageous. You add them all together, it's impossible to believe.
It really is. It really is. And especially in light of all of the other issues that Boeing has, that has come out about Boeing's lack of appropriate procedures for, maintenance and design issues with the Boeing MAX 8, and a half of other issues that have arisen since. I
what's going on? Because a couple of whistleblowers have spoken and talked about the ridiculous pressure everybody was under to keep the production lines moving no matter what. And if you went against their orders, you were gone. There's a lot of coercion. Are you getting any information along those lines?
I haven't spoken to a whistleblower about this particular incident, but I have spoken with someone with regard to other issues that are going. Certainly, I can't talk about those things, but there are people within the company who we've seen it in the news who are very concerned about what has been going on there at the factory.
I mean, Boeing had those two deadly crashes back in 2018 and 2019, I believe. One was in Indonesia, right? One was in Ethiopia. And it was that new Max line of planes, and they had to pay $2.5 billion in those cases because hundreds and hundreds of people died. And you would think that would shock the company into being ultra conservative in the production of their airplanes. And it seems like things have gotten sloppy.
Yeah, you definitely wonder what is going on over there. It's not a common thread between all of these incidents as between the MAX 8. I mean, that was a design issue. They were trying to basically develop a new aircraft without having to start from scratch. And so there were many engineering issues that came up, along with the very uncomfortable idea that Boeing gets to monitor itself. The FAA handed its responsibilities to them and said, go ahead and sign off on these new designs.
Well, Timothy, thank you for coming on with us. Timothy Loringer, he's representing a number of clients who were on that Alaska Airlines flight when the door plug blew out. And they're suing Boeing, Alaska, Spirit Aerosystems, and others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for having me on.
All right. More coming up. Deborah Mark live on KFI 24-hour news.
Dozens of mistreated animals have been catcalling for help at the OC Animal Care Center.
Imagine 83 cats and 2 dogs inside a very small home.
OC Animal Care's Alexa Pratt says the scared cats were found in deplorable condition.
Many of these cats were found inside couch cushions, in small spaces within the home.
She says the cats found last month just need love and patience.
They didn't have much social interaction with humans, so it's very much a bunch of cats living together, competing for resources.
OC Animal Care is calling on animal rescues and people in the community to help the cats become adoptable. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUNK. A woman from Pasadena says she's been getting scary calls and text messages ever since her dog disappeared early last month.
I'm not able to sleep, or I'm still trying to cope with everything that's going on in my life.
Jackie Luca told KTLA it started when she and her family put up flyers about her missing Rottweiler that included her phone number. She says a guy has been randomly walking outside her door, and she's been getting text messages that include naked photos and comments about her daughter walking in the neighborhood. She says a caller using a different number claims he's going to kill her dog and send her the fur. The second number has been linked to a man wanted for the murder of a teenager in 2021. Hamas has handed over its official written response to the deal brokered by the U.S. that would see a 6-week ceasefire and hostage release. ABC's Jordana Miller says it's the first positive development in weeks.
Hamas reportedly agreed to delay discussions on the end of the war and the Israeli army's withdrawal until after it frees the women, sick, and elderly hostages in exchange for hundreds of jailed Palestinians.
Israel's prime minister has convened his war cabinet to study the proposal that comes during Ramadan, the Muslim holy month. McDonald's has apologized for a technology outage that shut some of its restaurants down for hours. ABC's Derek Dennis says the glitches were reported at locations with self-serve kiosks
that allow customers to order and pay for a meal on screen. The glitch causing hiccups in Australia, Japan, Hong Kong, New Zealand, Sweden, and elsewhere.
He says people on social media were advising others to bring cash on their next Mickey D's trip. The chain says the glitch was caused by a third-party technology provider and was not a cybersecurity issue. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy. We still have a slight chance of rain, windy in some places. Highs around 70 for Metro LA and the valleys, mid to upper 50s in the high desert, 60s at the beaches in Ladosi and the IE. Right now, 62 in Laguna Woods, 61 Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Sylmar.
Bad light before you get to the 14th brand new accident. This is blocked in the left lane. You're already stacked up from 405. In Sun Valley at 5 north of Penrose, heads up some wood debris in the 2 wide lanes. Pacific Palisades, PCH northbound right for Sunset Boulevard. They're doing some emergency road work and the right lane is going to be blocked. In Irvine, 405 north, right at 55, got another new crash blocking the right lane. And in Corona, 91 westbound, right at 71, got a solo spin out in the middle lane. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender, candlelit bath enveloped by a rainforest soundscape. Enlightenment. Here I come.
Free one-day delivery on bag bugs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WIN.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
At My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details and clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut. That's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
KFI AM 640 has your chance to visit the Disneyland Resort. From Save the Day Happy at Adventure Campus to a perfectly playful day happy at Mickey's Toontown. Discover a new kind of happy every time you visit the happiest place on earth. Ticket park reservation required. Offering subject to restrictions and change without notice. Listen for your chance to win one day one park tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park. For more information, go to KFIAM640.com. Check Culture continues. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. It's Voice Line today. We'll have 2 rounds of Voice Line coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, 3:20 and 3:50. We just finished talking with an attorney representing a group of the passengers from that Alaskan Airlines flight with the door blew out, and then started the cascade of bad news about Boeing, which is really, when you look at a list of all the incidents, all the news stories, just in the last 2 months on Boeing, it really makes you wonder what is going on out there. What else we don't know. Then in the midst of this, that Boeing whistleblower, John Barnett, was found dead in his pickup truck in a parking lot in Charleston, South Carolina. He was giving depositions in South Carolina because he had filed a retaliation lawsuit against Boeing. He worked for Boeing up until 2017, retired, and then started telling the truth about what's going on with the production lines. He started that after those 2 crashes. And you know what's lost is those 2 terrible crashes. Each one of them killed hundreds of people. One in Ethiopia, one in Indonesia. Those were the Max 8 jets, right? And they crashed. And as we talked about a few minutes ago, that was $2.5 billion that Boeing had to pay out. $2.5 billion because of lawsuits involved in that case. And that didn't straighten them out. So you have John Barnett, and he's talking so much that Boeing, he says, retaliated against him. And he decided to file an anti-retaliation lawsuit against the law to do that to whistleblowers. And then he ends up dead. And preliminary analysis is
suicide, although the police say they're still investigating, and that is not a final determination. So, if you're indulging your conspiracy theory side, you may want to hear this story. And this is done by a local ABC4 TV down in Charleston.
Barnett's family friend Jennifer said they had talked about this exact scenario playing out, but his words seemed like a premonition. He told her, "Don't ever believe it."
I knew John because his mom and my mom are best friends. And so over the years, get-togethers, birthdays, celebrations, and whatnot, we've all got together and talked, and that's how we really know each other.
And when Jennifer needed help one day, Barnett came by to see her. They talked about his upcoming depositions in Charleston. Jennifer knew he filed an extremely damaging complaint against Boeing. He says the aerospace giant retaliated against him when he blew the whistle on unsafe practices. For more than 30 years, Barnett was a quality manager. He'd recently retired and moved back to look after his mom in Louisiana.
Wasn't concerned about safety because I asked him, I said, "Aren't you scared?" And he said, and this boy, the way he was all, I ain't scared. He said, "But if anything happens to me, it's not suicide." You know, I know that he did not commit suicide. There's no way. He loved life too much. He loved what you're going through right now.
And he basically told you not to believe it.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Not true. He's got too much to do. Likes breathing. And he did. He had a lot of plans and things that he wanted to do.
What do you think happened?
I think somebody got in there and made it. Money can buy anything nowadays, it seems like. And there's a lot of evil in this world. I think somebody didn't like what he had to say and wanted to shut him up and didn't want it to come back on anyone, so that's why they made it look like a suicide.
The last time she saw Barnett, it was at her father's funeral in late February. He was one of the pallbearers. Sometimes family and friends referred to him by his middle name, Mitch.
I think everybody is in disbelief. You can't believe it. And I told everybody that I don't care what they say, I know that Mitch didn't do that.
And just because John Mitch Barnett is dead doesn't mean this case won't move forward. His attorneys say they're still prepared to go to trial in June.
All right, that is ABC4 in Charleston, South Carolina. So if somebody says, if I end up dead, it's not suicide, and then he ends up dead, does that mean it's not suicide? Steve Transler has written 2 books on staged crime scenes, and he runs something called Second Look Training and Forensic Consulting. And he says when someone dies by suicide with a gun, the gun only remains in the person's hand at 25% of the time. The mere fact that the gun was in his hand, I would pay attention to that. He told this to the New York Post, because many times when someone is trying to make it look like a suicide, they make that mistake and put the gun in the hand. And that makes sense, because when you blow your head off, that's such a violent reaction of the gun. Because I shot a gun once in my life, and holding on to it after I shot it, because I had no experience, took a lot of strength not to have that thing fly up into the air. Well, if you've just blown your brain out and your body goes limp, how does the gun stay in your hand? That seems to be really difficult. And some stories I'm wildly suspicious, or I'll entertain a possibility. This one I'm really suspicious of, and I think most people. And now we see what a dark company Boeing is. I think anything's possible. If they think this guy is going to cost them billions of dollars, it could cost them the whole company all these stories. Because United has said they're not accepting any MAX 10s. The CEO of Ryanair
said he's been loudly complaining about the quality of the voting line. And suddenly, everybody is telling the truth. Everybody was silently dealing with all of voting's problems. And now it's a free-for-all. The employees are telling the truth. Their customers are telling the truth. Saying, we're not going to take any more of these planes. We're going to take a Boeing plane. It's like Alaska, right? Now, Alaska didn't forget to put the door bolts on. Boeing did. But Alaska is at the heart of the lawsuit. Of course, they're responsible for not taking the plane out of service when they were getting all those pressurization warnings. And yeah, supposedly some passengers on a previous flight said, hey, we hear whistling coming out of the wall over there. Because remember, the door plug was covered up on the wall. But you can hear whistling. And I know there's a story about these two seats. There's got it.
There has to be. Are more people going to end up committing suicide?
Yeah. Because with those seats, either people moved or the airline made sure those two were filled, just in case. Yeah, anybody else who speaks out? Well, now the thing is, now that it's all Barnett is dead, maybe people don't speak out. Yeah. Because it becomes like Russia. And Vladimir Putin. You're gonna complain? You want to complain, right?
But this is the U.S., John.
I don't know. Seems more like it, especially here in California. Seems more like the Soviet Union every day. Coming up at 2 o'clock, we're going to have Mike Lumps on from KFI News. That story yesterday about the 6-year-old girl who was hit in the head by a crazy vagrant and knocked to the ground. Oh, we have a name on this guy. Asante Lamar Morgan. Okay. Asante, he is now accused of assaulting another child, and it was actually the LAPD who arrested him. I knew Santa Monica was capable of arresting this guy. LAPD because he assaulted somebody that's a kid. I don't know if he's boy or girl. Michael Lunch that's coming up after 2 o'clock. We have a lot to come. Deborah Marcotte, the KFI 24-hour news.
At least 3 people have been killed, dozens injured after tornadoes hit Ohio and Indiana. LA Rams star defensive lineman Aaron Donald is retiring. The 10-time Pro Bowl lineman spent his entire career with the Rams, and the Dodgers have arrived in South Korea ahead of the team's season-opening games with the San Diego Padres next week. Shohei Ohtani was the first player to show up at the arrival gate with his wife behind him. We're off to the 91 next.
How do you know which personal injury attorney to choose when there's a million out there? Well, here's why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Because number one, Sweet James and many of his attorneys used to work defending insurance companies. And they were disgusted by how the insurance companies were taking advantage of everyday people. It's their weakest moment. Now, they all use their passion, their experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. So they are assembled, ready to go, and take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drives them to win and win big. So if you're hurt in an accident, you call Sweet James, 800-9-million, 800-9-million, 800-9-000-000, sweetjames.com.
Southland weather for KFI. Cloudy, light chance of rain and windy in some areas, high 60s to around 70. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. From the Southern California Toyota dealers traffic center, let's go places. We're going to crash on the 91 in Anaheim Hills.
The 91 westbound past Green River before the 241. I've got a brand new accident. This could be blocking the 2 left lanes. It is backed up from before the 71. Also in Corona, 91 eastbound 15. Got a disabled vehicle in that Center Vine area. In Irvine, 405 north at the 55. New accident is blocking the right lane there. In Pete Rivera, 605 south of Washington. That crash clearing to the shoulder, and in Hacienda Heights, 60 eastbound at Azusa Avenue. That accident is over on the shoulder, but you're tapping those brakes from the 605. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In this week's Marketers Report, David Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
iHeartRadio, Did You Know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know, what you're listening to right now. Did you know that at iHeartRadio, one of our biggest pet peeves is dead air? That pause you get between the songs when you're listening to a baller playlist, or the gaps in your soundtrack when you're trying to set the mood. It kills the energy, destroys the vibe. See, at iHeartRadio, we believe it's not just the music curation in your playlist that matters, but also the music presentation. So we've spent years figuring out how to guarantee a flow that never stops. Smart music transitions that seamlessly bridge one song to the next when you listen to artist radio or playlists on iHeartRadio. So we make sure the flow is never interrupted. It's just one of the ways that we try to make your music sound even better. Check it out for yourself. Tap on the playlist tab in the iHeartRadio app and find something you like. Or type in the name of your favorite artist and listen to the difference that gap-free smart transitions make to your music flow. And it's only on iHeartRadio. #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. On the road again? Can't drive 55? Trying to catch me riding dirty? No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants to complete your commuting and road tripping experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation app, Waze. Now, while you navigate turn by turn in Waze, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts from iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon from the Waze navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in the car through Waze on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there.
Crypto scams. Someone you don't know says, I have a way to get you rich overnight. If it is so foolproof, why do I need to cut you a check or invest in some website? Okay, it's so upgrade. Why do you need my money? Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John Covencio, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And coming up after 2 o'clock, Michael Monks from KFI News. And he's going to tell us about LAPD catching the guy who whacked that 6-year-old girl in Santa Monica in the head while she and her family were walking on their vacation. This guy was sitting on a bus bench and he just spun around, whacked her in the head, knocked her to the ground. He did it again, they say, in Los Angeles, hitting a 7-year-old. And that's how LAPD caught him. So we will talk to Michael Monks coming up after 2 o'clock at Denver's News. All right, it's bad enough we have every crazy person, every vagrant, homeless guy, drug addict, urinating and defecating all over Los Angeles. Now we have politicians urinating.
It's down to 210. It's near Glendale, Montrose, Lackawanna, all those towns. He's a town council member. And Saturday night, he was out with his boyfriend at a gay bar called Precinct in downtown LA. And as it was closing, Kilpatrick and the boyfriend caught on surveillance video urinating in public. The manager of the bar, Jeremy Lucido, said they urinated together on our door. Oh, that's sweet. The couple that urinates together. And then they walked away, and Lucido ran into them. And another manager from the bar saw the two of them leaving with drinks, and that's a violation of the city code. You can't have open alcohol on the streets. You can't drink. And Lucido said we have to stop them because if we allow people to leave intoxicated and they're drinking outside, then the bar gets in trouble. Lucido said they tussled. I went to grab the glass, and he pushed me and fell to the ground. And I flew back. Now, Lucido's attorney, John Duran, is claiming that Kilpatrick thought he was being attacked because he's gay. And so it was reasonable to fight back. But that, of course, does not address the urination on the door. He has now quit his job as the Crescenta Valley Town Council. Even the politicians coming. See, this is the thing. Once the norm has been broken, nobody thinks anything's illegal anymore, right? You can just steal stuff from Target. You can peel over the front door of a bar. What does it matter? In fact, I don't think he would have gotten arrested for that. It's just that the bar manager thought that was offensive. Now, I got a story about, we mentioned this yesterday, about California's bullet train. It's going to need another $100 billion. $100 billion. They have already spent $10 billion, and there's not a foot of track laid down. ABC 7, Rob Hayes did a report on it. Play this.
When California's bullet train was pitched to voters back in 2008, the cost of linking Los Angeles to San Francisco via high-speed rail was said to be about $40 billion. But now, more than 15 years in, state officials say it's going to take as much as $35 billion just to complete the 171-mile stretch between Bakersfield and Merced. Finishing the entire line? Well, that's going to take an additional $100 billion.
It's never going to come to LA, and it's always going to be $100 billion later.
Republican Brian Jones is California's Senate minority leader and a fierce opponent of the high-speed rail project. The latest bullet train update came earlier this week at a California State Senate high-speed rail authority hearing. The authority's CEO said he's looking to the federal government for more funding as well as from private industry, but insists the project is still viable.
The only way you get the public is by performing better. And I think the authority is performing better today than it was, and I think it will going forward.
Opponents, though, say the project has been sucking too much money away from issues that are more important to California taxpayers, like education, housing, and mental health. Jones is pushing for the state to hit the brakes on the bullet train and walk away. But Jones does say bullet trains can have a future in California. He points to the Bright Line West project that aims to connect Las Vegas to Los Angeles with a 2-hour train ride, speeds ending up to 200 miles per hour. The difference, Jones says, is that private companies and investors are driving that project with considerably less dependence on taxpayer funding.
When you put projects like this in a private enterprise, you get efficiency and you get proper planning.
But even the Brightline project has gotten $3 billion in federal funds. The company's founder recently told the LA Times that round-trip tickets will eventually cost more than $400, a price many Californians may consider to be off the rails.
$400? I didn't know it was going to be that expensive. Round trip to Las Vegas and back. Well, if that's going to be the price, I don't know.
The price?
Yeah. I don't see these trains being competitive. The Glory days of trains in and around the 1950s, once jet travel became common. And then you had, coast to coast jet travel, and then that was it for trains. I don't understand the continued push for an outdated technology. I cannot believe this Brian Kelly, but he's making a lot of money as a CEO. So of course he's going to say, "Oh yeah, we just need a little more money. That's all we need. We'll show you." Well, you've had 16 years, buddy. 16 years, and there is no. Let's just write off the billions of dollars we spent. The unions got paid. Guys like Brian Kelly got paid. You don't justify the $100 billion extra. Nobody's going to go from Merced to Bakersfield or Bakersfield to Merced. No one's going to do that. When we come back, look, I knocked my headphones out. Got Michael Lux coming up, KFI News. He's going to tell us about, finally, LAPD arrested that guy who whacked a 6-year-old because he whacked another kid. Not Santa Monica Police Department. LAPD solved the case. Deborah Lork live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Indifference therapy. KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Alleged attacker arrested. I'm Deborah Lork, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A high school student has been arrested in connection with the beating of a security guard at a private lake in Yorba Linda.
The 18-year-old was arrested at Yorba Linda High School. The security guard at Eastlake Village was allegedly attacked earlier this month by a group of teenagers after the guard asked them to stop fishing. This neighbor says the attack makes him angry.
There's no reason for that. None whatsoever. He was just doing his job.
Neighbors say the guard was attacked from behind and choked unconscious. They also say one of the teens appeared to be filming the attack. Deputies arrested the student yesterday. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Investigators with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Operation have recovered more than 190 pounds of fentanyl.
Most of it appears to be coming across the border. And that's the report you're going to get. Doesn't matter whether federal reports, state reports, or here locally.
Sheriff Shannon Dykes' Operation Consequences also led to the seizure of more than 2,700 pounds of meth, 19 pounds of cocaine, and 22 pounds of heroin. County officials created the operation in 2022 to target different types of crime across the county. Orange County Animal Care has asked local animal rescues and people in the community for help with dozens of cats.
We had 83 cats and 2 dogs come in from a deplorable living situation inside a small home. Many of these cats were born into this situation, so it's the only world they know.
OC Animal Care's Alexa Pratt says the cats found last month are showing typical signs of living in an overcrowded home. She says some of the cats are becoming less afraid of humans through positive reinforcement. She added more than 60 cats will need individual love and patience before they can be adopted. Tar balls have continued washing up on beaches near an oil sheen off the coast of Huntington Beach. OC Supervisor Katrina Foley says 9 oil birds have also been found and sent to a wildlife facility for care.
The birds that were oiled yesterday, they're going to take the feathers and they're going to try to test the feathers to see if they can match the feather oil to some source.
She says so far the oil tested from the sheen that was first reported last week is not clearly pointed to a source. She says the oil is not matched up with any nearby oil rigs, and samples have also not definitively pointed to natural seepage as a source. At least 3 people have been killed by tornadoes that tore through several states across the central U.S. Officials say last night's storms caused destruction, injuries, or deaths in Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, and Arkansas.
The devastation is such that we have to get heavy equipment in these areas to be able to move this material. Homes have collapsed and see if there's anybody injured.
Logan County Sheriff Randy Dodd says the death toll in Ohio could rise. As search efforts continue, he says the search is going to take a long time. The lead prosecutor in the election interference case in Georgia against former President Trump has resigned. A judge ruled either Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis steps aside or her ex-boyfriend Nathan Wade resigns. ABC's Olivia Rubin says Willis praised Wade.
She said you were the one who had the courage to accept this role, even though you did not seek it. And she said, I will always remember and will remind everyone that you were brave enough to step forward and take on this investigation.
Rubin says the decision allows the case to move forward faster. The judge did not find that Willis's relationship with Wade amounted to a conflict of interest, but created an appearance of impropriety. And former President has been delayed 30 days so his lawyers can address questions about last-minute evidence they got from a previous federal investigation. The judge agreed to postpone the trial until at least mid-April and scheduled a hearing for March 25th to go over the evidence dump. Trump pleaded not guilty last year to a 34-count indictment charging him with falsifying business records in connection with a payment made to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. The KO5 financial update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow closed down 191, S&P 500 down 33, NASDAQ down 155.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Southline weather from KFI. We have a slight chance of rain tonight. Sunny and windy again in some spots tomorrow. Highs around 70 for Metro LA and Inland OC. Mid-60s to around 70 in the valleys. Mid-50s to around 60 in the high desert with a slight chance of showers there. 60s at the beaches and the IE. Right now, 64 in Costa Mesa, the same in Fountain Valley, 58 in Montana, 69 in Van Nuys. We have a crash on the 405 in the Sepulveda.
There's just no getting that over the right shoulder, but it's going to be a slow line from the 101. Mid-City on 10 eastbound before it gets to Normandy Avenue. Possible car fire over on the right shoulder. In downtown LA on 10 eastbound before it gets to Maple Avenue. Disabled vehicle has the center lane blocked. It is stopped from Sentinella Avenue. In New Mall, 5 northbound, right before it gets to 14. They got that earlier crash over the right shoulder, but it's still going to be a slow one coming away from the 405. And LaSalle Park in the 2 south before you get to the 5. That route reported in the Sen Divider area and hit the brakes from York Boulevard. And at Victorville, 15 northbound before Roy Rogers Drive. That accident is clearing to the shoulder. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Hey, LA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024sweepsLA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Odds of winning vary by location. Void where prohibited.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical. The effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from pain, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
John Cobell Show, KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You can hear the show from 1 to 4. And also, we've got the Voice Line coming up next hour twice. At about 20 after and 50 after the hour. And now, we're going to continue covering your story
we have for the last few days. If you remember, a couple of days ago, we had a woman named Christina on from Santa Monica. She had taken some of her friends on a walk because they were in town on vacation. They're walking around Santa Monica. And Christine's with the parents of a 6-year-old girl who got whacked in the head by some crazy homeless guy who was sitting on a bus bench. And we wondered if the Santa Monica police were going to bother to find him. Well, he ended up hitting somebody, a little kid in Los Angeles, and LAPD got a hold of him. And Michael Lutz from KFI News.
Hey, I'm glad to be here with you, Joe, to talk about this strange turn of events. I mean, you've been talking about this all week since it happened on Sunday. And when you think about it, we're talking about downtown Santa Monica, and now we're talking about the Venice Boardwalk. These are important places. If you have visitors from out of town, where do you take them when they come to LA?
You know, you take them without their kid getting smacked in the head. Did the police say what this guy did to the 7-year-old in LA?
Punched him in the side of the head, knocked him to the ground.
A boy
on Venice Boardwalk. He was walking with his parents and his sibling, according to police. And then after he did this, the suspect, by the way, we have his name down. His name is Asante Lamar Morgan. He's 23 years old. As you noted, is believed to be homeless. And he is someone who did this, allegedly punched this boy, and then walked over to the bleachers on the beach there at Venice Beach and had a seat. And so the father called the police, and the police showed up and took him in without an incident. They realized upon the investigation that he was connected to the Santa Monica incident as well.
What was the connection they were able to make? Was there something about his description that was...
Apparently, the Pacific Division of the LAPD there in the Venice area got wind through their detective network. Santa Monica, of course, not being far from there.
Right.
We're able to connect the dots that this is a guy who has now hit 2 children in popular tourist areas.
Right.
In fact, for these folks to just be visiting is pretty shocking. It was a turn of events.
Did police say if he was well known in the area, like he was one of the local characters?
Don't have a lot of details about it. I did happen to find an article in the LA Times where this guy was photographed in 2020 having a meal during COVID era. It was a story about the LA. Yeah. And he was noted as someone from Inglewood who was having a meal downtown. This was an article completely unrelated to him about the governor's reopening policy, but he just happened to be in one of the photos that I found.
Was he portrayed as a homeless person? Was this like a free meal he was getting, or
it was just him and someone else having a meal, but you could see that when you live here long enough, you get to see people. You will see some patterns with the folks that experience these issues, like he's accused of doing, and they certainly look like that even then.
Oh, in the photo.
Yeah. So that's what they're saying, is that he appears to be a homeless person, and in the Santa Monica case, we hear that he was also suffering a psychotic episode. That's how that was described. And the way that it turned out, right, is that we were following this case where they wanted to arrest him. Like, right, in the Santa Monica police to be able to find this guy. And then we found out yesterday that he was arrested after, quote, an incident.
They called it an incident at first.
An incident. And none of us knew exactly what that meant. Of course, we were reporting that this gentleman had been arrested because we were curious about this case. But we were able to track down some of our sources in LAPD by the evening to get the details on what had happened. And we found out that, oh my goodness, he's attacked another child.
Do you know what they're charging him?
Right now, it's child abuse. Those are felony charges, and he's being held without bond.
Oh, wow.
Right now.
No bail.
I haven't seen court date listed. I don't see no bail. I want to give you an idea. He's listed on the website of the inmate list in LA County.
Yeah.
He's 6'1", 220. I mean, he's a big guy.
He would pack a punch.
He would, yeah. So,
Kid like that.
no idea of the condition of the child. I think they're probably more shaken up than anything it sounds like.
See, they didn't hit their heads on cement or anything. That's the real danger.
The language used by the police was punched, but I don't know, I guess there are levels of degrees with the incident.
Yeah, you don't know if it's a flush on the head.
Exactly, but it was from behind in Venice. So kind of see
if he was with his parents or any other
the boy in Venice was with both parents and a sibling, according to police. And so the mother was able to pick the kid up and comfort him while the father called the police.
Were they tourists too?
That is unclear. I know that they were listed as tourists in Santa Monica, but again, as you know, these are tourist destinations. These are supposed to take people who are coming into Venice
fantasy. But I'm constantly looking around, and we veer across the street. We go out of our way as possible to see a homeless guy go. Because to me, they're time bombs.
John, I live downtown. I see it. I see it on every block as well. You don't know exactly what to expect because it's not. You just use the word homeless to apply to all of these folks is not really fair.
No, it's not homelessness. Well, they're crazy. They have mental problems. They're on drugs. Or the drugs made them crazy. That's the problem. And everybody starts arguing how they should be housed. Well, they can't be housed normally because their brains are shot.
They don't always strike you as people who are ready to re-enter the workforce.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to get a job. Michael, thank you very much. All right, Michael Monks, KFI News, on the arrest of Sante Lamar Gordon. But I can't wait to find out this guy's background. He's 23 years old. He's wandering around like a lunatic, and as Michael said, was in a photo. 4 years ago, in the Los Angeles County with him. And so he has 2 children. Now, is this a new thing? He's just in children this week? What was he doing last week, the week before? Because clearly he's got some weird anger impulse that takes him over. He lashes out. So is he on drugs? And, I mean, does he have a family? They ought to put him in prison. They ought to put him in prison for a long time. And that's what has to be done is media follow-up on these stories. I want to find out he got probation. And he's back wandering around whacking kids in 6 months. All right, we got more coming up. Deborah Mark live, the KFI 24-hour nation.
Former Vice President Pence says he cannot endorse former President Trump in the 2024 election. He did not say who he will vote for in November. The Israeli military says the ship has delivered 200 tons of food, water, and humanitarian supplies to Gaza. And Russia has begun 3 days of voting in a presidential election that's expected to keep Vladimir Putin in office for 6 more years. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We have a car fire on the 110 in South LA.
So the 110 South Market Exposition got van on fire, and that right lane was going to be blocked. It's already a slow ride from 5. On the flip side, 110 north of the 1-1 connector got a crash on the shoulder in Casket, 110 north United Stadium Way. New 3-car wreck reported in the lanes there. Downtown LA, the 10 east at Maple, still trying to clear a stall from the middle lanes. And in Chino, 60 eastbound before Ramona Avenue, new accident with motorcycle down. Going to be blocking the carpool in the left lane. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harman.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
This is Steve Gregory. Be a part of our live studio audience for the KFI News special Sex, Drugs, and Social Media. Register free at KFIAM640.com/enter. That's KFIAM640.com/enter. John Cookout Show, KFI AM640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're on from 1 until 4. After 4 o'clock, John Cookout Show on demand on the iHeart app. After 3 o'clock, we're going to have Alex Stone to get the latest on a story we opened up with. LATAM Airlines, that South American airline, they had a Boeing 787 Dreamliner that plunged 500 feet, and they were going from Australia to New Zealand. Well, they say now that a flight attendant was serving food to the pilot and bumped into a button on the back of the pilot's seat, and that shoved the seat forward. And the pilot went into the control panel, and the wrong button was hit. Plane goes down 500 feet, and you're peeling passengers off the seat. Do you believe that? And this is Boeing admitting that's probably what happened. And they're sending out a memo. And they're scolding everyone that they sent a memo out on this 7 years ago. Notice they didn't fix it 7 years ago. They just sent out a memo. So anyway, Alex is going to put that all together. Now, you just did a newscast, correct?
Correct.
Well, here is a study from the University of Illinois, at Champaign campus. And researchers are trying to figure out whether people can tell the difference between facts and opinion in news. And they found out that 45% do it badly. It's as if they had flipped a coin. They cannot tell a fact from an opinion when they listen or watch the news. Yeah. Half the people right now probably thought you were giving out a string of opinions.
Well, that's true, actually. And I do hear that from people that think they know me or they think that I'm skewing the news, which I do not. I'm a news person, and I am very objective when I do the news.
You should hear her off here.
Right, that's a whole different story.
But when you're sitting there and you're transmitting the news,
absolutely,
that the news department is collected today.
I don't have an agenda. Just because I'm a vegan doesn't mean I'm this or that. Or
you do get a lot of
it's being a vegan. People that listen to this show, I should say everyone, because they're nice listeners. But some people think that because I'm a vegan, they have these skewed opinions, and they're all wrong.
They look at you through a vegan prism.
They do. Absolutely.
Which is different from a vegan prism.
Yes.
So the research was very simple. They wanted to see if Americans can differentiate between statements of fact, such as 2 + 2 = 4. These weren't trick questions, versus statements of opinion. Green is the most beautiful color. This is pretty basic, and we learned this when we were little kids, right? And this professor here, his name is Jeffrey Mondak, professor of political science, and he said people have trouble distinguishing factual claims from opinion. We don't seem to have a shared sense of reality. So even standard journalistic fact-checking is not productive because we're not only disagreeing on a basic set of facts, we're disagreeing on the fundamental nature of what a fact is.
Well, maybe people get confused between a talk show host and a news person.
stay off the air.
I'm just teasing. And trying to confuse the audience.
Yes, I'm sure they're very.
Well, this guy Mondak says the trend nowadays, especially on cable news, is inquiring of opinion and fact, and depending on, he says it's mostly the partisan leanings. So people that hear something, and I see this with friends on both sides. I'm sure you do.
Yes.
Based on the political philosophy they've bought into, that they're emotionally connected to, the two people look at the same story and get a wildly different interpretation of it. And both may think the story is biased. He goes, we can agree to disagree, but you can't agree to disagree that 2 + 2 = 22. And he says it's not that there were incorrect responses from these people, but many of the errors were not random. It's not like they made a mistake or they didn't know the story. It's that they interpret, that they hear a fact and they don't think it's a fact. They hear an opinion and they think it's a fact, depending on whether they agree with it.
And people also want to hear what they want to hear.
Yeah.
Right? You may say something and you did not intend for it to be taken the way maybe a listener will take it. The complete opposite. People want to hear what they want to hear.
No, I know. And people get mad at me all the time. And we get comments and emails and things on social media, and they think I sold out one way or the other. Look, I'm telling you what's going on. I'll tell you whether I agree or disagree, but I'm not making it up. And what I've noticed is that people's opinions say a lot more about them than it does me, or maybe you. It's about them. People have really weird prisms that they look at life through, and they have decided to invest emotionally and intellectually in ideologies, in philosophies, and they're impervious to fact. They're impervious to news that contradicts what they believe. They just flat out don't believe it. That's what I hear from people. It's like, I don't believe it. Well, that's what happened. I don't believe it. Well, what are you going to do?
Right. There's no reason to say.
No. This is fun. Oh, you were the examples. They used the statement, President Barack Obama was born in the U.S. The professor says that's a statement of fact, but it could be incorrectly redefined as a statement of opinion, depending on your partisan lens.
Exactly.
There are plenty of people who say, well, that's not a fact. Well, no, that is a fact. Still to this day, after 10 years after Trump started this, they still think, he was born out of the country. All right. We've got more coming up. We got plenty of good stuff here. My problem today is figuring out what order to do everything in. We got a funny clip actually to play. Biden was at an event and he wanted to take questions from the press, and one handler says yes, but everybody else overruled him. And they started shooing away all the reporters. It's a short clip, I'll tell you that. And we're going to tell you about the 8-second green light in Hollywood. This is from the genius engineers that run the city of Los Angeles. 8-second green light, causing all kinds of traffic and unrest in Hollywood. Deborah Martin live in the KFI 24-hour news.
2 people, including a firefighter, have been hurt in a house fire in Studio City. LA City Fires reportedly belongs to actress Cara Delevingne. Captain Adam Van Gerven tells KTLA the challenge with this fire was getting through the long driveway.
Eventually, upon arriving at the scene, it may just be a smoke in the area, and somebody calls 911. So we have to locate the fire before we can start doing an attack on it.
The department says the fire was put out in 2 hours and 16 minutes. That fire destroyed one room and spread in the attic. The roof also collapsed. One firefighter was taken to a hospital. Another person inside the home had injuries from smoke inhalation. An independent commission investigating Maine's worst mass shooting has found the sheriff's office had reason to take the killer into custody before the attack. The state's governor and AG created the commission to review the events leading up to when the Army reservists killed 18 people in a bowling alley and bar last year. Family and fellow service members had previously raised flags about the guy's behavior and mental health. The shooter killed himself and was found after a 2-day search. Yemen's Houthi rebels have attacked another tanker at the Red Sea. Officials say no one on the ship was hurt as the rebels continue their assault on shipping over the Israel-Hamas war. The British military says the vessel did not sustain any damage from the missile. A private security firm says
2022 bouncing back to about the same number seen in 2019 before coronavirus lockdowns and social distancing rules took effect.
ABC's Derek Dennis says states with the largest marriage upticks include New York, Montana, Hawaii, and DC. He says Nevada, with its Las Vegas chapel, tops them all. We are going to head over to the 60 next.
I've got a special offer for you. Goldco, they're the #1 rated company for gold and silver and like precious metals. We diversified our retirement savings and I went with Goldco because didn't want everything in the stock market. Didn't be sure what's going to happen. And shouldn't have all your net worth tied up just in real estate. Spread around. It's great hedge against inflation, investing in gold and silver. They walked us through the process. I had all the information I needed. Goldco is a 7-time Inc. 5000 winner, and they've helped people like you and me put over $2 billion into gold and silver. And right now they're offering my listeners, that's you, up to $10,000 in gold and silver. What a deal. While supplies last, so call them now. 855-GOLD-IRA. Tell them I sent you. Tell them John Quibell sent you. Make sure you do that. See if you qualify for up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Call 855-GOLD-IRA. 855-GOLD-IRA.
Southland weather from KFI. We have a slight chance of rain tonight. Sunny and windy again in some spots tomorrow. Highs around 70 for Metro LA and Inland OC. Mid-60s to around 70 in the valleys. Mid-50s to around 60 in the high desert with a slight chance of showers. 60s at the beaches in the IE. Right now, 64 in San Juan Capistrano and 61 in Stanton. We are going to a crash on the 60 in Chino.
This is going to be on your 60 eastbound, right as coming up on Aggressive Winter Street. You got a crash with the motorcycle down. The carpool and the left lane are going to be blocked. In Upland on the 210 eastbound campus Avenue, you got a new accident there. The right lane is going to be blocked. In Fontana on the 10 eastbound, right at Cherry Avenue, stalled semi. It is in the second lane from your left. In Silver Lake, 101 northbound Ready Vermont's got a new accident in the right lane and in Lawndale. 405 north right at Hawthorne. Got a stalled out vehicle blocking the right lane there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Hartman.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist at Dr. Dixon. Visit Dixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
There's something about a fresh haircut from the friendly, skilled stylists at Great Clips that just makes life, well, greater. The sun shines brighter. Your step feels springier. Even your jokes are funnier. And the best part, when you use Great Clips online check-in, you can get in for a haircut without having to rearrange your day or your budget. Download the app today and start feeling that much greater in just a few taps. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
In this edition of the Marketers Report, Angela Cepeda, Chief Marketing Officer of Hyundai Motor America,
measurement capability with that audio, I think, surprised all of us, but all of it's been extremely helpful, and we have seen huge return on our investment. The methodology by which we're approaching audio and then seeing the real results with real numbers has helped us continue to invest moving forward. One of the things that's been really important for us is to see the extension of reach to new audiences that we could not really speak to before. We get about a 20% lift adding audio to our overall portfolio.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a marketing company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
KFI 8640.
An iHeart radio station with more stimulating talk.
KFI 8640 live everywhere on the iHeart radio app. And run, excuse me, from 1 to 4. You know, the Santa Ana winds have really screwed up my sinuses.
And this is going to be another really bad allergy season.
I can tell. A number of people I know all felt like crap the last couple of days. It was all in the sinuses.
Just wait.
Well, huge growth. We're going to have the super thing this spring after all the rain. Anyway, we're from 1 to 4, then after 4 o'clock, John Cobell show on. Then at the hour after, we've got the voice line running twice next hour. First one at about 20 after or so. Alex Stone from ABC News will be up at 3 o'clock. A lot of airlines may have figured out, and Boeing may have figured out why plane dropped 500 feet suddenly. Has to do with the flight attendant serving lunch. Not making that up. Take a brief visit to Biden. We just have a short clip. Biden was at a campaign event in Saginaw, Michigan, and started the campaign season. And they visited a 131-year-old Victorian mansion. And at the mansion, Biden stood on the porch with his back to the press, and he could be heard saying, "Can I take a couple of questions?" And with his back to the press, he's facing away and says, "Can I take a couple of questions?" And there was a woman in a Biden-Harris jacket said, "We're going to take a few questions." And then the staff intervened. Here's how it sounded, and I'll explain more.
Gonna take a few questions. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank
you. Wait, you sounded like kindergarten teachers, didn't they? Are there any men on the staff, or is it all 25-year-old women? Okay, thank you. Maybe they're extra. Thank you. Okay, we gotta go. All right, thank you, everybody. You're treating him like he's a little toddler. Oh, that's really embarrassing. The guy's the leader of the free world, and he has a bunch of Jamboree teachers waving him off. Then again, I can't believe that.
Gonna take a few questions. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Time for recess. Everybody get back in the classroom. Okay, we got lunch ready for you. Come on, go inside. Wow. So there was one aide who said, because he said, "Can I take a couple of questions?" You might not have heard him at the beginning. And this aide says, "All right, we're going to take a few questions." And then the rest of the staff put their arms up and walked towards the press and just started shouting, "Thank you, press, back to the cars." The reporters should have charged this crowd. That's what they should have done. I mean, what? So the press can't ask questions. We can't get information. Biden's not allowed to talk. And you have all these silly political people waving their arms and treating everybody like a bunch of toddlers. They're so afraid he's going to say, how can he run for president if his staff is afraid he might say something? How could you do that? See,
Los Angeles especially, by such stupid people. So they put in a traffic light in Hollywood. You get a green light for exactly 8 seconds at the intersection of La Brea and Franklin. Oh, I know that intersection. 8 seconds? Well, listen to this story. Let me see who did this story. NBC4 reporter Tracy Long.
Take a look at the stopwatch timing this signal's green light on La Brea and Franklin in Hollywood. It was only 8 seconds.
It's a little inconvenient. It's a very quick, very, very short light.
Basically, this corner right here is the worst. People who live nearby say this signal can cause a traffic nightmare for drivers trying to head west on Franklin.
I just see cars and cars waiting, and so then that'll cause, worse routes on other streets rather than allowing the traffic to kind of disperse.
And because the light changes so quickly, cars sometimes speed up or run the red light here at La Brea and Franklin just to get through.
People are very impatient. They literally want to get across immediately when they see a green signal or a green light.
This intersection in Hollywood is near several popular walking trails. Not only is it difficult to drive through, it's also a hassle for people trying to walk across.
Or I'll just shoot up the hill because I don't want to wait for it to change. So I'll just, again, take an alternative route walking and go up the hill and cut through the alley to get to the canyon, basically.
We checked out another signal on Franklin down a few blocks near North Orange Drive to see if this was a common issue. This one stayed green for about 90 seconds. That's nearly 11 times longer than the one on Franklin and La Brea. And from what neighbors tell us, this seems to be the only one causing a problem.
Honestly, it's this one we always joke about. Yeah, La Brea and Franklin's like the worst intersection.
I reached out to LA DOT, who handles the traffic signals in the city, to see why this one seems to be the only one staying green for 8 seconds. They have not yet responded, but I did go to their website, and it says the average duration for a green light in the city is 90 to 120 seconds, sometimes as long as 180 seconds.
Oh, so something's malfunctioning here. All I have to do is fix the timer. I can't believe they would have set it on 8 seconds. Whenever I have to get, let's say I want to drive to the Grove from here in Burbank, that's the route I'll take. So I've been in that traffic. And I can't believe on purpose they would set it for 8 seconds. But what you're going to do is you're going to create accidents because people just don't put up with that stuff. Or you're going to have people driving really fast through all the side streets. And they're going to run somebody over. Now, how come when NBC, Channel 4, calls LA DOT, nobody answers the phone? They don't have a press office that immediately responds. They don't care if they look like idiots. I don't get this. Not responding to our request.
Well, it's Friday. Was it today?
It's right. This is like Sunday, isn't it? Nobody goes to work. Nobody's sitting at a desk to answer a phone. I forgot. Right. There's 3 work days now, right? Or is it 2? I forget. 2, 3 at most. Certainly not Fridays. And soon it's going to be 32 hours. Except if people are only working 3 days a week, it's going to be 24 hours. That's what it's going to be. But they're going to take the full salary. I cannot believe that would not be fixed. In about an hour. People start calling in, because you call that 311 number and say, hey, there's an 8-second light, but a malfunction is a glitch. Oh, okay, we'll be right on it. You send a truck down there, and that's what in a normal world, that used to be the way everything works. I'm calling for potholes, by the way, in 311. Nobody's fixing it. There are a lot of potholes, deep ones. You could fall into one and not come out for a week.
Maybe it's fixed.
Yeah, there is. But why did dilapidated city? Finally, we both sent kids to UC Berkeley, right? Did you hear about this guy? UC Berkeley professor. He's been living in his office for a week. Sleep-in protest. He doesn't think the Berkeley administration is doing enough to stop anti-Semitism and protect free speech. So he's going to sleep in his office for as long as it takes. Well, that'll change the policy.
I was going to say, how's that going to make a difference?
He has not showered.
Yes, he has a full week worth of dirt and body oils on it.
Does he have a restroom in there?
He uses a public bathroom in the hallway, but he has not been able to shower. So his professor, Ron Hassner, political science professor. So I cancel my meetings with Professor Hassner until he gets, maybe somebody could hose him down in the parking lot. So I don't get it. Locking yourself in the office and just you're sitting there and you're starting to stink. How does that change the policy? I'm not saying he's wrong on his issue.
But people, that's the thing. People do these types of things because they think it's going to do something.
Because the story was the violent mob forced Jewish students to evacuate an auditorium because they were going to have an Israeli Defense Forces soldier speak. And he's right on the issue. But, you talk about an inane response. Well, you know what? I just won't wash. How about that? No shower for me. Okay. And the administration's it's not going to shower. It's got to,
It's a biohazard for the students.
It's a human biohazard. We're coming up, Deborah Mark Live, the KFI 24-hour news.
A Russian missile attack has hit homes in the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa, followed by a second missile that targeted first responders who arrived at the scene. The U.S. and allies are warning Iran that major Western economies will pile new sanctions on Tehran if it moves forward with an emerging plan to provide ballistic missiles to Russia for its war with Ukraine. And Target is opening express lanes for self-checkout. New lanes will be for customers with 10 or fewer items. We're going to check your ride on the 210 next.
Listen to me. I'm going to give you a phone number. It's going to change your life. Dr. Charles Manger at Saddleback Eye Center has the laser light LASIK exam. If you have lousy vision, nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, reading glasses, you need the laser light LASIK exam. He's got a laser that measures your eyes over 1,000 times. He gets a perfect blueprint of your vision. And the laser light LASIK exam allows Dr. Manger to do his magic. The procedure, LASIK procedure, takes only 20 minutes. There is no pain. It doesn't hurt at all. There's no discomfort, nothing. You walk out of there and you see crystal clear, and I went through it. Sounds miraculous, but it's real. And if you call Dr. Manger now and schedule a free laser light LASIK exam, that's exactly what it'll be, free. You have to be one of the first 14 callers. First 14 callers, schedule it. It's free. Call Saddleback at 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy again in some spots tomorrow. Highs 60s to around 70. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Upland.
10 eastbound before you get to Kansas Avenue, 3-car crash blocking the right lane, and it's going to be back all the way from the 57. Now, once you're past that, right at Day Creek Boulevard, got a report of some debris in the middle lanes. In Chino, 60 eastbound Reservoir Street, still trying to clear that accident from the carpool at the left lane. Mid-City on the 10 eastbound off-ramp to Arlington Avenue, got a stalled block in that ramp. In Hollywood, 101 northbound forward Vermont Avenue, got a new crash blocking the right lane, and in Lawndale, 405 north at Hawthorne. Still got that disabled vehicle in the middle lane there. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Hartman.
Home decorating, it's my new thing. I'm going for mid-century meets rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract wood. Nice. Free one-day delivery and home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of common through. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your Dixon specialist about Dixon. Visit yourdixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
All the good stuff, yeah. Gibbs keeps you on top of pop culture. The second Joker film is wrapped filming, and the studio's gotta be hoping for a hit. Reports from Variety say that Joaquin Phoenix got a massive $20 million payday to reprise his role in the sequel, while Lady Gaga, coming aboard the role of Harley Quinn, cashed a check for $12 million for her work, making her payouts alone almost half the estimated budget, the $70 million original for 2019, which went on to gross over $1 billion worldwide. Sussy Beats also returns as Sophie Diamond from the first film, with Steve Coogan, Brendan Gleeson, and Catherine Keener also appearing in the $200 million budgeted project. A lot of info is being kept under wraps, but Joker fully into will hit the big screen on October 4th. All right. And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio. Teenagers feel peaceful without their phones, but they also feel anxious and say their parents are often just as distracted. That's the findings from new Pew Research exploring the phone habits of teens and their parents. More tech news, tips, reviews, and your questions this weekend on Rich on Tech with Rich DeMiro. Tomorrow morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Corbett, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up after 3 o'clock, Alex Stone and from ABC News, and we're going to talk to him about the discovery as why they think that plane, Boeing plane over Australia suddenly dove 500 feet and left some of the passengers flattened to the ceiling. Has something to do with the pilots being hungry. I'll tell you more about that after 3 o'clock in the 2 minutes to Wasteland. This is almost funny. We've talked, hundreds of times about the idiotic attempts to shut down all the power plants, especially in California, the natural gas plants, and trying to switch everything to solar and wind. And this is a fanatical desire, mostly the Democratic Party, all across the country, including Joe Biden's administration. They don't want to build nuclear plants. They want to shut down natural gas plants, and they want everything to be solar and wind. And they want to use less electricity because electricity requires you to burn gas or coal. And the world's not cooperating because the world is surging ahead with all kinds of technological innovation. And all this technological innovation requires a huge amount of energy. I'll give you an example. The electric utilities in this country have doubled their forecast of how much additional power they need over the next 5 years. An unexpected explosion in the number of data centers. Data centers. Now, work life has changed so much because of remote work, video streaming, online shopping,
is a data center. You need massive servers and air conditioning systems to keep the servers cool. And it uses a tremendous amount of energy. And wind and solar are inefficient and unreliable compared to natural gas. So while they were pushing the world towards a solar and wind revolution, an electric vehicle revolution, in the real world, the opposite has happened. Things are progressing so rapidly, record amounts of electricity are going to be used over the next few years to the point where there's not going to be enough. States have no idea how they're going to serve these kind of needs. They don't know what to do because all the political movement is to not build natural gas plants anymore and to do solar and wind, but it takes forever to build solar. Those are huge, complicated construction projects, years and years worth of permits and environmental delays and whatnot. A data center can be built in a year, but it takes 5 years or longer to connect solar or wind projects to the grid. It takes a decade to build long-distance power lines that they require. Data centers and factories need power 24 hours a day, something wind and solar can't do alone. They've got this problem with the sun setting every day. They don't know what to do. They have this problem with the wind dying down, especially at night. What they ought to do is build nuclear power plants everywhere. It's clean energy, zero greenhouse gases. It's cheap once you get past the construction costs. But they won't do it. So they have all these idiotic deadlines by the administration, certainly NDA Newsom. They have deadlines, they have goals, they have targets. But in the real world, none of it's working. Wind and solar power, they're not growing very fast. And they've got supply chain issues, permit problems, environmental problems. Says one expert in power systems, I can't recall the last time I was so alarmed about the country's energy trajectory. And it's going to be bad in California because we're hanging by a thread. We almost had blackouts a couple of years ago. They had to put a natural gas plant back online that they had taken offline. And they were going to close several plants, and they hadn't. And they were going to close a nuclear plant, and they changed their mind because we had no margin for error in California. But that didn't stop Dopey Newsom from insisting on electric vehicles. Well, electric vehicles cost a lot of electricity, obviously, and you need natural gas here in California to make the electricity. So there's not that much fossil fuel savings going on. But like I said, people are working at home, you do video streaming, you need so much more in terms of data centers and manufacturing too. Because just making clean technology, just making the microchips you need to power this new world, you need a tremendous amount of electricity. I mean, the federal government's spending $500 billion helping out factories to build semiconductors and batteries and solar panels all around. But to make those things right now in the moment uses this electricity that just doesn't exist and is not going to exist. So you can't shut down the coal. You cannot shut down the coal plants and the natural gas plants. That's impossible. But we told you this. We told you this years ago. This was going to hit a wall. This is the area wall. You know what the worst performing stock is? If you take a look at the top 500 stocks, Standard & Poor's Index, top 500 stocks, worst stock out of 500 is Tesla. Tesla's down 30% this year. In a very good year for the stock market. They're down 30% because Tesla's sales are going flat. They're cutting prices. Even Elon Musk can't figure things out right now. I heard of another electric car company that's going bankrupt. They're not selling. So they should back away from all these artificial, silly deadlines and let progress play out. It's going to take a long time. You are not going to get people to go backwards. You're not going to go back to 1800s. People will just refuse to. They have refused to. They're not buying the cars. I mean, outside of California, they're not buying the cars. A lot of rich guys bought cars out here. People were thrown off. It's like, wow, you see Teslas everywhere. Yeah, you see Teslas everywhere. So, just, drive about 30 miles outside of LA. You would find a Tesla for probably 3,000 miles. All right, more coming up. Deborah Mark live with KFI 24-hour news.
We're watching everything, so you can watch your sanity.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The law of fentanyl, Deborah Mark live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Operation has taken more than 190 pounds of fentanyl off the street.
Operation Consequences has also led to the seizure of more than 2,700 pounds of meth, 19 pounds of coke, and 22 pounds of heroin. Sheriff Shannon Knighton says most of the drugs are coming from across the border.
And we're seeing fentanyl come across kind of liquefied, but it hasn't been dried out in fuel tanks.
The operation began in 2022 to combat crime across San Bernardino County. The operation also targets illegal guns and human trafficking. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The LA County DA has charged 13 people connected with the Mexican Mafia for running a drug ring and attacking an inmate in jail. Drug smuggling and violent assault were allegedly coordinated by several high-ranking associates of the Mexican Mafia from outside the jail under the command of a Mexican Mafia member in state prison. The Mafia leader allegedly sent orders to his associates to attack an inmate who was claiming to be a member of the Mafia. Investigators also searched the leader's home where they found 10 ounces of meth, a gun, and several Mexican Mafia communications. The LA County Sheriff's Department and the FBI started investigating reports of drugs being smuggled into the jail 2 years ago. 2 people involved were arrested yesterday. 1 was arrested today. 8 others were in custody, and 2 remain fugitives. Chris Adler, KFI News. The news is brought to you by St. James Accident Attorneys. The mom of the 5-year-old boy who was found dead in a suitcase in Indiana has been arrested in Arcadia. Police announced the arrest warrant for the mom in 2022, 6 months after the boy was ID'd. She was wanted for murder, neglect, and obstruction of justice. The LAPD arrested the woman last night. Another person was arrested in 2022 for allegedly helping the mom dispose of the boy's body. The LA City Council has approved $9 million for LAPD protest training.
The money will be used to help the LAPD treat future mass protests. The effort's in response to a report that noted operational deficiencies during the George Floyd protests in 2020. The LAPD says it will develop an 8-hour mobile field force course, a 4-hour field jail operations course, and incident command training. The training will also include improving the use of less lethal force. The more progressive council members, Robin, Soto, Martinez, and Hernandez, voted against the funding. Members Krikori, Littlefield, Hutt, and Price were absent. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
An oil sheen on the coast of Huntington Beach has continued to plague beaches with tar balls.
Testing is inconclusive about the source.
OC Supervisor Katrina Foley says samples of the tar balls from the oil sheen first spotted last week point to natural oil seepage, but not definitively.
Unfortunately, we're still seeing impacts because just yesterday there were 9 oil birds that were found and they've been taken to our wetland and wildlife care facility.
Foley says oil from the feathers is also being tested to find a source. She says people should avoid touching tar balls and call the Oiled Wildlife Care Network when an oiled bird is found. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Special prosecutor in former President Trump's election case in Georgia has withdrawn following controversy over his relationship with the DA. A judge ruled Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis either step aside or remove Nathan Wade. The 2 prosecutors were in a romantic relationship, and Trump's lawyers wanted Willis disqualified. Wade offered his resignation in a letter to Willis saying he was doing so in the interest of democracy. And France's love of frog legs could be killing off the species. More than 500 environmentalists say French diners eat around 4,000 tons of frog legs a year. France is the largest importer in the EU. The group called on President Macron to demand the EU no longer permit the overexploitation of frogs. The group shared an open letter explaining that 4,000 tons of frog legs is equivalent to 80 to 200 million frogs. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow closed down 191, S&P 500 down 33, NASDAQ down 155.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Southland weather from KFI. Slight chance of rain tonight, sunny
alongside a reservoir. This wreck is blocking the carpool and left lanes. Now delays are pushing back from Phillips Ranch Road and Building. Anaheim Hills with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Hey, LA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodger season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024-SWEEPS-LA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Odds of winning vary by location. Void where prohibited.
Sí, increíble. Pero a mí se le manda la banda un gato con penas y los oídos una semana total de fondo. Así te mi amor. Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Jump for the show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and we're with you from 1 to 4 every day. And the radio, and then after 4 o'clock, John Koval Show on demand, the podcast. You can listen to it tonight, all weekend. Got a 2 rounds of the voice line coming up later on in the hour, and the public story gets weirder and weirder every day. There is something unusual, and today it was the revelation, and this is being admitted by Boeing, that, well, actually, it's the Chilean safety inspectors, LATAM Airlines, this was the plane going from Australia to New Zealand, and it took the nosedive, and you're never going to believe what may have caused the nosedive. It sounds like a scene from one of those old airplane movies. Alex Stone is here to explain. Surely you can't be serious. The first thing I thought. What a great movie. They need to remake that. That was a really good movie. So, imagine you're driving home tonight. You hit your electronic seats. They slide forward. They don't stop. Something's broken in the button. And you're pressed up against your steering wheel. That is essentially what now Chilean investigators appear to believe that that's what this was. The Wall Street Journal, they were able to get some information from the investigation going on in Chile, and the belief is that one of the pilot's seats accidentally was triggered to go all the way forward very quickly, and the pilot got hit against the yoke. And that pushed it down and forward as you would expect. You go up against it, going to push it forward. The plane operated as it should. The nose went down, and then the plane went down from there. Now, you remember on Monday when we talked about this, and passengers were saying, well, the pilots came out, and they said the whole cockpit went dark,
that they didn't know what went on. The plane was dropping. It was this coming from one of the passengers.
He said, my instruments, I just lost them. And then all of a sudden it just came back instantly, like within just a split second, but enough to cause the plane to do whatever it did.
In that moment, the plane took the nosedive. People who had no seatbelts on, they went flying up, like when you're in an elevator, on Tower of Terror at Disneyland. 50 people were hurt in that moment when they slammed into the ceiling, and then they slammed back into the floor when the plane pulled up. What we now know, John, is Boeing since 2017 has been warning that there is this button on the back of Dreamliner seats. It's a little rocker panel that if you hit it, that there is a spring in there that can break, and it gets stuck, and without pulling it down, the seat continues to go forward, and you can't stop it from going forward. And they have warned airlines this is a problem. They now have kind of rewarned them to look at the old warning. They're asking the FAA if they can put out a more official notice to airlines again. And they're telling them, look at those buttons, inspect them, make sure that the springs are okay. And that may have been what this was. The MTSB telling us today they've been requested to come in being a U.S.-built airliner to help the Chilean authorities investigate it. But this is a best-case scenario for Boeing, that it wasn't the cockpit going dark, it wasn't electrical power being cut to the aircraft for a brief moment, because that would have been a mystery. How does that happen? They're redundant systems. This may have been a $3 spring inside of a button that broke and pressed that pilot up against the control yoke and made the plane go down.
And this is the flight attendant too?
Oh yeah, this is the way the Chilean authorities believe it went down. The flight attendant came in with the meal during the flight, one of the pilots, and pressed that button to move the seat to hand him the meal. And then he just kept going. It went and put him up against the front, and he was stuck up against the control panel, and the plane couldn't go.
So when they came out and told some of the passengers that their gauges went dark, were they telling the truth here? They didn't explain how the flight attendant pressed the seat button and the seat Nielsen walked in. No, it doesn't seem like they came clean as to what really happened.
That blow up autopilot, blew up the inflatable autopilot. None of that is clear. Did the pilots not tell the truth? Did they believe something like that went on? Maybe at the moment that they thought they saw something happen. Did passengers not understand what the pilots were saying when they came out? And who knows? Or Chilean investigators going down the wrong road on this, and something else is happening. But this seems to have the backing of that Boeing has known it's been an issue for a number of years.
They've had 7 years to fix it, though. Why are they putting out memos?
Airlines, look at that spring, look at that rocker switch, and it's been a worry, but it's like something that your car manufacturer tells you to look at, and you look at it and go, it looks all right.
Sure, and you're not going to remember 7 years later.
Right.
And you got a new flight attendant coming in. She probably had no idea that switch existed.
Or pressing it, that it was going to press the pilot up against the glass. If that's what it really ends up being. But that is apparently the road they're going down.
It's too ridiculous not to be true. You can't make this up.
Right.
That's crazy. All right, Alex, thanks very much.
You got it. Thanks, man.
Now, in 7 years, they could have replaced the seats, replaced the switch, come up with another system there. Your response can't be, would you just look at the memo from 2017? 7 years ago, we sent you a memo on this. I really don't understand. That's not how the real world works. And you get new employees, new pilots, and new flight attendants all the time. At least they ought to have a big red sticker that says, don't press this. We'll crash the plane. And it seems like there ought to be some redundancy, some backup to keep it from happening. Is it really just the pilot is pushed into the lever and that's it? I love it with these corporate bureaucrat types. They just fall back on some memo. Do they know most people don't read memos? Memos are usually tedious, boring. There's too many of them. They're too long. They're usually written in corporate or technical gibberish, and most people don't understand them.
And you don't have most people don't have a memory for retaining the information, not after 7 years. But
I remember something after a day.
How many memos we see?
You should come into this news booth.
Oh, I know.
I mean, look at this block.
They paper the walls with these memos. Half of them, they make no sense. You don't know what they're talking about.
If there's breaking news, right, there are memos, so I'd have to stop what I'm doing, try and find the correct piece of paper, and then implement that.
And then the news would be over.
Well, I mean, but it's the news. We're talking about a plane.
There's something about people who work in offices. I guess they think that to justify their jobs, they have to produce paper and they have to produce words. And the more words they use, the more complicated it is. The more gibberish they create, the more jargon they use. And then they've done their job then. And justifies their existence. All right, we come back. Nothing better than the Lois line. And we're going to have 2 rounds of the Lois line. That's next up at 1 o'clock. The KFI 24-hour news.
Tornadoes have damaged homes and businesses and killed at least 3 people in the central U.S. Best Buy is recalling more than 287,000 air fryers sold across North America because of flames of products heat, melt glass, and catch fire. The U.S. and G7 allies have warned they will add new sanctions on Iran if the country moves forward with providing ballistic missiles to Russia. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy again in some spots tomorrow, high 60s to around 70. This report brought to you by Life Source Water Systems from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Arcadia.
This was on the eastbound side just before Santa Anita Avenue. Kind of low on details as to which lanes are blocked, if any, at this point. But we are definitely seeing some very slow traffic out of Pasadena getting away from Mountain. And beyond the scene of the crash, the drive remains slow and stretches all the way into Rialto. East LA with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Driving from the 5 southbound that jams up at East LA interchange. You're on the brakes pretty much through Lakewood Rosemead, almost the 605 for Houston side. Now I'm just noticing problems into Hollywood on the Hollywood Freeway. 101 northbound at Silver Lake. Looks like a right lane block, and that is now slammed into downtown Los Angeles. And this one on the south corner left from Hollywood and DTLA as well. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. The all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray. Ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. We have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Let me tell you what I would do. Okay? This is not a legal issue. This is a handle issue. He says, have a blessed day. You apply it with, may you rot in hell. And just stay there. Then he goes, have a blessed day. And you go, you rot in hell. And you see who gives up first. Play chicken with the guy. That's what I would do. Handle on the law. Tomorrow morning at 8 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com. John Koval Show, KFI, AM 641 everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, on the air from 1 to 4 after 4 o'clock, John Koval Show. On demand also on the iHeart app. It is Friday, and it is time for the Moist Line. 877-MOIST-86 is the number you can get on for next week. In the meantime, let's listen to this week's offerings. Hey, Sean. Thanks for calling the Moist Line. I'm so excited to hear from you. It's about time. Yeah, you and LA voters are so stupid. So next time you want another Democrat, we shouldn't talk about how Biden should withdraw. They should solve meetings, but all senile fool, which we all know to be true. But hey, we got a chance to take the White House back. Trump or not, but here we go. Let's go, Brandon. You project on what the climate's going to be like in 50, 100 years. Remember, they couldn't project how many lanes to build on a freeway. The real problem is the leader. And the leader of Airbus is an engineer, and the leader of Boeing is an accountant. And that's the difference. So the accountant of Boeing is trying to put to rest the state money, and that's what was causing these issues. I was on a flight in the 70s where we received a drug for 10 seconds. People were pinned to the ceiling just the same. The beverage truck flying down the
even a mattress inside these air gaps. Thank you for leaving your message. Please hang up. Goodbye.
Like secret spaces, I guess, inside the plane. Well, that's the voice line, and we got another round coming up. Next, I hate all these stupid fake holidays or awareness days. Do you know today's Long COVID Awareness Day?
I did not know that.
That's right, Long COVID. There's symptoms that never go away. However, in Australia, the chief health officer of Queensland, I guess that is a province or territory in Australia, they studied 5,000 people. COVID is, long COVID doesn't exist.
It doesn't?
No. I'll give you details coming up, but they looked at people with COVID and without COVID, and the same number of people had those kind of symptoms. It seems that it's common to get those symptoms after you've been sick with the flu or any kind of a virus. But,
Hearing you even say the word COVID is giving me PTSD.
Right. Well, a lot of people are terrified of the long COVID. And it looks like that some of it might be, there are diseases that are hypochondriac diseases. Psychological diseases. Some people think they have, it's those vague, I'm tired all the time, I'm feeling weak, and I'm always suspicious of that. I don't remember a lot of those kinds of diseases being around when I was a kid.
Because you're a strong, manly man.
And all the men around me that I grew up with were strong. And by the way, you never hear men talk like that. You don't ever hear, I'm just feeling really tired and weak today.
I've heard men talk like that. Just like I've seen men carry reusable shopping bags.
Well, the kind of man who carries a reusable shopping bag is the kind of man.
That's profiling.
As the person on the show who's most recently had COVID, I'm glad long COVID doesn't exist, so I'm excited to hear about this. Yeah. We'll tell you about it when we come back. And we got time also to play a clip of the shootout they had at the subway in New York City. So it's all good. It's never more o'clock. You can't find 24-hour news.
Dozens of mistreated animals have been catcalling for help at the OC Animal Care Center.
Imagine 83 cats and 2 dogs inside a very small home.
OC Animal Care's Alexa Pratt says the scared cats were found in deplorable condition.
Many of these cats were found inside couch cushions, in small spaces within the home.
She says the cats found last month just need love and patience.
They didn't have much social interaction with humans. It was very much a bunch of cats living together, competing for resources.
OC Animal Care is calling on animal rescues and people in the community to help the cats become adoptable. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFID.
The news is brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. The deadline is approaching to send your name to the moon aboard NASA's first ever moon rover, Viper. The rover will be sent to the lunar South Polar region to explore the moon's water. It will also measure the location and concentration of the ice, water, and other resources. Names will be etched onto a dime-sized microchip and will be attached to the rover before blast off. You can get your free name, boarding pass until 8:59 tonight at nasa.gov. President Biden has hosted Ireland's leader at the White House ahead of St. Patrick's Day. Biden says today celebrates 100 years of diplomatic relations between Ireland and the U.S.
I know there are all kinds of Irish sayings, but my grandfather Freddie used to say, may the hinge of our friendship never go rusty.
Biden says as we start the next century of our partnership and friendship, he's never been more optimistic. He says Ireland and the U.S. are united by history, heritage, and hope. And 200 tons of humanitarian supplies, food, and water has been sent to Gaza by ship. The Israeli military says a sea route has opened from Cyprus now to ease the humanitarian crisis brought by the ongoing war. The food is being distributed in the north, where around 300,000 Palestinians are living. A second vessel will head to Gaza once supplies run out. The war was triggered by Hamas's attack on Israel October 7th. It killed 1,200 people and resulted in 250 people taken hostage. Gaza health officials say more than 31,000 Palestinians have been killed. Southland weather from KFI. We do have a slight chance of rain tonight. Sunny and windy again in some spots tomorrow. Highs around 70 for Metro LA and Inland OC. Mid-60s to around 70 in the valleys. 50s to around 60 in the high desert with a slight chance of showers there. 60 60s at the beaches and the IE. Right now, 61 in Villa Park and 64 in Westminster. We have a crash on the 101 in Hollywood. So they just slightly changed the location. They're calling it Silver Lake now, and it's on the northbound side at Silver Lake Boulevard. The right lane is where it landed. Big delays are backing up all the way from the 5. You've got a little opening beyond the scene of the crash. We're slowing in from Sunset Boulevard all the way to White Oak in Encino. Now we've got Mike O'Brien, and he's checking out the drive, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, the tough drive or two here on the west side. 10 eastbound. Yeah, we have to ride out downtown San Francisco. That's going to be tough for the downtown Los Angeles. Say you got to step on the 405. Full side with them. We got off that 90 out of Culver City. That's going to remain tough through the Sahara Pass, almost all the way to Roscoe. And heading south towards LAX. South 405. That's extra tight after 4 minutes. That's loading up before Jetty Center coming out of the pass. That's going to remain tough down to the airport. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
What a tough ride into the Cajon Pass. The 15 northbound loading up from Sierra all the way to the 138. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have reasonable trouble breathing or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See it for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only at DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/b-ball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Some people take the straight path in life, but at Arizona State University, we respect your twists and turns. They make our online students more driven to excel in professional lives. That's why our personalized suite of services empowers you with innovative resources and staff that sticks with you. Make your next turn with one of our 300-plus programs at ASU, ranked in the top 5 for best online bachelor's programs. To learn more, visit asuonline.asu.edu.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something you can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. He's always missing. I'm not pretty with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. Huh. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
When something happens in the KFI studios, check it out on our socials at KFI AM 640 before somebody makes us take it down.
John Coppola on KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And coming up next segment, we're going to have round two of the voice line. All right. Long COVID. Is it a thing or not? We have a new study done by the Chief Health Officer in Queensland, in Australia. John Gerard is the doctor, and he studied more than 5,000 people. And it's not that you can't have long-term symptoms. It's that there's nothing special about COVID and long-term symptoms. It turns out that a small number of people, and it's a small number, have long-running symptoms if you get the flu or a respiratory infection. Often what it is fatigue, terrible fatigue. What they call post-exertion symptom exacerbation. From what I've read, it's people who try to exercise and they get fatigued very quickly and they have to lay down for the rest of the day. They just, in general, have no energy and they just can't function. Now, there's always been, and this is a modern thing, I think started in the 1990s, things like chronic fatigue syndrome, mostly involving women, always vague symptoms. And doctors always had trouble pinning down exactly what it is that's wrong. And they think this long COVID is just in line, it's probably viral, but it's nothing new. Dr. Gerard said long COVID is harmful. It wrongly implied that post-COVID viral symptoms were unique and exceptional. So, to get specific, the researchers in Queensland compared 2,400 adults who tested positive for COVID with over 2,000 others who either had the flu or other respiratory problems but were negative for COVID. And they found the same rate of these long-term symptoms. In some people, if you catch any kind of respiratory virus, certain people, I guess based on their immune system, will have long-term trouble. 94% of the time it's fatigue or this post-exertion tiredness, brain fog. You got brain fog?
Sometimes. I'm always tired, but I don't sleep.
Brain fog from your COVID, or this is you just
No, I don't really have brain fog, but sometimes I do.
Okay. No one's going to argue with you.
I'm trying to clear it out. It's not really brain fog.
Nobody jumped on the mic. I was going to say you're doing yourself a deep hole. Everybody who heard you said, yeah, I can see that. I can see brain fog and Deborah. Sure. It's no problem at all. The New York Post did an editorial on this on Long COVID Awareness Day. Remember this, long COVID is fake. That was their angle on this. Evidence since 2021 suggests that most people claiming to have long COVID never had COVID to begin with. Well, that's another thing here, is they just had the flu. They just had a common cold. They had some kind of virus enter their system. And because of the way they're made up, I think a lot of it has to do with personality. There is a certain personality type, and I can't put my finger on it, but there's some people who are just always not feeling well. You know, people like this. Yeah. Whereas you call them up, and they never really want to go, I'm not feeling well today. I don't think I'm going to go. And they don't show up for work often. See, now with this remote work routine, that whole crowd, they've got it made. You know, they don't have to go through the charade of saying, I'm just not feeling well today. I don't believe it's.
I know you do. I don't think have you ever taken a sick day?
Not since you've been on the show.
That's 8 years.
I had one problem about, 9 years ago. I needed a procedure. And outside of that, I've gone almost 20 years without sick. And then I had
take a few for that, and then nothing since.
Well, you have come to work sneezing and coughing, spreading germs. You just haven't stayed home.
I'm alone in the studio here.
That's true.
Nobody.
But I come in sometimes.
Did I ever get you sick?
I don't know.
I don't think I did. You went on a plane with COVID. That's not. You admitted to that a long time ago.
That was after. We no longer had to test, and I wore a mask, and I didn't touch it.
It's you didn't want to be trapped in Mexico.
And that too.
No, I was the one who flew with COVID. That was
Okay, never, ever pipe in
yeah,
about
that
this.
was me coming from Texas. I didn't know that. All right, now I want to play this. This is, I think this Fox 5 report can agree will do justice to this. In Brooklyn, this is why I just will never take mass transit for the rest of my life. LA Metro is really bad, obviously. But the subway in New York is bad. And apparently a guy showed up with a gun, was acting menacing, and a second guy decided to challenge him and take his gun away. And the second guy ended up shooting. The first guy is not being charged, self-defense, but here's how it played out. Then we have a separate Twitter clip to play. So play cut number one. This is Cable Green, Fox 5, Brooklyn subway shooting.
A rush-hour shooting in the subway. The latest example of violence leaving commuters horrified Thursday.
Two men were fighting, and a guy in a yellow jacket shot the other guy, and he just went down.
Police say the shooting happened around 4:45, just moments before a northbound A train pulled into the Skipperhorn and Hoyt subway station in downtown Brooklyn. This witness was trapped on that train car just feet away from the shots.
A guy coming up trying to start arguing with another guy. All I know, they start fighting, and he pulled out a gun and shot somebody.
Police say witnesses tell them the 36-year-old man who was shot was aggressive and provocative when confronted a 32-year-old man on the train.
The 36-year-old at one point displayed either a knife or a razor blade toward the 32-year-old.
That triggered even more fighting between the men.
During this physical confrontation, the gun, we believe, was removed from the 36-year-old by the 32-year-old, and the 32-year-old fired multiple shots, striking the 36-year-old.
Multiple police officers already at the station heard several gunshots. MTA officials are clearly frustrated.
When you bring a gun on the train and you start a fight, it's not right.
Terrified Canadians had to for cover. They were shots rang out.
Anxious because there was no more trauma. What's out there? And my feeling of bringing this here. Always had like the tunnel and train. So where to go? Becoming frantic. I don't know what to say. It's that scary. You took some all the time right there. I'll live on the next block.
Now, that 32-year-old is here at the transit precinct inside the subway station. He's being questioned by detectives so far. It remains unclear if he's going to face any charges.
That he is not. And the 32-year-old, I guess they didn't have names when they filed this report. UBC Overwalk. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. YOUNECE. Eunice.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Overwalk. And the original guy with the gun is Devon Robinson. And so Obi-Wan grabbed Robinson's gun as they were scuffling and ended up shooting Robinson in the head, which is what you deserve if you bring a gun on a subway. You deserve one of the bullets right through your brain. And he was in critical condition. Both of these guys look scared. Let's play a quick clip here. This is from a Twitter video of the subway shooting. Imagine being trapped in a speeding tube underground. Where are you gonna go? Underground mental asylum. Can't take public transit. Oh. Well, that's Robinson getting it.
ahead. Why would anybody ever take a metal tube underground and you're trapped inside? I never want to experience that sensation ever.
You hope that something like that won't happen.
Yeah.
Don't expect that.
Robinson was shouting at people, F your kind, F your race, F you. You think you're going to beat up cops? I'll beat you up. Apparently he was angry about the illegal aliens that had come to New York and the group that had beat up the police in Times Square some weeks back. That seemed to be his issue.
Yeah, he was yelling that at the guy who ended up shooting him, basically blaming it on him.
Oh, I see.
And then a woman comes into the fight and actually stabs Wagner from behind, and that was where you hear at the beginning of the audio we played, he said, "Did you stab me? Did you stab me?" Like, and you could see blood coming from his back. And then he was like, "Oh, did you stab me?" And that's when he brings out the gun, and he was going to shoot the person that stabbed him, but then they get in a fight, wrestles the gun away, and then Wagner's the one that ends up getting shot.
Yeah, I'm watching their scuffle there. Well, that's a lot of fun just trying to get to work. Yep. I will own a car, a gas-powered car, for the rest of my life. We come back. We're going to have another round of voice line here. 877 voice 86 if you want to get on next week. Denver Mark Live, KFI 24 News.
A special prosecutor who had a romantic relationship with Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis formally withdrew from the election interference case in Georgia against former President Trump after a judge ruled one of them had to leave the case for it to move forward. The LA City Council has moved millions of dollars for an enhanced protest training at the LAPD, and the 39th LA Marathon is Sunday. It starts at Dodger Stadium and ends in Century City. We're heading over to a crash on the 710 in Paramount.
This was involving a big rig that overturned, and it's on the northbound side of the 710 at the Rosecrans on-ramp. So the ramp is off limits, and it's definitely causing some major spectator slowing. Let's look at those northbound delays that are backing up all the way from the south end of the 710 freeway. And southbound 710 loading up from just about the 10, getting out of the City Terrace area. And we've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, just over the Hollywood area, Silver Lake, the 101 northbound, just past Silver Lake, a little before Vermont. They finally threw that wreck from the right lane over the right shoulder. Now this is suffering and recovering here back to the East LA interchange, pretty much fine. Now I'm rolling on into downtown Los Angeles. We get reports now 10 eastbound at Vermont, possibly a jumper here. Not quite overseeing right through this. It's already bumper downtown Santa Monica. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets Only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Zepeda, CMO Hyundai Motor America, discusses measuring audio.
The measurement capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us. We have seen a huge return on our investment. Seeing real numbers has helped us continue to invest.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the data, audiences, and influencers you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. College football-themed comedy Blue Mountain State may be coming back soon. The sequel series to the 2010 through 2011 cult hit is being shopped around, with Alan Richson set to return to his role, and co-leads Garrett Brooks and Chris Romano also expected to sign on. Negotiations are ongoing, with the leading contender set to be Prime Video, where Richson's action thriller Reacher is readying its 3rd season, and Netflix, where the original series gained a new audience after a short run on the then Spike TV cable channel. The show previously reunited the lead trio in the 2016 film Blue Mountain State, The Rise of Badland, which was funded by a Kickstarter campaign. Alright, and that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
There's a place to share the joy of your team winning it all, and a place to share a laugh about skiing and taking the fall. There's a place to share photos of pets, or singing in the choir, or the time you ate a pepper and your mouth was on fire. But we could all be better at sharing how we're feeling inside. 76% of employees have struggled with at least one issue that affected their mental health. When you share, you're not alone. Ask about your company's emotional health benefits. Visit heart.org/sharing. Brought to you by the American Heart Association.
I judge people when they drive north through the central part of California. A-holes are on the 5, old people are on the 99. 100% of the time, if you're on the 99, you're one of us. Cool, more calm, relaxed person in life.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
Gotta go with the 99.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Got Cook Up Show, KFI, AM 640. Let's go to the Voice Line, Part 2.
Hey, it's Sean. Thanks for calling the Voice Line. I'm so excited to hear from you. It's about time. There's a very simple way for the city of Los Angeles to avoid this HLA thing. Just redo 2 blocks at a time. And then when they finish that 2 blocks, do the next 2 blocks. Problem solved.
It's not just about the content creators, the influencers on TikTok, the real reason why they want to get it banned. News media outlets are not producing real news like we see on TikTok, and that's the main reason.
I understand that John pulled off the first big MC there. I have agreed with 99% of what he says, but regarding TikTok, basically, I'm Republican. I'm not a Trump supporter, but come on, John, this is outrageous.
The situation with the Boeing aircraft, just wondering if it could be employee sabotage.
Well, no, you know, I think that Mr. Bezos is responsible for all these programs. The key to what we're going to benefit directly from the criminals people around the street, because he only himself operates out people that are stopping going to the store. You got it, John. We cannot live with open borders. It jeopardizes the public safety of the U.S.